Welcome back. Welcome back. How you doing? Oof. Welcome back to this. Was I playing Balatro too late last night? Maybe. Did I decide to pull up the Balatro soundtrack and found this instead? Maybe. Apparently, the Balatro soundtrack, if you rip it from the game's files, according to YouTube comments, I haven't verified this, apparently it's just this fast in the game's files, and at runtime the game slows it down. And that's fascinating. So there's an official upload that is normal speed. But I was like, this is a jam. Can I slow it? I mean, I can slow it down in YouTube. It's gonna get crunchy though. Oh, that is haunting. Do I have evidence? No. Can't prove it. Can't wait for stream because Twitch didn't tell me you were alive. Oh, we just started. Hello. I ripped all the songs from Tron Bon and had to slow him down to get him proper speed. Yeah, sometimes things be stored weird. Oh no, hello. But yeah. Thank you. Hello. How you doing? There's a 30-minute jazz session, something like, whoa. If you have a link, I'd love to watch that later. But anyway, nice. Yeah, the official, oh, nice. Hello. Can we get a closer look at what? It's almost Christmas. But I hope you're all doing well. We are, some measure of the way into case 2 of this game. And I'm fine. Thank you. I'm excited to get back to it. I wanted to quickly yell about a couple things, then we're gonna get back into the game. Such as what was I gonna this over here. I posted this on twitter.com, but because I know not everyone's on twitter.com, well, thank you. Posted a picture of me and Beth. I wanted to yell about it because I think it's a rather dashing photograph. Not that you, I mean, it is, you know, can't see our faces, but I was like that. I think that's a nice photo. So yeah. Anyway, thank you. I'm allowed to be happy, and I'm gonna yell about it a little bit. Thank you. It's classy. Thank you. Anyway, who are they? The stock photo. I just found a stock photo. But yeah, there's that. There's this. There's the other thing. But well, that's like 4th base. Yeah. Well, in my tweet, I was like, I can't tell whether or not Beth likes me. What should I do, guys? There's some very good responses that I was going through, so thank you. And then, let me move that over here. I know what I'm doing. Let me get caught up on stuff. I feel like there's something else I was gonna mention. It'll probably come back to me or not. It's fine. I'm happy to play more of this stupid video game. Hope you're doing well. Alex had a banger tweet. I don't know if I saw it actually. I'll have to check. I mean, my brother's Twitter is very good. I recommend following him. Nah. Just short being Final Blind. I did finally finish a run with the abandoned deck in Balatro. I think that I was weirdly struggling. I was like, in theory, this should be way easier than the other decks. It's the one that gets rid of all face cards, but it took me a bit. So I think, if memory serves, I'm ready to raise the stakes, because I think I've done a successful run with each starter deck, the decks that you don't unlock from doing higher stakes. So it's going great over here. Yeah. No, it's like you have fewer cards, which means that's typically, like, yeah, you don't face cards, which score good points, but like, it just means that you have a higher chance of getting the cards you do have. That's probability, but you know, I could sit here and talk about Balatro, but God, why is it such a jam at a high BPM? I'm glad the in-game music is a lower BPM, because when I'm staring at the screen for 20 minutes, it's easier to concentrate. But this is just like, catch me in the club, dropping not dollar bills, but like poker player, how to play poker cards from the deck. I like my face card. They're fun. I like them too. But anyway, but in between streams, there's some subs and resubs from Artifice Blade, Travis Tubbs, Maru Burr, Raz the Roo, Mara Lee, Black Cat Bard, The Peepus, Mayon High, and Carrie LS. So thank you. And also, I was setting up, Argento dropped soup, and so I was rewatching Apollo Part 1 VOD. Thank you. Was rewatching part 1 VOD and just realized the entire reason why I learned poker is because of that case/bit. So you did not know how to play. I'm assuming you knew of poker, but you never thought to look it up, and then you're playing Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, and you're like, why this more than that? That shovel line picture. I just showed the one that I posted on Twitter.com. Yeah, that it was a fun thing to yell about. They give you jokers that work with face cards. That's the thing, is that I realized. And so I was like, I don't want to get into it. But yeah, there's a lot of jokers that are like, this face card, if the card is a face card, it does this. And then this synergizes with that face card and like all this kind of stuff. And there's not many that are like, the winning run that I got the bus stop joker that gains strength every time you play a hand that doesn't have face cards. So getting that like ante 3 or 4 was like, okay, good. I can build this up. But most of the jokers are that are card specific are like face cards, so that's fine. Yeah, I did get to ride the bus, so it was fun. And then you get a boss. Yeah, I did get a boss blind that debuffs all faces, and I was like, let's go. Anyway, one of the things I was gonna yell about, not really yell about, but I tried testing it in the 2 BTTV emotes, the Apollo objection and the clavier guitar. Still aren't working on here, and so I was talking in on-time chat. I was like, dang it, it's still worked. Hopefully this is happening more regularly, or it just like doesn't update, and I'm like, it happened during Final Fantasy 2. And that's when I looked into, I didn't talk about it, but I looked into Slime 2, which is the developer of chat bubbles here, Zatri, or Zatri, I'm not sure the pronunciation. They have this new platform that they're building called Slime 2, which is short for Slime 2 Stream, which is just sort of meant to be a marketplace where people are able to upload widgets and stuff. And so I was testing with that a little bit. I haven't switched to it, obviously, because I haven't quite dialed it into how I like it. But I figured I could at least drag it over and get tentative takes, because I can bring it over here. It's not gonna. And then whoa. I need to make it smaller because you can see fewer messages fit in, but like the BTV is working on there. But yeah, this one that I was testing and working with, you can grab users' colors to change their name, but you can't make the box their color, which is one of the things I really like aesthetically about chat bubbles. This one is more subdued, and I picked those colors. It's like the dark kind of blue purple kind of color, kind of fits with the line art. A lot of stuff is light purple. Yeah, modifiers don't work. But I was like, I might mess with this more. But right now, I'm like, I need to see if I can mess with the padding and like the size of them, because, you know, what I really like too is that it does the same thing where it's like you can toggle to make individual emote messages bigger, so you can see the emotes more. I like that. But I'm like, I want to squish more messages on screen, so I need to mess with the font size stuff. But anyway, so we might switch to that at some point. I do like it, and this is just one of several options on Slime 2, and it's still rapidly being developed. You can also see that there's less delay when someone posts a message to when it pops up, which is kind of nice. But anyway, so you can, at least VOD watchers can see what the BTTV emotes are. But at least for now, I'm going to stick with this one. But yeah. Anyway, get out of here. Get out of here. Get that out of here. And get this out of... No one needs to get that. Oh, YouTube sure did decide to. Well, I could switch over to the official Balatro. It feels so slow now. Me when there's a... Yeah, I'll bring it back. There you go. Me trying to count in my brain what my Balatro point tally is before I hit play. What if I feel like this will work. Let me make that big, and then I forget if you can you change the speed? I don't know if you can change the speed of playback. Maybe not. That's fine. Yeah, her face is really good. I miss my. Is she okay? She's spinning. You can in properties. That's what I thought. But it's not showing up. This is just a .gif. And yet, maybe I did something wrong. Or maybe it's another reminder to switch off of Streamlabs and back to OBS. Anyway. Yeah, I know. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's a thing. Oh, I was gonna slow her down so she could vibe out to the Balatro soundtrack. But anyway. I know! I don't need more shit from it. I give myself enough shit every day. It's fine. Anyway. It's fine. What will happen first? Will I build a new PC or will I switch to OBS? Or will I finish any of the number of 50,000 other things I need to do? Anyway, hope you're all doing well. We're gonna get into the back of the video game. Let me get caught up on alerts. Thank you. And then we will I'll provide a brief recap. Not that I understand what's happening in this case, nor do I really want to recount what happened. But yeah, that's fine. I think I'll play Ooh, you guys want? I could do a Balatro stream instead. I know people are excited for more Ace Attorney, but like. Balatro though? You start Dungeon Machine, it's pretty good. Yeah, well, you just you wait, it gets better. It's good. Don't say pantsu. But yeah, no, Dun Mesh, very good. I consider Dun Meshy. I mean, maybe I'm just too far. You know, I am now married to a weeb, so maybe my brain is just turned to mashed potatoes. But I would, and maybe feel free to agree or disagree, I would put Dun Meshy in the same. Let me finish. Put in the same category as Spy Family in terms of one of the most accessible animes I could wholeheartedly recommend, where like almost anyone I think could enjoy this show. You don't have to be super ingrained into anime culture or the art form in order to be like, this is just a good time. They're drastically different. I'm not saying that they're similar tonally or storytelling wise or anything, but just like I could talk to a normie on the street who's like, I like watching Breaking Bad and The Office. And I'd be like, you'll watch both of these, enjoy this. Anyway, Spy X Family and Dungeon Meshi, which is called Delicious in Dungeon in English. On Netflix, it says Delicious in Dungeon. But I'm married to a weeb, so I have to call it Dun Meshi. Because Meshi is Japanese for tasty, I think. I don't, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Anyway, they're good. Dungeon Meshi's a better name. Yeah, I agree. It's got a good mouthfeel. Just like the show. Anyway, it's just Japanese for food. Just food? So it's just dungeon food. That... I guess if they called it dungeon food, that wouldn't... Delicious in dungeon works. It's fine. Japanese word for a meal. Okay. Dungeon by Sun. Yeah, well, anyway. ZZ, thanks for 11 months. Dilithium Dragon, thanks for 7. Lamau. Hey, excited for more Apollo. Have fun. Sorry about all the auto advanced text in this game. I don't know why it's the worst in the series. Yeah, I do have skip all text off, but this game frequently likes to... It's propped up in every single game. I've never really, like, talked about it, because it's usually just... We're moving on. But yeah, it's... As someone who's like, I like reading the text. I like reading the text out loud for stream. When they go, here's a bunch of text really, really fast, or just... Here's what seems to be a normal dialogue box, but then it gets deleted and interrupted by another box. Both times I'm like, I lost it. And it's fine. I'm not mad, but it does seem like so far this game does that more, which maybe that's confirmation bias, recency bias, but seems like a lot. New Trilogy added a text log. That's nice. That's what I thought the save button was in this one, but yeah. Dungeon Grub. That's pretty good. Dungeon Grub is pretty good, because then you can shorten it to Dun Grub. And that just sounds like the name of, like, a Star Wars character. The name's Dun Grub. Smash, thanks for 100 bits. Oh, hello. I know you only just met her, but what do you think of Trucy Wright? How does she compare to Maya as the plucky female sidekick so far? That is tough, because at this point I have 3, arguably 4 if you include Professor Layton versus, but basically 3 full games of getting to know Maya better. Because thank you. You wiggling food. Thanks for the tier 3. I feel like I pretty immediately liked Maya. Like, I didn't dislike her. I mean, I'd have to go back and see, like, what my immediate impression of her was. But, obviously, like, it takes a while for that kind of character to really kind of grow on me. It's not that I'm predisposed to dislike that character, but when someone's like, hey, in your face all the time, being like, you're a dumbass. But also they're a dumbass. But like, if you don't know they're a dumbass, then it's not, you know, it's fine. I lost it a few times there. So yeah, that's why I'm like, it's hard to compare, because that's a character that I've known for like half of one case compared to 3 games worth But if I try to think back to like early in the first Ace Attorney, I don't know if Maya had an extremely strong impression, because all my favorite Maya moments were much later in the series. Early on, she's just kind of like, you know, she's fine. But I feel like she gets better and sillier and funnier as it goes on. Why Blatcher get louder? That's really funny. He's tabbed over. So I don't know. I don't really have a strong sense of Trucy yet. She seems very fine. No like outstanding characteristics other than she's a magician, which is silly. But I haven't had a moment with her yet where I'm like, oh, she's a good character. She's fine. She's fine. And so far, she doesn't seem like the risk I feel like you run with this kind of thing. And I understand people, chat have been filling me in on the context for this game's development where Shutakumi didn't want to do any returning characters. But whether or not you have returning characters run the risk of overshadowing the new characters. If they're not present, though, you run the risk of like, people are just going to compare them to what they know. So how does Apollo compare to Phoenix? How does Trucy compare to Maya? It's almost impossible to kind of view them on their own terms without that context, unless you just never played those games before. So far, I haven't really gotten to know Apollo or Trucy enough to see them as anything else other than Phoenix and Maya with less interesting personalities. And that's not because they're boring, that's because I haven't spent time with them yet. So I can't really, it's too soon. That's a lot of words for me to say. It's too soon for me to really know. Trucy could be Maya in a 1v1? I mean, maybe. Maybe. Take him out. Yeah, get him a little bit. Put him in a wine glass and swirl him around and be like, what's the woody texture? Find out what they're like. Love him being sprawled. I do too. I get the vibe from chat. A lot of people don't seem to like this development for Phoenix, but I think it's both hilarious and fascinating, and I'm excited. It makes me excited to see more of them. If you hopped in this game and you were the rookie apprentice at the prestigious Wright and Co. law offices because they haven't lost a case in 7 years, that's not, where do you go from there? That's not very interesting. So him being not only like down on his luck, but like disbarred, disbadged. I'm not really sure exactly what happened, but it's interesting and it's funny. So I'm excited. I don't like the made him a dick. I kind of like that too, though. Again, it gives a place for his character to go. It's been 7 years. A lot has happened. So yeah, I don't know. Disbadged and wildly capable. I like smug disbarred Phoenix. I'm not gonna say I'm like, oh, I'm so happy for him. This is clearly his character has fallen, but like that again, that's interesting to me. So again, we're in case 2. I'm excited to see where it goes from here. If at the end of this game I'm like, wow, they completely did a character assassination piece on Phoenix and now I retroactively hate him, maybe I'll feel differently. But so far I'm like, it's kind of fun to see him just being like, yep, I fabricated evidence. Oops. Like, what do you want to do about it? I did it again in your case, kid. Like, dude, stop fabricating evidence. I just can't stop. So I don't know. It's silly. It's like 2 months after the last trial in the last game. That's hilarious. If it was a longer period of time, it'd be like, oh yeah, they're like, that leaves wiggle room, right? But his first case, one with forged evidence. Yeah, that really sucks. To be like, you can't own your first victory because a child magician showed up and gave you fake evidence, and then no one in the... I'm still mad that no one was like Payne or the judge were like, okay, let's run an analysis on the blood to make sure this, I don't know, is just some random bullshit. Like, it resulted in a confession? Sure, but like, that can't be good, that it's based on fake evidence. Thanks for mentioning the MVC3. I am glad I saw it as I was scrolling through, because I control F'd for Apollo, and as I think you might have mentioned Apollo in your message. I don't remember what it was, but thank you for that. I'm sorry that we're not going through that timeline first. But anyway, they're monumentally stupid. Yes, they are, and that's why I'm not surprised, but it's just like, there are so many cases where it feels like you, the player, and your team of lawyers are like, ha, we have the perfect airtight case. This perfect bit of testimony matches with this evidence or whatever it is. Boom, we got it. And then the prosecutor goes, and they do their finger wag, or Francisco whips her whip, or whatever it is. And they're like, oh, you think that you have it in a box, but your box was inside of my box. And it's like, god damn. And then for the one time that there's this very glaring, obvious question to ask, and no one asks it. I understand that everyone in this universe is incompetent, but that's why it's baffling when it's like, it's very convenient. That's the point. But anyway, yeah, update. You thought. Anyway, whoa, it's Joe. Thanks for 16 months. Eat your chicken burgers, Pollo. He is a little chicken boy. Rivaling, thanks for 20 months. Apollo, my beloved sarcastic son. Also, it's my 20th month. Welcome back. Winter Rose, thanks for 76. That is a lot of months. Wait, 76? No, I was like, that's not a multiple of 6. I'm good. I'm good until 78 months. And then I need to have a new sub batch ready. Thank you for 76. I just see the number 6. I'm like, that's a multiple of 6, but that's not how numbers work. Overruled, my son. Yeah, thank you. Senator Surbot, thanks for 100 bits. Could I get something to drink? Just water. No water, just ice. That's justice. Just Kids to the Step, thanks for soup. Gamble on Cheese Rat. There is my boy. There he is. Femme of Center, thanks for 10 months. Hell yeah, yell yeah. Yell yeah. Not hell yeah, yell yeah. Hey chat, yell yeah. Amy Heather, thanks for gifting 2 subs to Perry Possum and Farago. I really appreciate it. Marubura, thanks for 15 months. Whoop, lawyer time. Herbivore Gaming, thanks for 30 months. Enjoy your outhouse key. Thanks for the Prime. Geeky Ray, thanks for 14 months. That's like a year or something, so they say. Pin it back, thanks for 50 bits. Can't stay for stream, still playing catch up. Hope you're enjoying the game. I'm enjoying it. I'm happy to be back. I didn't know what to expect, and it's more of what I expected. And also, what on earth? So, you know, it's how I feel whenever like a new Layton game would come out. I'm like, I'm starting this. I have my expectations. I know I'm gonna be mad at some point, and I just don't know what that's gonna be necessarily. So, that's why I'm excited for the new Layton whenever that comes out. So, am I enjoying the panties? Yeah, that's the yeah. Anyway, unpleasantness incarnate. Thanks for 500 bits. Barry, can you do a yell real quick? Having trouble waking up. I hope that woke you up. Thank you. England Montanari, thanks for 69 bits. Listen, if I was still at the office, I probably would have just yelled a guttural barbaric yawp, but I'm don't want my neighbors to hate me, so. What the fuck? That was too much. Ow! Volume warning. Pangolin, thank you for 69 bits. There's a 30-minute jazz session on YouTube with someone playing the Bellatra music. I kind of, like, now that I'm back and used to the normal speed soundtrack, I want to play this again. It fucks. It's so good sped up. It's such a vibe. Like, no, I'm just gobsmacked by how good it sounds. Just, someone set the RPM a little too high. We're back on Shutakumi's bullshit. We couldn't leave. Was someone playing content warning? Because that something was really loud. Yeah, you're welcome. Fast version for Endless? That would be fun. I don't know. I'm really happy with the BPM in-game. But out-of-game? Thank you. Satchima Bob, thanks for 3 months. Enjoy your silver key. Excited to catch an Apollo stream live. Forgot how hard this one's soundtrack goes. Who at the hell at Capcom do they have working on this? Apollo, Justice, Ace, Attorney, Composer. Google pop, I don't know, I mean, it's like an auto-complete, like, Google pop-up. Google says, Toshihiko Horiyama and Hideki Okugawa. Which are listed as composers on Wikipedia. So seems correct, but neither have their own pages on Wikipedia, so I don't know what else they did, but... Capcom has a long and storied history of disgustingly good OSTs, and this series is just packed with them. It's good. We went from Grossberg's Hemorrhoids doing the Harlem Shake to Trucy's Magical Panties. We used to be a society. Are you saying that when these games came out, we were an apex civilization and we've fallen since then? Is that your point? These games are not new at this point. 2007 Tell the Truth is the best song. It's good. It's real good. Ace Attorney Vinyl was an A+ purchase. Damn. I probably missed that. Or I probably saw it and was like, I don't care about that. I'm good. But anyway, Dragon's Jack, thanks for 3 gifted subs to Ruffled Renaissance, Ale Snail, Ale Snail makes more sense, and Definitely Hurts. Thank you so much. Jukes Artbox, thanks for 31 months. Nerd is the word, thanks for 5 and a tier 3. I hope you enjoy all of the emotes, including the tier 2 and tier 3 motes. King Peggy, thank you for 100 bits. Big fan. Glad you finally met both of the references I used for Aaron and Dan in the Grumps Ace Attorney fan game. They're Phoenix and Clavier. Clavier. Chat, you need to drill into my brain how to pronounce Clavier, because I'm probably gonna have to be saying his name a lot more often now that he's around, and I'm still not. Is it Clavier? 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 Clavier or clavicle? Cloaca? Canker? Clavier. Clavier. Which syllable is stressed? Clayton? Kombucha? Clanker's Cavern. That's the one. Pull up Google Translate. Clavier pronunciation. Hold on. Shut up, Blatro.
Clavier.
Clavier?
Clavier.
Clavier. Like clap? Clav your hands.
Clavier.
Clavier hands. Done. Go with Google, piss people off. Yeah, that'll get people mad. Clav your cheeks. Peck your beak. Consider the German pronunciation. I will consider it. The only drop-downs are American pronunciation and British pronunciation within Google.
Clavier.
So the British pronunciation is clavier.
Clavier.
Clavier. American is...
Clavier.
American pronounces the R at the end more. Well, I'm probably just going to say it differently every time just to make sure no one's happy. Go to Google Translate, put in German, that's... Yeah. Clavier. German detected.
Clavier.
Clavier. They put the emphasis on the second syllable more.
Clavier.
Clavier. So I'll probably just go with clavier as best as I can. King Peggy, thanks for 100 bits. And thank you again. Yeah, the Phoenix and clavier. That's wrong. Google Translate was wrong about something? I don't believe you. Joe Sketchy, thanks for 57 months. Thanks for tier 2. Happy holy matrimony to you and Bath. I wish you a very long and very happy life together. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. All right. I have nothing else to say except goodbye, Maya. There she goes. Goodbye. Do we have sound? Let me check. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
Objection!
I'm sorry. Are the English and Japanese separate save files? Because I only have one option on the touchscreen. Not that I'm about to continue from this point in Japanese, but that's... The fact that there are no saves, like save slots, save files, but technically there are two. Anyway, here, let me give a recap and let me put on some background jams.
Yeah.
There they are. Check out this crab. They had a ton of save slots. That's good. Anyway, in case you've never seen my... I bought this theme for the 3DS for $2. It was worth it. He's sleeping on the touchscreen. Also, RIP the eShop. Or not, the eShop's been dead. RIP the servers. Those went down last night, this morning. So, that sucks. Anyway, I know there are fan and community efforts to restore functionality, so hopefully things are not gone forever, but I already saw a post online that I did not verify, so here I go, maybe spreading misinformation, but someone tried to re-download DLC for Smash on the 3DS and could not because those servers went down. So if you're downloading a thing directly through the eShop, those servers are still up, but if you have to download a thing that is unique to a game, if they're like, oh, it goes through this separate server first, that server might be dead. So you might not have access to a thing you bought, which is pretty cool. Anyway, so what happened? It's been 7 years since the last Ace Attorney game. Apollo Justice is on the case. He's working for Christoph Gavin, a lawyer. And Phoenix Wright did a case 7 years ago, shortly after the last game we saw him in, where as far as we know, he fabricated evidence, got caught, and was disbadged, and is no longer a lawyer. And for 7 years, was working as a pianist in a Russian Borscht Bowl club. And mostly not playing piano, but playing cards and never losing, because he's so good at reading people due to his time as a lawyer that he can just instantly tell everyone's bluffs and their tells. So we're not still in the first case. So by the end of that case, the case involved a man getting bonked on the head to death in said club. He was suspected of murder. Turns out that it was our boss, Christoph Gavin. For undisclosed reasons, we don't know what connection he had. I'm sure it'll come back in some form later because we have a lot of unanswered questions. We learned that Phoenix has a 15-year-old daughter when he himself is 33. Her name is Trucy. She's a magician. She's been working on out of the law office's now talent agency. Because we did too good of a job. Oh yeah, and partway through the case, she showed up with a card from the scene of the crime with blood on it that was not real, was fabricated, but got us to get a confession out of Gavin. So, you know, that's fine. How was Phoenix at the end of the last game? Like 20-something. But yeah, did ever get birth through? Possibly. We're not sure yet. But yeah, and so then because, oops, we did too good of a job and got our boss successfully accused of murder when we were there to defend our client from murder. Apollo's not working for the Gavin law offices anymore, was bouncing around and wound up going to Wright because he called and was like, I need your help. We get to the offices and Trucy's there and she's like, oh yeah, Phoenix, my father, got hit by a car last night, but luckily for us, he broke the fall by smashing his head into a telephone pole and he's fine. Because he's got a very, very dense skull. So he's fine. He just wants to find out who hit him and why. And then on top of that, there was a murder in a park which was built by the local Yakuza here in sunny Los Angeles. The Kataki family, if I remember correctly. And they had paint spilled because someone's painting a thing and then some paint got spilled or something. There was that angle to it. And also Trucy was looking for a prop for her magic act in the worst way possible. There's been a guy going around stealing women's underwear, maybe. We found the lady from the Yakuza, presumably her bloomers, but she wasn't around to give them back to her. So we're just holding on to those that we could have left them at the door with a note, but I guess we're just holding on to those now, and that's gonna come up in court when I'm really mad about the implications of that. And on top of that, what else? There's a local doctor's office, Maractus, who is up to no good. They're making a lot of money working with the Yakuza. They're like their shop for when they don't want to go to a actual hospital. And then, of course, there was our good buddy, El Dune, the noodle salesman, whose cart was stolen, and then the dead body was propped up in it? In the very beginning, we saw, like, the really rad cutscene where it looked like a guy was pulling a cart and then got shot. So, I don't know. Yeah, and the noodle stand. And yes, the new. And so now we are about to start the court case, and I don't remember what the hell the court case is about. We were introduced to Clavier, who's the brother of Christoph. I think he was brother. And he's here. Charlie's big and strong. Charlie's doing good. That's what I cared about most of all. Right. I totally forgot about that. So the son of the Yakuza boss, Waki Kataki, is accused of murdering that guy. We only got to meet him. We didn't get to really chat with him in the detention center. But we met him and his dad, who's not the Godfather. And we have to defend him when we know nothing about the case. So it's gonna go good. Shut up that name. Welcome to Ace Attorney, where the names are really, really, really good, Katie. The original Japanese names seem to be very good, and I think the localization team consistently does magic with these titles. So, yeah. Middle name Schlocky, yeah. So anyway, the normal amount of prep. So we're gonna hop back into the court and find out what the hell our case is. Let's go. Turnabout corner, day 2, trial former. I don't like that it says trial former, implying a trial ladder. Or maybe a trial step ladder. It's June 16th, 9:46 a.m. District Court, defendant lobby, number 2. God, the jams are jamming. Huh. Mr. Wright's not here today. Oh, I also forgot to mention that we ran into Emma Skye from the extra bonus mission they added to the first game. She was in Europe and then came back, and now she's working for the police, and she's grumbling about it because she's not doing the job she wants to do, but it's fine. Missing mushroom because in context names are so fun and silly. It's just like, what? Who's this? Who's that? And like, our court record shows that's Phoenix, formerly an Ace Defense Attorney. We got Trucy Wright, Dr. Hickfield. Dr. Hottie showed up and he's even creepier than before, if that's possible. Plum Kataki, she was cleaning up paint filled by her front gate. Guy Eldoon, good old Noodle guy, or Noodle Yug. He wants his stolen stand found, which we found it. Alita Tiala, right? I forgot about her. She's the one trying to marry into the Yakuza family for some reason, and she was the one who was like, hey, you gotta help my buddy Waki, my fiance. That's Clavier, spitting image and younger brother of Mr. Gavin, and acquaintance of Mr. Wright. Their acquaintance? They're acquaintant? I don't know if I knew that. Emma Skye, head detective of the case, obsessed with forensic science, mood, touchy. And Winfred Kataki, the mob boss, wears an apron, don't ask. Does he run a pig farm? And there's Waki Kataki, defendant, heir to the Kataki family empire, Alita Tiala's fiance, pal Maractus, who we haven't met yet. Oh, we haven't met him because he died? He was the murder victim? Forgot about that. There's a lot of moving pieces in this case already. He died. He was the one pulling the noodle stand for some reason. Sure. So, hell if I know what's happening. Mr. Wright's not here today. He said his old foot injury was acting up. He got hit by a car, went sent flying through the air and hit his head on a pole, and was recovering in the hospital mostly by watching DVDs, and now his foot hurts? So he didn't come to court? Old injury. He was all smiles yesterday. He sprained his ankle getting out of bed to switch the DVDs out. Yes, he smiled when he said, we'd be fine as long as you're there, Trucy. Yes, fine. We'll be fine. Here comes justice. I started my voice training at 5 this morning. Ooh, do some now. I want to see. Here. Huh? Okay. Ahem. My name is Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. That sounds more like a self-mantra than voice training. I'm fine, you know what I'm saying? Well, there he is. So he's wearing a Blue Badger shirt. Does the Blue Badger have a goatee now? Is he going through his Heisenberg arc? Good morning. Yo, sup? Hit me with the guilty verdict, G. See if I care. Right, I think he wants to go to jail because it makes him look hard. You just hang loose and let things go with the flow. You know what I'm saying? Not really. It's from the Badger Extended Universe. Wacky. Don't go be running your mouth like that in here. See, that's the difference between me and you, old man. I ain't afraid of no cops. Real G's can't keep it real till they spend some hard time in the pen. You've absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Sounds like they've both been voice training too, Apollo. My worst fears realized. The trial's starting and I still haven't had a real talk with my client. He's ready to fight though. June 16, 10 a.m. District Court courtroom, number 4. There's a canon answer you don't want to know. Good. Thank you for the subs and resubs. Hello. Court is now in session for the trial of Waki Kentucky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready to rock and roll, Air Judge. I don't know what to do with him. It's him, the guy from yesterday. He's a prosecutor? It's Mr. Gavin's brother. See some art of him doing a vocal voice. Maybe later, thank you. long time no see, Prosecutor Gavin. Were you taking a leave of absence? You know that little band I started in my free time? Thing is, we got real popular. Hard to say 9 to your fans when 3 of your singles go platinum, yeah? I see. To be honest, I was a little concerned. I fear that you might still be distraught over that one trial. Was he the prosecutor in the case 7 years ago? Not to worry, Air Judge. I wouldn't miss this day in court for the world. It's worth even more than VIP passes to one of my concerts, yeah? How could I pass up a chance to see the true strength of soup of the little boy who bested my brother? I didn't really best him. He murdered a guy, and then we got him on it in court. It was worth canceling a show or two. Understood. You may give your opening statements to the court. Before that, I was thinking, is the air in this courtroom not a bit serious? It is a court of law. That's no way to get the crowd jumping, Air Judge. Why did they give him so many frames of animation for a finger snap? Like in the GBA/DS games, that would have been like maybe a frame, and they're like, no, we got more room on the DS cart. Give him like 5 frames of animation for a finger snap. It's good. It's the power of the Nintendo DS. In the palm of my... They're not supposed to jump. This is a courtroom. Achtung, baby. I'm sorry. He's a U2 fan. Okay. I'm expecting lyrics to come in like an F-Zero character theme. Where it's just like, feel the power inside. Going to the top, you're gonna ride the ride. Just doesn't make any sense. Today we play it my way. The air is not silent. Hair? Is it hair? Thanks. Let me know. My Deutsch is bad. Muy mal. What's that noise? Sometimes you have to get on up in order to get down. To prosecuting. This is crazy. The victim, Pal Maractus, director of the Maractus Clinic. The scene, People Park. He was found pulling a noodle stand. Is the music diegetic? I hope so. It's got a boombox. What in the world was a doctor doing pulling a noodle stand? Yes, I believe this solo is jamming. You will only find that out by asking the defendants right here, right now. Because, thank you for the soup. It's an undeniable truth that he shot the victim. What do you mean, undeniable? If you are to glare at anyone, Herr Justice, glare at the punk in the defendant's chair. His crime was witnessed quite clearly, you see. Very well. Please admit this witness to the court. Nine! Not yet. That's very good air guitar. I'm sad that the BTTV emote's not working, but VOD watchers, you can fill in the blanks, I'm sure. Why on earth? First, there is a little matter to be cleaned up. Could you talk without the accompaniment? I swear I could see the guitar for a second. What is it, Prosecutor Gavin? The motive, Herr Judge. Why did the little punk do it? Why did he kill the director of the Maractus Clinic? Not so fast. The defendant doesn't have to explain that. Oh, but what if the defendant specifically requests to do so, as he did this morning? I want to give a shout out to all my homies, I believe he said. That is how the Yakuza talk. What? What is right? They always say that on stage you should hit the crowd with speed and ferocity. Sounds like he got you good, huh, Polly? Well, this is highly unusual, but the court will now hear from the defendants concerning his motive in the crime. So, you, son, are the defendant. Waki, are you? I ain't your son, old man. You step to a Kentucky, you best be prepared to step strong. You step to a public official, you'd best be prepared to step into jail. We'll workshop it. You gotta hand to him, Waki sure has guts. It's not his guts I'm worried about. Well then, the court will now hear testimony on the defendant's motive. From the defendant himself. This is gonna be a easy trial, isn't it? I'll tell you one thing, that doctor was a quacker. Someone had to show him what's what. I was in his clinic about half a year ago. He messed up my op something bad. And then he just lets me go without a word. See you later, bye. So I gotta go in, get another doc to patch me up again. That was the day I done figured it out. No OG's gonna let that pass. That's why I went to his pad that night. Know what I'm saying? His pad being the park where he's pulling a noodle cart? You're saying you're one of the victim's patients? A lot of stuff goes down when you're keeping it real on the street. True that. I tell you one thing, that doc was whack. Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination. I can't believe this is the first time I'm hearing about all of this. He's so sweaty. His truth. I'll tell you one thing, that doctor was a quacker. What's up, Doc? Quack it to him. First of all, the word you're looking for is quack. And isn't that a little harsh? He's your family doctor. Who asked you, pointy locks? Just who do you think you are? Your lawyer? Look, I ain't trying to hear that. He was a quacker, plain and simple. Wait. Someone had to show him what's what? By someone, you mean... Was there anyone with a score to settle with this doctor? Besides you, I mean? You better ask somebody else, Holmes. What do I care? I made up my own mind and did what had to be done. Straight gangster style. Blap, blap. But why were you so mad at this doctor? Yo, sit back and listen while I drop it, J-Man. I was in his clinic about half a year ago. He messed up my op, something bad. So you were a patient at the Maractus Clinic half a year ago. For what reason? I had what you might call a mark of honor. Can you explain precisely what went wrong? We had a little run-in with the Rivales family. The Rivals family? Rivales. That's when I pulled a jack move. And ran into an ambush. G busted a cap right in me. I like his jacket a lot. It looks like an angry Shiba Inu with crossed bones. According to my sources, you couldn't stand the stress of waiting and ran in 15 minutes before the appointed time by yourself. Hey, I was more than a match for those guys. So you were carried to the Maractus Clinic from there? Apparently, he was shot in the heart. Do I know what the next line of dialogue's gonna be? Shot in the heart, and he's still alive? Okay, we're good. Thought they were gonna make a reference. I can catch bullets between my teeth, but I never learned how to catch them with my heart. And you're too. The bullet stopped just short of my thumper, you know what I'm saying? I would have been golden if it weren't for that whack doc. Can't even take out a stupid bullet. So, as you say, the surgery was a failure. The soup was a failure. They roasted the roux. And in all of it, Holmes. And then he just lets me go without a word. See you later, bye-bye. Bye-bye. What do you mean he just let you go without a word? What do you think it means? It's whack, that's what. I'm not sure what that means, but it sounds bad. It sounds as though Herr Doctor wished to hide his mistake. Doctor! Hide my lawful abiding citizen inhibitors. This is why he let the defendant go. He's a liar, straight up. He's a badder G than me. So I gotta go in, get another doctor, patch me up again. Doctor, turn off my soup inhibitors. So this bullet is still? This bullet is still? You know it, I can still feel it. Right there in my chest, pressing up against my heart. Your words are like a bullet shot straight into my heart. Or something to that effect. Incidentally, that's from one of our hit singles. Well, that sounds like a straightforward case of malpractice. Word, J-Man. Were it no accident, that's faux shizzle. It seems that there were issues with this doctor. Man, putting him down was like doing the world a favor. Waki, please consult your lawyer before saying things like that. Chin up, Apollo. Back straight. But why did this mistake only come to light that day? It was found during our family health checkup. The family checkup? That was the wackest thing of all us G's lining up, taking eye exams and all that. Better to die young than fade away, bizoy. A relief to hear. What's a relief? Oh, did your father not tell you? That bullet you carry so close to your heart, if not attended to immediately, it could kill you. What? Yes, Herr Dr. Maractus had knowledge concerning this ticking time bomb in you. Knowledge that could have saved your life. No way! That's whacked! There is proof. Your checkup report. Checkup report adds a court record. How ironic that you would kill the one man capable of helping you. The only doctor who knows how to perform surgery. That's the autopsy report. Checkup report. Results from a checkup performed in June. Isn't it June now? Metallic object found near heart. June 14th, metallic object found near heart, urgent exam needed. June 14th, the murder was June 14th. So it was like yesterday. No, it's April, right? It's outdated, you gotta update it. Dr. Bull it out to me. How ironic! It's like rain. Full stop. You're almost as careless as he was. How does a German rock star laugh? Well, now that the place is hopping, let's get this gig started. We've had enough of a warm-up act, y'all. Time to hear from the witness. Walkie sure is quiet all of a sudden. I'm a little uneasy myself. Is this Gavin's strategy? I said full stop and your stream froze. You're welcome. So, you will tell us your name and occupation. My name is Wesley Stickler. By occupation? Never mind. He's got a lot of thoughts. Once we have accepted this reality, we see that our confusion is not gestalt per se, but the vagueness inherent in all representations of thought. By which he means to say that he is a student. A junior at Ivy University, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, in the Department of Science. I feel like I need to make my mouth be like, in the Department of Science and Engineering. He's got such a tiny little mouth. Filled with curiosity for all things, I spend my days in pursuit of truth, honing my... Herr Stickler, please direct said curiosity to the case at hand today. Very well, Mr. Stickler. Please testify to the court about what you saw on the night of the crime. Have I lost my mind yet? I mean, if we had a little live tracker that went up and down and showed my brainwaves, they would be going... A night in the park! That night, I passed through the park on my way home from shopping when I saw them! One man pulling a stand, another man facing him. I saw them quite clearly. The man facing the victim was the defendant. In his hand he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pulling the stand. A shot! The bullet hit the man pulling the stand from the front, square in the forehead. Ergo vis-a-vis, quad erat demonstratum. Was there anyone else in the park at that time? I can say with 100% accuracy that there was not. I was gonna say maybe. The pistol our witness refers to is this. Court accepts this into evidence. Pistol out of the court record. And then Apollo goes, oh boy, a gun! Wow. Weapon left of the crime scene. 2 rounds were fired. Fingerprints were wiped. 2. 2 use. Let me enhance. Wow, a gun. Apollo? Apollo? No, I'm looking for Apollo. I'm looking for clues. Whoa! Don't point that thing at me! Don't worry, I can handle myself around guns. Even better, Trucy was the one holding the gun. Magic guns, at least. The ones that pigeons come out of. Very reassuring. Good. I'm glad the game was like, yeah, this is... Why did you point the gun at yourself? Nah. Is that it? Nothing else sus on here? Alright, well. I tried. Canonically gun trained. Well, let's cross-examine Mr. Stickler, Your Honor. Trucy, why are you staring like that at the witness? That man. I can't help but feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Is he the panty thief? A night in the park. That night, I passed through the park on my way home from shopping when I saw them. Who spoiled the panty thief? No one spoiled anything, or at least I didn't see in chat. I've learned that when I ask questions, I shouldn't look at chat because people will be like, Like I just want to throw out my random theories as I go. On the way home from shopping, you say, why go through the park? A fascinating inquiry, revealing me culpable of being insufficiently verbose. Let us consider the time saved by passing through the park on the way home from the store. In that time, I am capable of solving 2 GMAT problem sets. On average, it requires me 3 minutes 24 seconds to complete one. Ergo, the time to complete 2 is on average 6 minutes 40 seconds. However, in the case of the questions are in the verbal category, admittedly not That's enough, I get the idea. Mr. Justice, the court hopes to finish cross-examination sometime this month. Please, I have a recording booked after this trial. And I've got a show to perform. Geez, sorry you're all so busy. One man pulling a stand, another man facing him. Was he serving noodles? Were these men talking by any chance? And now that you mention it, they were, though I cannot claim I heard them clearly. Only fragments such as you lied to me. Oh, and I'm gonna give you a taste of your own medicine, pal. It's just as our defendant claims. I believe he wished to teach the victim what it felt like to take a bullet in the heart. If that's true, then this is a vital piece of testimony. Was he shot in the heart? Bullet to right temple. No, he was not shot in the heart. Sounds like he had heard them clearly enough to me. Might I be allowed to amend my testimony? What now? To be precise, he did not say pal, but man. Yes, that was the way of it. I swear it on my diploma. What's the difference? And this other man, who was he? I saw them quite clearly. The man facing the victim was the defendant. But it was night and it was dark and you were busy doing your GMAT questions? I don't know what GMAT is. Is it like a grammar? How can you be so sure it was the defendant? The crime took place at night. It would have been too dark. He did his Gmod questions. Like G-Man Half-Life, but his name's Matt. What if they made a new Half-Life game, they're like, the G-Man's name is Matt? Perhaps I was remiss in not mentioning this earlier. Huh? You see, in class, I always sit in the very backmost seat. Do you know why? Who cares? Because I do not wish anyone to copy my perfect notes. And this relates to your testimony. How? I mention this to illustrate my predisposition to that, which is perfect. It was dark, you say, yet there are lights in the park. If I say the defendant was in the park that night, then he was in the park that night. It is a hard, immutable fact. He sure is confident. He seems to be telling the truth, too. In his hand, he held, yes, a pistol pointed at the man pulling the stand. Are you sure it wasn't, a pistol, like the part of a flower, and that you misspoke, Mr. Stickler? Please, anything to make my client innocent. Please. Maybe it was a pistol. Like he was like, hey, you can't pee here, that's gonna be $5. Maybe. Are you sure the pistol you saw is the same as the one just submitted as evidence? Am I sure? Surely you jest. Or so a common witness would be tempted to say. Huh? I feel like when he does that little tap, he does like a little like pop-up noise. I don't know if I can really do it and it'll pick up on the camera, but like an awful suction noise, you know? Yet I am no common witness. I see not only events as they are, but the logical structure governing these events. I just remembered one of oh yeah, he's okay, he's fine. All right. Perfect timing for me to there was a thing that I wanted to share from twitter.com that I just happened to see in time. Real quick. After catching up on Apollo Justice Stream, I had to bring this into fruition. Yeah, it's what you think it is. Makes me very happy. Thank you to Loading Flank, who made that and took the effort to actually sync it up. Also this. Hello, Mr. That was fast. My name is Matt. Matt Freeman. Do. You can make that in the Apollo Justice Trilogy green screen mode. Wait, they made... A, there's a green screen mode in Apollo Justice Trilogy. B, you can sync up animations like that? Matt Freeman is related to Gordon? Yeah, they're brothers. You're welcome. Thank you, Frank. It's very good. Wait, so you could, like, time out the animations to just, like, perform that? That's incredible. Anyway, it becomes difficult to say that with certainty the object A was indeed object A. I think he means he couldn't see that clearly. My badge for a normal witness. Yet the fact that a pistol was fired before my eyes is indisputable. I can still see it when I close my eyes. The defendant raised his weapon. A shot! The bullet hit the man pulling the stand from the front, square in the forehead. Yeah, that contradicts the autopsy report, my guy. Nuh-uh. Yes. I love when the DS works when I say nuh-uh into it. Are you absolutely certain only one shot was fired? Yes, of course it was one shot. Why do you ask? Aha, a contradiction, finally. Mr. Stickler, according to the court record, the pistol was fired twice. A clear contradiction. Good eyes, Herr Justice. You're cool, real cool. You really think so? Apollo when the prosecution calls him cool. Yet there is no reason why this other shot had to have been fired that night. Wait, this just means it was fired twice ever? What do you mean 2 rounds were fired? Ever? At any point? Meaning? This pistol came from the Kitaki family mansion, yeah? I think it's not unreasonable to assume the pistol had been fired once before that night. During, perhaps, another altercation? He's got a point. Judging from his smug expression, I'd say Prosecutor Gavin had that answer ready before he even spotted the problem. He seems pretty confident in his testimony. We always make the biggest mistakes when we're our most confident. So let's get confident. He's got a weak point somewhere, Apollo. Find it. Right. Better give that testimony another listen. Yeah. Yeah, man. Square in the forehead. You sure about that, buddy? Bucko? Mr. Guy? Mr. Man at the witness stand? You sure about that? You know the things that you say to be true? Well, here's a load of factual correction verification coming right at you. Woo! If that's all of it, I think I have a chance. Is that you relaxing, I see, Herr Justice? Objection! He gets so bashful whenever Clavier looks at him. Once is quite enough, Mr. Justice. Apollo, pace yourself. This trial's not over yet. Yeah, right. Look at this. The autopsy report? Is there a problem with the autopsy report? Right. A problem. Problem. Yes! He seemed surprised that he had a thought there. The sprite that they used was like, ah! The problem is the location of the entry wound. Oh, yeah, a brain blast. The location? You testified the killer shot the victim square in the forehead, did you not? I have already determined your angle of inquiry. Allow me to explain. It is quite simple, really. First, understand that when I say square, I speak not of geometrical absolutes. What do I mean by this? For example, the deflection of a meter is 1.6 million times the wavelength of the light emitted by a krypton particle. It is a well-known fact that the krypton particles are rare and invisible to the naked eye, which points to a basic fallacy in your line of reasoning, namely that... Mr. Justice. Yes? Was your objection to these, krypton particle things... This is the big time and you're obsessed with something so small, you disappoint me. No, I'm obsessed with something big. Is he? I mean, there's a bigger, less nitpicky problem here. Do tell. Just look at the autopsy report. The location of the entry wound was the right temple. Temple? Mr. Stickler, you said quite clearly that the victim was shot square in the forehead. That's a contradiction, isn't it? Hee hee. He's thinking about that Clavier MIDI. It is right, finally! Herr Justice, oh, Herr Justice. I have hair? Yes. Your tactics are outdated, trying to shake the witness by objecting to trifles? Surely you haven't forgotten the fatal wound your master suffered 7 years ago? Phoenix Wright, was it? Look, I know the wound was in the wrong place according to this testimony. Oh. Oh no, poor Stickler. It's a very good face. Hey, hair forehead? Forehead? Let us imagine you are walking through the park. You see two men facing each other, one with a pistol trained on the other. What would you do, Hair Forehead? Well, I guess I would try to stop them. I'd probably shout, stop. And you, Fraulein? Me? Well, I'd probably scream, eek. And you, Hair Stickler? What did you shout, I wonder? If the victim turned his head at the last moment, you'll... Ah, yes, thank you for jogging my memory. It sounds like an addendum to the testimony is required. Part 2. As soon as the killer raised his pistol, I took action. Cease this at once, you two, I cried with composure. The victim turned in the direction of my voice and a shot rang out. Whereupon our cowardly killer, the defendant, appeared to have become frightened. Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene. I see. So you attempted to stop the crime. Indeed, with composure. Well, maybe the criminal wouldn't have fired if you hadn't shouted like that. It doesn't really matter now, unfortunately. Let us consider this new testimony, shall we? Observe the diagram, if you would. The witness, Mr. Stickler, was it? Stood here. I'm making him more German as we go. He shouted, "Oh, stop, please," or something of this nature. And the victim responded by looking in the witness's direction. Irritante. If the killer were to have fired at just that moment, as we can see, the bullet would have struck the right temple, as in the report. That does seem to be the case. That's fine, yeah. Witness the power of a junior in Ivy University's Department of Science. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may cross-examine the witness. He's a junior? How old is he? I can't look at profiles, can I? Well, yeah, it's fine. As soon as the killer raised his pistol, I took action. What kind of action? I forgot everything you told me already. Tell me more. Please? Por favor? Please? Stickler? I barely even know her. Okay, fine. So you saw a raised pistol. Weren't you frightened? It can be said we students of Ivy University know no fear. The moment I saw that pistol, my inner sense of justice compelled me to take action. That was certainly brave of you. You might have gotten shot. Eh? You certainly were lucky. If I were in the killer's shoes, I certainly wouldn't have left a witness behind. He actually looks like he had no idea he was in danger. Regardless, I attempted to halt the bloodshed. Cease this at once, you two, I cried with composure. Are you sure both men were able to hear your voice? They were, of course. My high, exquisite voice echoed through the park. And the victim responded to that clarion call. Quiet. The victim turned in the direction of my voice and a shot rang out. Did you hear the gunshot at the same time as the victim turned? Indeed, I would say about the same time to be precise. And the victim didn't ask you for help. It can be said that he didn't have time to ask. He didn't even have time to take a single step. I'm totally sure that the killer fired because Mr. Stickler startled him. Don't say that too loud, Trucy, please. Whereupon our cowardly killer, the defendant, appeared to have become frightened. Can you describe the killer's actions more clearly? He seemed quite surprised, especially considering that it was he who did the deed. As we can see, human psychology is a tangled web indeed. Wesley Stickler. He is 22. He's a junior and he's 22. Junior in student in science. The witness, a man concerned with quote-unquote truth. It's a tangled web. He's as old as Apollo. He simply couldn't believe what he had done. He shot, he panicked, a common tale, but true. Unfortunately, before I could take further action, tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene. You didn't try to apprehend the criminal? It all happened so fast, I'm afraid I hadn't the time. Doesn't something about that strike you as odd, Apollo? What? The killer was in a hurry, right? He fired the pistol and tossed it right away. According to the testimony, that's what happened, yes. In that case, I'd expect to find something that we didn't find. Find something? Find what? I like that contradiction. Kind of sad to see it go. Not as sad as I feel. What do we do now? At least the testimony's getting a little clearer. She's right. Maybe I can find something to use in this new testimony. So what if he threw the pistol? Would it be with the gun? 205 fingerprints were wiped. So there would either be a rag or there would still be fingerprints if he didn't have time to wipe it down. Yeah. Yeah. Consider. Wait a second. Tisk, another misleading request. Yet you're so beholden to your own mode of discourse, you can't see how it affects you. Come again? Wait a second, you say? A second? Are we intended to wait just that, a single second, 1/60th of a minute? That's hardly enough time to draw a breath, let alone make a statement in court. Now, had you asked for a longer period of time, say 3 minutes 35 seconds, that Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor. Am I to understand that you are objecting to the length of a second? Yes, I mean, no, here, look at the pistol. He's holding? Apollo, put that down. That That lines up way too well. Oh, Paulo, stop. You're in a court a lot. It doesn't have a single fingerprint on it. Bang. No. It was still loaded. The devs do for sure. 100%. A common ploy. All the more common, I fear, by the prevalence of television. Criminals these days are loath to leave fingerprints. Wait, but you said the killer tossed the gun and ran. That's right. He didn't have time to wipe the gun for prints. Whoa. That was some good animation frames. Ah, the little girl sticking it to the university student. There's a song in there. I'm not little. Then let's think like adults, shall we, Fraulein? Eh? What if the killer, the defendant, was wearing gloves? It said fingerprints were wiped. It didn't say no fingerprints. It says wiped, you son. Gotta admit, I didn't think of that, Apollo. Why are you smiling? Yeah, she's 15. Well, Mr. Justice, could the killer have been wearing gloves? No way. Nuh-uh. The record of the murder weapon is very clear about one thing. The fingerprints were wiped, which means some trace of prints remained. Which contradicts your testimony. If everything happened as you say it did, he wouldn't have had time to wipe the pistol. Boop, boop. That may be, but it does not change what I saw. The killer, the defendant, he threw down the murderous weapon from his hand and fled. I like that his eyes were sparkling as he delivered that. And this pistol was found at the scene of the crime, strongly suggesting that this was the weapon he disposed of. That sounds solid to me. Well, Herr Forehead, any of your precious objections? What gives, Apollo? Let's see that voice training go to work. You know, I've only recently realized something. No matter how much you train your voice, it doesn't matter if you have nothing to say. What do you mean, nothing to say? Isn't it obvious from what the witness just said? Huh? Isn't what obvious? When he restated what he saw just now, he said he saw Waki drop a murderous weapon. But that's not the same as being 100% sure of what Waki threw away. You're right. He's just confused because the pistol was found at the scene. Poor Mr. Stickler. It must be hard to be so perfect and yet so wrong. Well, it can be said that I'm quite offended. While it is indeed true that once in my youth I was seized by the teacher and posted on the blackboard that Appalachian poem might be perfect. What we can say for certain is the witness saw the killer throw something. Does the defense have anything to say about this? If what he threw wasn't a pistol, then it had to be something else. At least one person on the defense team seems to be thinking. Yeah, I'll wipe that smile off your pretty face, Gavin. Perhaps you can inform the court as to the nature of this something else. What did the killer throw away before fleeing the scene? Maybe the phone, maybe Truce's panties, maybe a bowl, maybe the knife. Found at the crime scene bearing Waki's prints. That seems a little bit too convenient, if you ask me. I think it's probably the bloomers. Knife to meet you. Maybe this helps you get to the point. Is that a sword? I saw one of those on Late Night Movie last night. Great, a sleep-deprived judge. This knife was found at the scene of the crime, with the defendant's prints on it. His prints? This single piece of evidence proves two important things. One, that what the defendant threw down wasn't a pistol. Two, that the defendant wasn't wearing gloves. Indeed. Oh, Herr Forehead, you're forgetting two other things you've just proven. Huh? One, that the man the witness saw was the defendant, Mr. Waki-Kitaki. Two, that the defendant was holding a knife with the intent of harming the victim. Oh, indeed. Never underestimated Gavin is the lesson here. This court is of the opinion that our witness is fond of making assumptions. In that light, I believe it would behoove us to hear about what really occurred. With less assuming, please. Boop, boop. It is always the same with you people. Mark left the house on foot, and 5 minutes later, his brother left after him. How long would it take for Mark's brother to catch up to him? Assuming that Mark never had to stop for a traffic light. Assuming, yes, that's what I said, assuming. As if that were a probable situation at all. Yet here you are, assuming that my assumption is no better. But what this court assumes is that the witness will testify as to what happened after the shot was fired. You know what they say when you assume? You make an assumption. I could not prevent the killer from leaving the scene, nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police. This is his phone. The phone that has a clock attached to it. Until the police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else. Why don't you chase the killer? Why didn't you? He was, as you say, a killer. Of course, I could have run him down, yet what would he have done when cornered? Sadly, it takes more than an aptitude for solving quadratic equations to know that. Did the testimony earlier not prove the defendant's presence at the scene? And do we not also now know that there was no one else there? It seems clear that we have our killer, does it not? Does it not, Mr. Justice? I better find a way to take this testimony down quick. Quadratic equations aren't, they're not that bad. As long as you remember the quadratic equation. I could not prevent the killer from leaving the scene. Why not? You could have thrown the book at him, literally and figuratively. More literally, I suppose. Which way did the killer run? By that time, it was clear the killer had noticed me. Naturally, he ran in the opposite direction. I mean, he ran in the opposite direction from the Kitaki mansion. Achtung! Don't even think about pointing out that he was going away from his home. All he had to do was loop back once he was out of sight. How did he know that's where I was going? A squared plus B squared equals C squared. that's it. That's the one. Nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. You are certainly composed for someone who had just witnessed a killing. If one is to devote one's life to the pursuit of science, one must never flinch at the sight of a little blood, nor be moved by a chemical discovery that one drops one's flask upon the lab room floor. Cool answer, very cool. So nothing strange about how he acted. Trucy looks like she has something to say. Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police. Wasn't your first thought to call an ambulance? It can be said that I have dabbled in medicine. The injury I witnessed, namely a single shot to the head, tends to result in death. Ergo, there was no need for me to call an ambulance. Nice assumption there, bud. Oh, perfect syllogism! A proof in 3 parts, exquisite, simply exquisite! He actually looks like he's gonna cry. Trucy really wants to say something. Until the police arrived, 10 minutes later, I saw no one else. Isn't both just 911? Yeah, was he supposed to call like a private ambulance? Can you tell us in detail about these 10 minutes? I stood in a state of heightened awareness. Anything could happen at any moment. Anyone could appear from any direction. Is that all? No one came. Nothing happened at all. I saw it all, which is to say, I saw nothing. It was late at night. It's not odd to think there would be a few people around in the park. So he just stood there, watching? Not much to go on there. Trucy, if you've got something to say, by all means say it. I can't find a single problem with that testimony. Had enough at last, Hair Forehead? Maybe it's time to back off a bit? Yeah, let's back off. There's nothing fishy about that testimony at all. It appears there are no objections to the witness's current testimony. There are any number of ways to explain the lack of prints on the pistol, I assure you. Perhaps the killer really was wearing gloves which wiped the previous user's prints off. Then, after the deed was done, this fell out of his pocket as he was throwing the gun away. A mistake befitting of a small-time punk, in my opinion. No! No! Noodles! It seems we've come to the end of the line here. No, that can't be all. How unfortunate. It seems that you weren't cut out to stand on the same stage as me. Were you, Hair Forehead? I believe this brings the cross-examination to a close. This court will now declare a verdict for the defendant, Walkie Kataki. Eek! Trucy? Nobody move! But what's the meaning of this? Who are you? What? There'll be no verdict in this court. Not yet. Wait, are you one of the Katakis? The Katakis? The notorious gangsters? The Italian-Japanese mafia? If you don't want to see me give the pretty little girl a new smile, do as I say. Adjourn the court for 20 minutes. What? This court will not bow to pressure from the likes of... Herr Judge. I see little point in further aggravating this gentleman. Recess 20 minutes, or I promise you, you'll regret it. Well, wait, how'd he disappear so fast? Is there no security in the courthouse? Come to the defendant lobby, Apollo. I suppose I have no choice but to adjourn for a 20-minute recess. Bailiff, catch that mysterious man. All I really have to say is I desperately hope that actually is a member of the Katakis. Because I have a horrible feeling in my gut that Trucy planned it to stall for time, and that's why she was being weird. And I hope that's not the case because, but that's really stupid, so that might be what happened. 11:17 a.m. Lobby number 2. Trucy! Trucy! You move quick, Apollo. Good show, good show. Trucy, you're okay. I thought... Don't cry, Apollo. Those good-for-nothing gangsters, there's some things you just don't do. I'm pressing charges. Wait, just calm down, Apollo, or else... It's Professor Layton. It was dumber than my dumb idea. Bravo. Well played, Shrew. The heck is that? Surprised? This is one of my best tricks. The amazing Mr. Hat. You look marvelous, darling. He's a big hit on stage at the Wonder Bar. Holy shit, I love this. Yes, I'm a big hit. Well, what do you think? Do you like it? You mean you, Trucy? There are some things you just don't do. I'm pressing charges. Apollo, now is not the time to be threatening me. It's you who's been threatened here. Huh? Remember what you said to Walkie's father yesterday? You promised you'd save his son. That testimony was rock solid. What are you suggesting I do? Look, once the judge declares a verdict, it's all over. Wouldn't there be tons of witnesses at the courthouse that saw a man pop up out of thin air, threaten her, then they run away, clearly one set of legs, and then she's in the lobby fine? So if the bailiff rushed out and sees her standing here, they'd be like, what happened? You can't do that. There's gonna be consequences to... It was the no-legman! He's been making the rounds. Misdirection. When has this court ever cared about what happens? Fine. If I can use my talent to stop that from happening, I will. Trucy, no more staged abductions, please. I'm not talking about magic, Apollo. Also, the guy threatening her was a 15-year-old girl doing a silly voice. No smart moves, see? Oh my God, he's got a knife. Everybody calm down, or the girl gets it. Like, oh, it's very clearly a guy and not a wooden puppet. I'm not talking about magic, Apollo. I know when the witness isn't confident, I can perceive what he's feeling. It might not mean anything, but it's all we've got. You can see what he's feeling? You're like me. You're an empath. Think back, Apollo. Think back to the times when there was a contradiction in his testimony. All the times. All the times there was a contradiction? I don't remember. Actually, I don't remember them exactly. Good thing I do. There were 2 times when he made statements he wasn't confident in, and each time there was a contradiction. In his hand, he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pulling the stand. Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene. He flips from his book when he's nervous. He said the man tossed aside a pistol, but it turned out he wasn't sure, and sure enough, there was a contradiction. That's true, but how does that help us? Didn't you notice anything? Whenever he made a statement he wasn't confident in, he displayed a certain habit. In his hand, he held, yes, a pistol. I really like this mechanic, but also I like that so far I haven't had to figure it out with no clues. They're like, look, they did a thing. I'm worried it's gonna reach a point where I have to figure it out myself and I'm gonna be like, I don't know. But the idea that witnesses on the stand knowingly lying have like visual tells is very smart. It's very compelling for a court drama. Use your eyes. It's cool, more brain work. Yeah, I guess it's like in Layton versus Phoenix, where they would have multiple witnesses and someone you weren't talking to is like fidgeting. They made it really, really obvious. But it was a fun mechanic to take advantage of that system and just to have a new way of getting new testimony. If this turns into, they have 30 different animations, but they always do this one when they're lying. Figure out which one, I'll be like, oh God. So if it gets to that point, I might be like, chat, help, but we'll see. So far, it's been very tutorialized, so it hasn't been a problem, of course. Did you see it? The very moment he said the word pistol, his fingers got all tense and he fiddled with the corner of a page in his book. Oh. It's not just that he's turning the page, he like fiddles with it. How am I supposed to see that? Well, I could see it. How else do you think Daddy went 7 years without losing a game of poker? What? I always sat next to Daddy during big matches. I could see what his opponents were feeling. You mean that's how Mr. Right won all those games? It's not cheating officially. I wasn't looking at their hands or anything. And I wasn't there all the time either. Daddy's quite good at poker after all, but not good enough to go undefeated that long. Wait, so was she the one figuring out what they were feeling and like signaling it to him? Is that what they're implying? It's a little... That's 100% cheating. It's like I thought he was using his lawyer skills to figure out when people are bluffing. Just like, oh, you do this little nervous tick, you do this little thing. That's not cheating, that's poker. Poker is a game of bluffing. If you're betting, and it's not just the cards, but if you have another person helping you figure out when they're... He's not doing that, but Trucy's faster. But if Trucy is helping him do that, then that's not... Nick has no lawyers. He's got a couple. He's quite good at poker, but not good enough to go undefeated that long. Great, so he cheated. What does that do for us? I don't believe this. You have to listen to his testimony one more time. No, scratch that. You have to watch his testimony, perceive the truth. Watch a testimony, perceive the truth. The only thing I'm perceiving is that I'm gonna lose. Not true. Daddy said so. He said you have the power, Apollo. Mr. Wright said that. Watch the testimony, perceive his true feelings. Is she serious? Time's up. Sorry, I can't think of any other way out of this one, Apollo. What was that she said before the trial started? Mr. Wright's not here today. His old foot injury was acting up. He smiled when he said we'd be fine as long as you're there, Trucy. Is this what he meant by us being fine? Well, methods aside, she did avoid one guilty verdict already today. Time to show this court what I'm made of. Get ready for justice. Yo, Stott. How you doing? You get to meet Phoenix. I don't give a fuck. I'm a cheat, smoke weed every day, right? That is who he is, though. That is his arc. Thank you. I hope you're doing good, man. Let's do it. Apollo. You know, I'm starting to think I can do this. I knew you could do it all along. Oh, one more thing. Try to cover for Mr. Hat as best you can. That guard in the back is definitely looking at us. I just flew in from the coast and boy are my arms tired. Right. How's new sub coming? It's coming along. Still a work in progress, but it's coming along. Yeah. Yeah. 11:40 a.m. Quarter number 4. Court is now back in session. Right, we're fine. Ahem. I'd like to say to the young lady standing next to you, Mr. Justice. Oh, you mean me? Don't you have anything to report? Anything concerning the mysterious phantom in the silk top hat? Right, him. Don't worry about him. I settled that. You settled that? Yes, it was an out-of-court settlement, right? Perhaps Fraulein would have us believe it was nothing more than a passing dream. A fantastic illusion. Now you see it, now you don't. Am I right? Yeah, he saw the puppet. I think he's onto me. I wish he would stop being so cool. Let us dispense with these niceties and get straight to the matter. What are your plans for our gifted witness? Right, the defense would like to request another cross-examination. Because I forgot to ask something? There was no issue with the witness's previous testimony. I will grant your request, however, but this court will not permit stalling for time. I have to watch my stories at 3. Understood, Your Honor. Don't forget, Apollo. When he isn't sure about something, he has a habit of fiddling with his book. I'm saying this out loud in the middle of the quiet courtroom. Hopefully he doesn't hear me. Oops. I could not prevent the killer from leaving the scene, nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police. Did he, though? Until the police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else. I'm not sure I'm qualified to watch testimonies after all. Focus, Apollo. Find his weak spot. Focus. If only it were that easy. My ears hear what he says. My eyes see his expression. Do I have to do something more? What other senses do I have? Smell the truth. What's this? My bracelet? He's got a magic bracelet now? What's going on? My bracelet feels different somehow. I think Daddy was right. You can see it, can't you, Apollo? You're almost there. Find the weak spot in his testimony. I know this sounds crazy, but my bracelet is trying to tell me something. It's a good thing magic isn't real. From Chantical. He has the gift! I couldn't prevent the killer from leaving the scene. Is this all gonna be the same? I'm assuming it's all the same. Which way did the killer run? Yeah. I can't skip this. He ran the opposite direction. That's fine. Let's just get through this. How did he know? He's so cool. Okay. Using a good conscience. Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police. You called immediately after witnessing the murder. The police undoubtedly have a record of the call. Why not check with them? Wait, Apollo. This has to be it. Wait, you mean his habit? Don't forget, he isn't sure about something. He has a habit of fiddling with his book. He's fiddling. Look at him fiddle. He's got a tiny violin. The only time he even had the book open was here. Which means this is the place to look for his habit. I don't know how I know, but I know that I know. Know what? I don't know. It's my bracelet. It's different somehow. I can feel it reacting to something about the witness. Your bracelet? I'm not sure I get this focus stuff you were talking about. True C. Oh. Look at it spin on the touchscreen at the top. That's a bunch of frames of animation. Or it's really not that many. It's just well looped. But no, it looks good though. It's spin. I have a feeling that trusting my bracelet is the way to go. Okay, I just need to touch my bracelet as it reacts to the testimony. Touch it. Oh my god. What's going on? I can see the witness's face, his expression so clearly. It's filling my mind. I can see nothing else, hear nothing else. Apollo? Trucy, what's happening to me? This is what I meant by focusing. This is what it's like to use your brain? Focusing? In this state, you can see everything, Apollo. Everything the witness does. That's great, but this is kind of freaking me out. Just look for Mr. Stickler's twitch, his habit. You remember it, right? Sure, when he says something he's not sure of, he fiddles with a page of his book. You got it, right now. Right now, you're looking at the witness's face. And your eyes are sort of bugging out. It's just like gigantic eyes twitching. Yeah, that overlaid on top of his sprite. I'll bet they are. First, move your focus of attention down to his hand. His hand? You know what to look for now, but you have to be looking at the right place. She's right, I can only see his face like this. Time to try changing my viewpoint. Perfect. Now you're really ready. Ready for what? Ready to perceive the truth behind the twitch. Perceive? Try listening to the witness talk back as you focus. Then watch for his habit. Right, you mean when he fiddles with the page. That's right. That's your signal to look closer, to perceive. Find his weak spot and I guarantee you'll be able to give him the royal flush. Spoken like a true pokerhead's daughter. I'm a magician, thank you very much. So I have to pay attention to his words and his fingers. Don't worry if you miss, you can always try again. Right. Look out, nervous twitch. Here comes justice. Here we go. I used my cell phone. I perceive you. Gotcha. Gotcha. I saw it just now. I could see it. Mr. Justice, do you have something to say? Oh, this banging of desks, it's quite bad for my circulation, you know. Mr. Stickler, allow me to ask you a simple question. Why did you fiddle with the page of your book just now? Surely Clavier is going to object to this line of questioning. The very moment you mentioned your cell phone? What are you talking about? I'm curious now about this cell phone of yours. Mind if I ask a few questions? What to ask, what to... The discrepancy between, got you right there. Well, I want to ask you a question. What should... I don't know what to ask him about. It's very good. Ask for his number. Ask to see his phone. Ask what model of phone. Mr. Stickler, tell me your phone number. Why? Whatever for? Why not? You have something against making friends? He's not objecting. He loves this. What does this witness's cell phone number have to do with the case? Absolutely nothing. This is an invasion of my privacy. His number's probably something dumb like 2. Not a cool number like 3. Seeing you grimace like that is making me wonder about your cell phone too. The witness will present his cell phone number to the court. You're making a weird face. Go on. Whoa. True Seeds, you have your cell phone? Sure do. Try dialing the number that he gives us. You want me to call Mr. Stickler's phone? This is all highly irregular. But good jam, too. Hey, my pocket's ringing. Wait, this is the phone from yesterday. I knew it. I knew this dumbass had a clock on his portable clock. Look, a cell phone. Someone dropped it beneath this tire and next to the stepladder. I think you mean ladder. I think I said what I said. If the car moved, it would be crushed for sure. Wonder if it belongs to the doctor here. How strange, Mr. Stickler. Can you explain why your cell phone is sitting here in my assistant's hand? I'm mad that the correct line of questioning was, what's your number? Thank you for the soup. 5 Years air guitar solo theme song does in fact have lyrics. Written by Shu Takumi. Hell yeah. Wait a minute! What is the meaning of this? This cell phone was found yesterday in the Maractus Clinic garage. The Maractus? Why, that's where the victim lived. Yeah, that's impossible. Every single Ace Attorney game I've played, I forget how much I enjoy seeing the witnesses like, oh my god, he's got me pose. And the DS meaning more frames of animation is just very good. Very much enjoying this. Their damage pose. Well, there's usually like a shock pose, like a little bit of damage, and then they're like, oh no, which is very good. Mr. Stickler, you lied to the courts, didn't you? If your cell phone is here, how could you have called the police? Do you have a favorite one? Oh god, off the top of my head, I don't know. For some reason, the thing that immediately comes to mind is from Phoenix versus Layton, with the lady with the fish that she kept trying to chop and the fish would dodge every time. Those are pretty good. Gants are good. I'm trying to think of what other ones. The radio sweating oil and then like exploding partly. Yeah, that was good too. The radio is very good. The fish was a recurring character. It's true. I didn't have my cell phone that night. April May being pissed off is pretty good. She had a scary face. That is why it can be said that I called the police from a public payphone. A payphone? So you didn't call on your cell phone after all. You used to call on your cell phone. Just where was this payphone located, Mr. Stickler? Well, it indicates it with a startlingly high degree of accuracy. It was right around now. So chat, you know how the thing that you watch YouTube on and Twitch is called a phone even though you don't use it for phone calls? There used to be like really big versions of them that they stuck into the ground and you have to put quarters into in order to talk to people. It's called a public payphone. They don't really have them anymore. Yeah, write that down. Sounds sounds fake. Nice, Grandpa. It was right around here. Sometimes I like to spread misinformation on the internet as a prank. That's so L-Riz. I don't... I know what all those words individually mean, but not in that order. You sure about that? Mm-hmm. Why didn't they use their cell phones? Great question. It was right around here. Skibidi. So you know how you have this white porcelain bowl in a room of your house? And that used to be actually used for shitting and farting. It wasn't just a reference to Skibidi toilet that everyone has in their home. There actually was a use of that before. There was a time before Skibidi. BS before Skibidi. It was the duration of period. That's quite a ways from the park. But why did you lie? There can be only one reason. You used to rotate a dial to make a phone call. We always had prop rotary phones for like theater, and they were really fun. It's really satisfying. The touch tone is just not the same. Going like boop boop beep boop beep. It's fun, but like the put your finger thing, spin around, and goes like yeah. Ain't nothing better than that. He didn't want the court to know he had lost his cell phone. Ski-bidet. Katie's onto something here. Not ski-bidet toilet, ski-bidet. That's what a touch-tone telephone is? Yeah, you touch and then it plays a tone. Because the rotary I believe, would interrupt the signal. I think it was like a different way of sending the phone, the number. I don't know, but it's a different technology. Katie's cooking in the toilet because it was found in the victim's garage. No. Post out phones, my boy. What are you saying? Anyway, I'm gonna get back to the video game. Mr. Stickler, you broke into the Maractus Clinic garage on the night of the murder. Broke in is a bit of a stretch with what we know, but hold on, let him cook. Apparently we're onto something with this line of questioning. The cell phone tells all. Let him ski. Hold on. Let him riz. But that's ridiculous. That makes it sound like I snuck into this fellow's garage to commit some crime. As though we were trying to kill him. Well, he was killed that night. Well, yes, but no. This line of reasoning has to be against the rules. The beginning of that slide, it's very good. It's true, I lost my cell phone, but you can't prove that I lost it that night. Well, Mr. Justice. It does have a clock on it. Look at this cute little watch strap, I want one. It's kind of odd. If you wanted to know the time, you could look at the phone. What does that tell you? The owner of this phone doesn't think through the details. And it's currently stopped at like 9:30. I don't know if that matters. They did drop their phone after all. Yeah, I don't know. If that cell phone was dropped the night of the murder, it does raise considerable sus as to a connection with the crime. Now's your chance, Apollo. Connect Mr. Stickler to the crime. Oh, he's already connected enough. I just have to prove it. Well, do I have a piece of evidence that can do the job? Can I prove the cell phone was dropped on the night of the murder? Surely I can, but I don't know. Of course I have evidence. Of course I do. This is not a safety save. This is a unsafety save. Because I live on the edge. I like your swagger here, forehead. Hit it. The court will see this evidence, Mr. Justice. Hit it, as they say. Save after the choice. Well, yeah, if I'm wrong, then... If I was supposed to say no, then rip, but it's fine. The evidence that proves the cell phone was dropped on the night of the murder is... The fact... Wait, actually, we do know. Because it was underneath... Well, it could have been kicked. I was like, it was underneath the car where it would have been rolled over. If the car moved, and we know the car moved on that night. But it could have just been kicked underneath the car after the car was parked. So, we actually don't know, but that's like almost something. The question is, how do I... Would it be the mirror? Is that a step ahead of what it wants, though? Makes me want to fight someone. This could be in like a fighting game for sure. Ready? Fight. Because I'm like, there's definitely times where in these games I'm like half of a step ahead of what they want me to say. Because I'm thinking it's the fact that it was underneath the car, which we can prove moved that night with the mirror. But I don't know if just presenting the phone. Because this says it was found beneath a car. And then they might be like, but then how do you know that the car didn't move or whatever? He's safety save. That's in a... Yeah. I'm just gonna present the phone. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? No comment here, Judge. No dice, Mr. Justice. Penalty. Apollo, remember where we found that cell phone. If it had fallen on the ground before that night, I would like to point to the court record that states, found beneath a car in the description for the phone. That's right, if the cell phone would have been crushed. Your Honor, one more chance, please. Mr. Justice, keep this up and you'll run yourself out of a life's worth of chances. The evidence that proves it is what my first instinct was, but I thought myself out of it. That's a side view mirror? As it so happens, Dr. Maractus's car was in an accidente. Carmine accidente that took place the night of the murder. An accident? An accidente. It happened a little after 9 p.m., just outside People Park, our murder scene. Dr. Maractus's car hit a pedestrian. What are you trying to say? From the absence of a mirror, it's clear that the car was parked after the accident, which means it was parked there after 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. If your cell phone had been dropped before the car was parked in that garage, then it would have been crushed. Unless someone got out of the car and kicked it by mistake, and it wound up. There was also a cat in the garage. The cat could have knocked it and battered it, so it landed there. There's a lot of explanations for how it could have gotten under the car at that period of time. After all, it was lying on the ground right under the wheel. Yarr. Ergo, Mr. Stickler. A little man's using the ergo. The only time you could have dropped this in that garage was after 9 p.m. the night of the murder in the park. It can't be overstated how much I appreciate that the localization team didn't just turn every screech into eek or arg or ah, but they've thrown a healthy dose of wargs and args and just lots of fun noises. It's good. Why after 9 p.m.? Well, his clock stopped at that time. You, Mr. Stickler, you know what this means? Yeah, Georg, you did break into the victim's garage that night. This is most unexpected, Mr. Justice. Are you naming the witness as a suspect in the murder of Pal Maractus? No, stop, this is too much. This can't be happening. Prosecutor, say something. I suppose it is worth saying this. No connection has been found between Wesley Stickler and Pal Maractus. That is, other than this decisive piece of evidence. I believe our next testimony will be most revelatory. Is the witness prepared? Yes, Your Honor. I know that face. That's the face of guilt. They say it's unusual for witness to be accused, but it happens all the time. In these games, yes. I don't know about in real life, but yeah, he definitely reminds me of Godot in terms of like he just likes to stand there and smile and be like, "Yeah, man, whatever you want," and he only gets serious when it's really important. Stickler's truth. That night, yes, I went to the supermarket. I must have dropped my cell phone on my way back, and when I was walking through the park, I happened to witness the crime. I saw the killer, the victim, the stand, all as clear as day. It was him. I saw the defendant at the scene. Soup? Yes, but your cell phone was lying in a garage. Yes, well, as you can see, my model of cell phone has a defect. It is given to rolling. It's quite a pain when I drop it alongside the road, you know. Huh? That looks like a normal cell phone to me. In any case, Mr. Justice, the cross-examination, please. We see, when I dropped it, it must have rolled away, and then the wheels fell off, and then the wheels rolled away as they were wheels, leaving it in quite an unfortunate position, wouldn't you say? That's funny. My bracelet didn't react at all during that testimony. His nervous habit must not be acting up. I didn't sense anything either, actually. Looks like you're on your own this time around. Right, no problem. I hope. Here comes justice. Yeah. That night, yes, I went to the supermarket. How super was it? So you went shopping, which means you were holding a grocery bag when you witnessed the murder taking place? Well, yes, of course. Incidentally, the prosecution has received no report of this domestic detail. Don't boo me, I'm not right. Mr. Stickler, can you explain yourself? A phone with wheels. His phone is actually the car we found the device under. This is the side view mirror to his phone. That changes everything. I mean, yes, I did go shopping, really. I walked around the supermarket trying out the free samples. It's a deeply spiritual time for me. I believe him when he says this. I'm sure the store clerks would disagree. Do you think sampling free food counts as a religion? Now this is apolojustice.jpg. Right here. Thank you, Trucy. In any case, that night, I sampled to my heart's content and was on my way back home, yes. He went to Costco. Oh, yeah. I was hungry for lunch, so I stopped in a Costco. Oh, did you get a hot dog? No. Free samples. And then on my way out, I stopped for dinner. Did you get a pizza? No, more free samples. Did you buy anything? Memories. I must have dropped my cell phone on my way back. Buy? You go to Costco to buy things? That's weird. If it's on a toothpick, it's free. That's when you passed in front of the Maractus Clinic. I like Trucy, might as well to commit crimes. Trucy actually does them without thought. I suppose so. Why, yes, that's correct. That was a pretty suspicious pause there, Mr. Stickler. Do you think you could be a bit more specific? Please show us the exact route you took on the night of the moide. Oh, of course. The supermarket is here along the main road. My way home from there, that's me, takes me past the Maractus Clinic. This is probably when I dropped my cell phone and it rolled on its wheels underneath the car. Yet woe is I walked on unaware of my loss. And walked right into that fateful park. And when I was walking through the park, I happened to witness the crime. Which entrance did you enter the park from? Well, to be exact, one might say that I went in from the entrance closest to the Maractus Clinic. The same entrance our victim used. Did you notice anything when you entered? Wheel marks from a noodle stand, for instance? I have no recollection of such a thing, no. Yet, though I might have missed the tracks, I could not miss what happened next. I am a keen observer of the obvious, you might say. So just a normal observer. Oh, he's a little bit sweaty there. I saw the killer, the victim, the stand, all as clear as day, but it was night. This part of the testimony is the key, I know it. Should I press him about the killer, the victim, or the noodle stand? The noodle stand. Do you happen to remember the noodle stand? Quite well, yes. For a student of the sciences, keen observation and healthy curiosity are vital. I remember everything. I could even read the sign. I believe it said, noodle. Yes, that was it. For remembering something quite well, it sure took you a while to tell us. And thank you for telling us that a noodle stand sells noodles. Very enlightening. Oh, it says noodle, does it? No, does it now? Oh, does it? Well, I just have a perfect replica right here in my pocket. You'll find it says noodle only if you're in a mirror universe. Are you? Mr. Witness, are you in a mirror universe? Is this my left hand or my right? Oh wait, it says noodle on that side. Oh shit. Huh, look at this. Apollo. Mr. Eldoon spelled his name backwards on this side. I think that says noodle. As in Eldoon's noodles. Uh-oh, I get it. So the name of his store is the same whether you read it forwards or backwards. Yeah, I guess it would be, well, except for the last S. Then how about a store called Team Meat? They predicted Super Meat Boy. Close, but that would be Tame Mate backwards. And what kind of store is that? A store that sells meat. It's not meat unless it's Team Meat. So what does it mean if he saw the cart on that side? That's gotta matter for something. Because, I don't know, do I have where's my map? So the X is, oh, those are just the locations. It was next to the Kentucky Mansion. That's me. No, I'm not smart enough. Thanks for telling us that. Well, Mr. Justice, what about that sign? Could that be important? Let's say it's important. The sign on the noodle stand said noodle. It appears the defense has just obtained a vital piece of testimony. Is this noodle stand's broth really that delicious? You like salt? I'll have to go sample the wares one of these days. I think that's worth adding to the testimony as well. Whatever sort of noodles that stand sells, it can't match up to IVU's cafeteria. Some apply to the school merely for a taste of our smart noodles. I wouldn't mind a taste of that myself. I'm smart. Put smart in your brain. I remember the sign on the stand the victim was pulling, it said Noodle. You've proven to be a most skilled witness. Skilled? What do you mean? I thank you for your powers of recollection. Your testimony just now is quite vital. Something going on up in your noodle there, forehead? If my gut feeling here is right, I've just stumbled across a major contradiction. Okay. I was like, I can go back and ask about the killer and other stuff, but they actually said, nope, you're good. The noodle. It was him! I saw the defense at the scene. Are you absolutely sure it was the defendant? Stop asking me the same questions over and over. This is some kind of makeup test. What's a makeup test, Apollo? Nothing a good student like you has to worry about. Time to find his weak spot and press it till he breaks. His habit isn't acting up, which means he isn't lying. I was kind of relying on my bracelet to get me through this one. But he's pretty unsettled. The odds are really high that you can get something out of him. That gleam in your eyes. You're a gambler's daughter through and through. I'm a magician, thank you very much. Noodle, huh? So the sign said Noodle. You're absolutely sure? Let me be frank. Yes. In fact, the word unsure isn't even in my dictionary, nor the word uncertain or... He ate all those pages. He was wasting time looking that stuff up. Noodle, eh? I like that. This tells you what you're getting. No nonsense. Tells me a lot more than that, actually. Why are you smiling like that, Apollo? It's creepy. Noodle. Noodle? And you're absolutely sure the sign read Noodle? Why, just last week, my professor offered me this praise. At least you have good eyesight, Stickler. I'll give you that. It read, without a doubt, Noodle. I see. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Is that pity I see in your eyes? Let's take a look at our map, shall we? So you're claiming that when you saw the sign, you were standing... Here, was it? Although it would have been a bit hard to read the sign from this spot. You think so? Mr. Stickler, I'd like you to please take another look at the stand, and to carefully read what the sign says. The sign actually states the name of the stand's owner. Eldunes. Inconceivable! I'm certain it was definitely Noodle for sure, positive. I'm afraid your professor was wrong about that eyesight. Oh, he's got nothing. I wouldn't be so quick to jump to that conclusion. The sign he saw changes everything. The witness says the sign said Noodle. Was it turned around the other way? Was it going one direction and then came back the other one? Let's say he saw it right. What would you say if I told you that there is one spot from which the sign would be read the way Mr. Stickler claims? Because we would only know that if we actually took the time to look at the evidence to see that says Noodle on the other side, so... Seems like it's probably that. What? Mr. Justice, show us this spot! The witness actually viewed the stand from this location. From up here? From this side? Wait, but there's a rock. Uh-oh. Or like a tree or something. What if he was on this side? The witness was standing here, on the opposite side. How do you know that? Apollo, answer me. Hold on, Your Honor. Okay, when viewed from the south, the sign on the stand reads El Dunes, as we know. However, observe the other side of the stand. Perceive the third dimension. This side says Noodle. Exactly, the name of the stand is split between the front and back signs. Mr. Stickler, you lied to the court. You witnessed the crime from the northern side of the park, not the south. Yow, you got me. Finally, he objects this. So what? He let us talk about so much random shit with no objections. It's because we're on to something. That's why he's stopping us, but it's funny. So what? So what? In the trilogy, there's a menu that says 1 ramen, 2 ramen, 3 ramen, 4 rice bowl. Thank you. Please only at me if it's urgent in the future. I'd appreciate it. Same as it ever was. So what? What does it matter if he saw the killing from the north or the south side? It makes no difference at all. He's right. Travel far enough to the south and you will end up going north. Viewed on a global scale, directions are utterly without meaning. Actually, maybe he's right. What does it change? It changes everything, Apollo. Trucy? Remember his testimony from before? Though, to be honest, I am a little scared of where this is leading. Meow. The killer and the victim are facing each other here. Then at the moment the killer raises his weapon, Mr. Stickler shouts. It changes what side the entry point was of the bullet. The victim turns his head to Luke, and the killer fires his pistol. This makes me so happy. I love these sequences so much. Like, this feels like the sweet spot to me between having the pixel art be of a high enough quality. I mean, I miss the slightly crunchier edge to the DS pixels / GBA. It's confusing because this is DS, you know what I mean? But like, you have pixel art, hand-drawn art, and more frames of animation to make that art more expressive, but then also sequences like this that they could not do on the GBA. And from having played Professor Layton vs. Phoenix, I would assume the other 3D games in the series are kind of similar to that, where they're very still charming, but I feel like the 2D just has a special place in my heart compared to the 3D models. And but having this extra level of like pre-rendered animation and stuff is just so good. That's why the bullet hit him in the right temple. There was a poll redeem. Thanks for letting me know. Are there any mods around? If not, I can get that in a sec. No contradictions, right? Right. But if Mr. Stickler was standing on the north side of the park, that reverses the whole scenario. Also, he's standing next to a bucket. Which is, I mean, there was like a cloth in that bucket, which maybe was used to wipe off the prints of the thing. Weird poll, but got it. Thank you, Weeb. Also, hi, Weeb. So what is the poll? Which? Ramen, 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 or rice bowl? There you go. Completely. If Mr. Stickler shouts from where he is now, and the victim looks in his direction, the bullet would have to hit his left temple, unless he used a trick bullet that went whoop and then went around the other side. In other words, someone standing at point K couldn't shoot the victim in his right temple. It's impossible. Well, just less likely, not impossible. Oh, that's right. So now that we know that Mr. Stickler was standing on the northern side, the wound location takes on an entirely different meaning. Indeed. You're absolutely correct, Fraulein. What's the meaning? The entry wound was on the right side of the victim's head, correct? Well, the right side of the victim's head is north. North? Oh! He pulled a wanted. He curved it. So, but that's where the witness, Wesley Stickler, was That's what... But then you... Correct. So, if he was standing to the north, then the only person here who could have shot the victim in the right temple was Mr. Stickler himself. Order! No, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. She's flipped this whole case on its head while I was still figuring it out. Did he slam the wall behind him? Clarify 1 point for me if you would. Hair forehead. What now? Are you truly accusing this college student, a male college student, of murder? Well, I can't say he exactly looks innocent, but something still doesn't feel right. I just can't picture him as the real killer. No, please look aside. I'm really a nice guy. All my friends say so. Let's hear what the defense has to say. What are you gonna do now, Justice? Should I really accuse Mr. Stickler? Accuse him of murder, accuse him of another crime, or no accusation? Oh, shit. Well, here's the thing, is he could have done it. And then he had a cloth, he wipes off the prints, and then he has a convenient trash can right there to throw away the cloth, and then throw the gun down for some reason, and then bolt, and then go back to Miraculous's clinic where he drops his cell phone after that point. What else could he have done? Because we've established, from where we're at right now, we've kind of established no one else could have shot him other than him. But what other crime could he have done? Or is he innocent? And I'm confused. Maybe get him for mail fraud? You know. No, those eyelashes are the real deal. Accuse him of crimes? Let me look at the record real quick. I'm an attorney. That's good. With the map. With the bowl. That trash can was where we found what's-her-face's bloomers, wasn't it? Plum's bloomers. Found the trash can. It wasn't a cloth, it was the bloomers. Is this important? Are we gonna be like, he didn't murder anyone, but he stole panties? I mean, we can afford to make some mistakes. But then how else could he have been shot? And by whom? And the whole point is we're trying to prove it wasn't our client and he's the only other person there. So I still feel like I should maybe be like, no, it was him. And these were in the exhaust pipe of the car, which we now know he also went to. Is this guy guilty of everything? I don't think it's no accusation. He's clearly done something weird. God damn it, I don't know. I'm gonna accuse him of another crime and throw the bloomers at him and see what happens. Because that's funny to me. I don't think he's a killer, but he's not innocent either. I mean, Apollo also was like, I don't know, it feels weird to me. So I don't know. His unusual silence tells me that much. Mr. Stickler, you seem unusually quiet. Case 3, am I right? It's case 2. Tell us why now. Why are you quiet? The word confession isn't in my dictionary. Tisk, care forehead. I'm afraid it falls to you to elucidate Air Stickler's silence. Mr. Justice, you did say you were accusing the witness just now for a crime other than murder. Your reason? The court's all yours. I know he's guilty of something. What crime other than murder is there? Do I have evidence that shows his involvement in some other crime? Your evidence? The court's all eyes, Mr. Justice. Show us evidence that points to the witness's involvement in a crime. We found it's warm in here. We found in the trash can. Something tells me this isn't one of those good silences. Something else to say, Mr. Justice? One more chance, please? By all means. But your effort wasn't wasted. Look, a brand new penalty. Please reveal your thoughts to the court. I'm gonna save. I'm very relieved that that wasn't the right answer. It seems like there is something here. What else? What else? Is it the phone? Wrong panties? Why would it be these? Why would it be these? No, it's fine. No, chat, don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm just like, I don't understand why it would be those. Because we established he was standing next to the trash can where we found these. How does this more strongly tie him to anything that happened? Think about it. I'm thinking about it. It was in the exhaust pipe of the car. We know that we are claiming he broke into the clinic and dropped his phone there. We don't know what he was doing at the clinic. But what on earth would tie these to him? Right, but a thing you own being next to a different thing doesn't mean there's a connection. Anything you want to share with the class? I don't, just... They're quite fashionable. Why I say truces, it should say magic. Yeah, there's a lot of ways this could be less awkward. And I'll try. If I'm wrong, I can just reload the stave. The evidence is this. Why? He looks like he's holding them in court. What is that? Women's underwear? Hey, those are mine. What is happening? Don't look at me like that! Order, order, order. Mr. Stickler, while I can't say this comes as a shock, it's not what it seems by Pythagoras theorem. Pythagorilla? A squared plus banana squared equals more banana. On the night of the murder, just past 9 p.m., a young girl catches a panty snatcher red-handed. Bravely, she gives chase, but the snatcher flees and hides himself in no other place than the Maractus Clinic garage. Incidentally, so we're really just going off of we found his phone there, which is where the panty thief went, therefore there's no other option. That seems like such a stretch to me. These panties were found in the exhaust pipe of the car there. Like, I'm fine with that being what happened. It just seems like, how was I supposed to logically get to being like, this proves that he did a different crime? It's just the timing of it. Where did it say the timing? Did I just have to remember that it was around 9 p.m. that night? Because I don't remember the timeline of the exact times they gave us. Yeah, I remember it was in the exhaust pipe, but that isn't... The car would have been there after... What time? Tore off the car, I hit him. The clock stopped at 9:30 on this thing. The death was at 10. I guess I just forgot the exact time it happened. Alright. Had to be at the accident. Yeah, well, yeah. I still, like... Imagine if he dropped his phone and then a panty thief ran in here and then kicked a random phone underneath the car. I don't know. I'm just not buying it. It's fine. I'll just move on. Presumably he was trying to hide the evidence of his crime. Ergo, while you may not be a murderer, you are guilty of panty snatching in the first degree. We're on case 2. Why are we here? Hear me out, it's not what it looks like. Order, order, order. Talk about an amicus brief. Boo-doo, boo-doo, boo. That's me destroying a symbol. Mr. Stickler, you should be ashamed. It's not what it... See. Oh. He's alright. So are we to understand that you were silenced not because you were guilty of murder, but because you lacked the courage to admit your theft of this girl's undergarments? Perhaps you're not aware that my school's name was originally written IV. I stands for intelligent, V stands for valiant, see? Your point? I'm not done now. I'm a major of the science department. And what does science teach if not curiosity? Yes, we of the IVU science department are valiantly curious. No challenge is too daunting, and what greater challenge to science than a mystery? Come on, you're talking about a girl's panties here. No, you do not understand. A mystery is the unknown, and the unknown is unacceptable. And my friends, when it comes to mysteries, those panties are the promised land. From the moment I first laid eyes on them, I was compelled to investigate for science. I'm assuming, God help me, I'm assuming he saw one of her shows and saw that she used them as a magic trick and was like, I want to know how that works. God fucking smite me if that's not the case. A full-size car tire was only the first mystery those panties revealed. Yeah, okay, we're good. We're fine. The game's just deliberately making things awful, but it's fine. A tire? Yes, I saw her do it. She pulled a tire out of those panties. But that's not all. First, there was the tire, then a stew pot, and a frozen chicken. One mystery after another. It was magic. This doesn't... That I can almost understand, but then why these? But then why these ones? What? Oh, I remember now. He's one of the regulars in the audience at the Wonder Bar. Huh? He's talking about my magic panties trick. I just don't understand. A broom from a pair of panties, it mocks the very laws of physics. A broom and a frozen chicken? A pollo? Trucy? Whatever happened to doves and bunny rabbits? Mr. Stickler, you stole this girl's panties to understand a magic trick? You say panties, but they are so much more than that. For me, they are an object of a serious study. I wonder. There has been a recent rash of panty snatchings in the area. Were they all you? I am sorry, but I did it for science. I don't know if I can say this is my least favorite Ace Attorney case, but it might be one of my least favorite pieces of fiction writing. It's kind of incredible. Each time I spied a pair of panties flapping in the breeze, I thought maybe this would be the pair to elucidate the mystery. That night she chased me through the streets. I wept tears of joy. Perhaps this is the night I will seize the truth. Yet woe was I, for once again the lacy heart pattern truth slipped through my fingers. Still, that leaves one thing unexplained. You refer to our witness's other lie, yes? The witness claimed he saw the crime from the south, but it was in fact in the north. Indeed. Would anyone care to explain why he lied about that? Be my guest, Hair Forehead. Me? Did I not hear you correctly? Did you not say you do not accuse the witness of murder? Why then did the witness lie about his location at the time of the shooting? Or have you no idea? Apollo, there's something about the way the diagram is arranged right now. When you think about it, right near where Mr. Stickler was standing, isn't there a... Well, Mr. Justice, what say you? Do you have any evidence to show why the witness lied about his situation? About his location? Is it these? Is it because the evidence that shows why he lied is this? Why are we still here? Why are we still here? What? More panties? How many panties are you carrying in your pocket, Hair Forehead? These are the last, honest. These were found in a trash can at the park. Looking at the diagram, we can see that the trash can was right next to where the witness stood. Mr. Stickler, you didn't. Alas, I'm a failure as a scientist. I can't unravel the mysteries of the universe. I can't even unravel a pair of panties. So, these panties are your handiwork as well? That night, I had been chased, hounded into the Maractus Clinic garage. Weeping in frustration, I was forced to abandon my prize. Don't you see how I felt? Believe me, I'd rather not. I hid in the garage for a short while. Then, abandoning the panties, I made for home. To avoid the office where the girl works, I went towards the south end. You know where she works? Stop it! When I saw them hanging there on a clothesline by a giant mansion. A giant pair of panties. Apparently he didn't know these bloomers belonged to the mob. I had them safe in my pocket, ready to take home, when I stumbled upon a murder. Sure, it's just torpedo the quality. It just keeps going. The murder of Dr. Maractus. It makes me feel like Shu Takumi used a random noun generator. And he's like, what's gonna be the important MacGuffin at the heart of the case? And it came up with panties. And he was like, I don't know about that. And he rolled it again. It came up with panties the second time. He went, wait, 2 pairs of panties. Now that's a puzzle. I reported what I had seen, but as I waited for the police to arrive, I got scared. What if they searched me? That's when you disposed of the bloomers. Yes, it was a severe blow to the progress of science, but one that had to be borne. If you hit on the second roll, you gotta keep it. You gotta. A fascinating, if disturbing tale. That's why you call it a pair of underwear, because you always have 2. You layer them. Wait, does this mean our client is guilty of murder? I believe this brings today's proceedings to a close. And I'm more than pleased to dismiss this witness for the remainder of the trial. One last thing, if I might. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Regardless of where we ended today, some vital points were made. Namely, the defendant, Waki Kataki, was at the scene of the crime. And he was pointing a weapon at the victim. One more thing. Waki Kataki has a clear motive. Indeed, the defendant, Waki Kataki, is still the prime suspect in this case. The only suspect, in fact, assuming there was no one else on the scene at the time. Yet a mystery remains. The location of the wound in the victim's right temple has yet to be explained. The court requests further investigation from both the defense and prosecution. Yeah, baby. No problem. Very well, this brings the trial for the day to a close. Court is adjourned. We have to do more it is case 2. All right. June 16, 2:23 p.m. Right anything agency. What a train wreck that was. I'm glad we made it out of that trial alive. Really? I had fun. And Waki made it through the day, too. Everyone was too obsessed with panties to bother with the real case. But it was good publicity. Imagine the crowd at my show tonight. You should come, Polly. Yeah. The amazing Mr. Hat will be making an appearance. Hi, folks. I'll be here all week. That's about enough of him. Hello? Ah, Miss Tiola. Thank you for today. The trial went well. Did it? Oh, right. No problem. Do you think Waki will be okay? Well, he's not guilty yet. Not that we helped his case at all. Please, you have to help him. We're supposed to get married next month. Oh, congratulations. Got a way to put the pressure on a guy. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Yeah. Yeah, I'm an attorney. I don't know much about the case. I feel so helpless. You're my only hope. Help my Waki Pocky. Waki Pocky. Is that if you take 2 sticks of Pocky and then you kind of use them as like long feet? Walk them on the table, and that's your Waki Pocky? Do you know anything about these panties? Do you know anything about this cell phone? Do you know anything about, this gun? How about the knife? How about noodles? Okay, bye. Sup? Now I'm Pocky. Yeah, me when I remember Pocky exists. Marriage! Are you sure about marrying into the Kataki family? I'm fine with it, and I love Waki with all my heart. That's so sweet. So it doesn't bother you that you'll be married to the mob? That sounds like the name of a reality TV show. Married to the mob. I don't think so. My parents are against it, of course. Say, where did you and Waki first meet anyway? Good question. Miss Taylor doesn't look like the type to have gangster connections. It's an old movie. Maybe that's why it rang a bell. Married to the Mob. 1988. It's a crime comedy film. I see. I've never seen it. The poster is fucking nuts, though. Yeah, well, 88 is old. Phew, as a 1989 baby, I made it just in time. I'm trying to find a high quality. I just really needed to, the poster here. Chat's gonna explode, it's fine. Angela always wanted to give marriage a shot. I just want to really highlight the drawing of the gangster baby. I think the gangster baby just did something for me that I really wanted to highlight. Because that's... Movie posters ain't the same, man. We really were in a golden age for a while there. This wide chat. Sorry, we're back. That, but it's Barry holding a Tommy gun. That'd be good. Anyway, we met at my old job, actually. Dan just beat Pantheon of Hollow Knight. Oh, shit. Congrats to Dan. That is nuts. That is no joke. Office romance. How sweet. She's not very forthcoming with information about herself, is she? Did you know that the boss is trying to get out of the business? Really? Mr. Kataki wants to quit being a gangster? He's trying to transfer his assets into a normal company. He only announced it recently, out of the blue. I hear there's quite a lot of confusion in the ranks. I wonder if this explains that apron. I can't imagine Waki going along with that. He's highly motivated, isn't he? That's not the word I would have used. He said, I'll be the next big boss. Big boss. And keep the family alive. Colonel. I think he's at that age when boys want to make a mark on the world. That's not the way I would have put it. His father moves in a lot of circles. He's really focused on profits. The Kataki family's been making a killing recently. Again, not the way I would have put it. But Waki says it's not about the money. They have the gangster tradition to uphold. A generation gap. They've even got the ever-classic what about the family business thing going on. Usually it's the father worried about tradition. Big Mars. A business to die for. Can I ask you a question about Waki? I understand he was operated on by the victim, Dr. Maractus. Apparently, yes. I was in his clinic about half a year ago. He messed up my op something bad. And then he just lets me go without a word. See you later, bye. So I gotta go and get another doctor to patch me up again. Yes, it sounded horrible. Waki's always been fond of fighting, I'm afraid. Not sure it qualifies as fighting when pistols are involved. Mr. Gavin was saying his life might be in danger, wasn't he? No, that can't be right. I'm sure he was just trying to scare us. It's scary to think that a surgeon might make a mistake. But it's even scarier when he tries to hide it. I'd like to know a little more about this operation. Maybe it's time to pay the Maractus Clinic a visit. I should be getting home now. Waki's in your hands, Mr. Justice. Right. Leave it to me. Apollo, I think you're only making her more nervous. Sorry, I'm new at this, okay? It's all right. I believe in you. You should. I have a long and storied career of one case that was successful due to fraudulent evidence. It's fine. Okay. A gunfight? Yeah, but you call it a gunfight. You don't call it a fight. Anybody here? Detention center. Is there a Maya Fey in there? Looks like Waki's out for questioning. I need to talk to him. Guess we'll come back later. Excuse me? Yes? The other suspect is all through with questioning, sir. The other? Ah, you mean the panty snatcher? Wesley Stickler. So they arrested him, too. All right, let's have a little chat with Mr. Stickler. Hope I don't regret this. He is a valuable witness. He is a bit precious. I'll give him that. Please keep this brief, if you would. I'm quite busy. I need to finish this paper. It's you! Mr. Stickler, we'd like to have a few words with you. Very well. As long as they're few. Nothing would make me happier, believe me. I'm an attorney. Fine, ignore my evidence, see if I care. I wonder what he's on second thought, let's not go there. Thank you, Buck. I use it to smell things. Does he ignore everything? Everything? What about these? That's it! The mystery, the unanswerable riddle! Actually, they're just a normal pair of panties. What? How is that possible? Just takes practice, that's all. Then you must teach me, you must! To think if I could produce a pencil, an eraser, a textbook, and a lunch. Oh, from a pair of panties, my life would be complete. He's serious, isn't he? What about your phone? He's ignoring his own phone. What about the second pair? He's also ignoring those. How about the gun? Alright. Mr. Stickler, on the night of the murder, you stole fizzy lifting drink. Wait! I can't help but feel like I'm being misunderstood. How exactly? Yes, that night, I obtained a pair of panties, it's true. However, it was my burning curiosity that drove me to do it, nothing more. You wanted to know the trick to my panties, right? You're here too? Oh, great Trucy, teach me. Eh? I must know the secrets of your panties. My very existence hangs on the balance. Please make me your apprentice. Apollo, help. I don't know, I think he'd make a great, lovely assistant. You could saw him in half. Don't say that, Apollo. What did you witness? Could you relate what you saw the night of the murder to us one more time? Why not? Though it hardly differs from the testimony I gave in court. The defendant was there in the park that night. Of this, I'm quite certain. He was pointing a pistol or something like that at the victim. That's when I shouted, "Stop, you two! Let's resolve this like gentlemen." And the next moment, a shot was fired. And this is all true? Really? My panties are gone, my innermost heart revealed. What further reason could I possibly have to lie? I can't think of anything you want to hide more than panty snatching, true? It sounds like Wacky was at the scene of the crime after all. How I wish it weren't so. That's all we got for now. What's going on there? That security camera's looking at me. I wonder if they tape all of this. A security guard. He stands here, watching this room. I have no idea if he's listening to us talk. Not even sure he's breathing. He's definitely a cardboard standee. Alright, see you later. Did Paul say to come after? No, I said to. I added that. Hey, it's Mr. Eldoon! Mr. Eldoon! What's wrong?
So, you found my stand. That's why I'm here, to thank you.
Ah,
But now it's a crime scene and they won't let me have it back. That's also why I'm here. I've got no other place to go.
I see.
How can a noodle stand be a crime scene? That's what I don't get, Trucy doll. Even in death, he's after my neck, I tell ya. Bah. Can't even cook an honest noodle.
I don't have the tab open, otherwise I would play Gangplank Alien again. He? Even in death. You mean the victim, Dr. Maractus?
I tell you, it's enough to drive a man to make his soup even saltier.
Remind me never to eat his noodles when he's in a bad mood.
That stand, for generations it served up the very best noodles us Eldoons could make. A tradition of noodles and salty broth. It's more than a stand, it's history, I tell you.
Watch what you say or it might become true. That's a great story, Mr. Eldoon. A single stand passed down from generation to generation.
Of course, to be honest, I didn't plan on doing it.
That's right, you said something about that. About you rebelling against your pops, was it?
Good memory, Trucy doll. I was a go-getter back in my day. Until my friend next door butted in. In the end, I was left with nothing but this dusty old stand to earn my fortune.
Mr. Eldoon, I don't mean to pry. What exactly did you do before you became a chef?
Let old Noodles lie, that's what I say.
Starting to get an idea of what he did anyway.
He stole my dreams and left me with nothing but noodles. And now I don't even have that.
Yeah, I think the noodles probably did the crime. Mr. Eldoon, if I might ask, what exactly happened between you and the Maractus Clinic?
Eh,
Couldn't help but sense enmity there.
enmity, I hate him. I hated him acting like he smells like roses when he's rolling in mud.
Excuse me? He's the only doctor at that clinic, you know.
Pretty impressive, eh? I tell you the secret to his success, the mob.
Good luck with that, Paul. I see if you do. Godspeed. Just ask that you don't at me in the future, but appreciate it. And hope you... Please report back with your findings if you enjoy Famous Amos. Hot Amos.
You mean the Kataki family? They're always having one of them turf wars or whatnot. Always an injury or two that needs fixing. Maractus saw a chance for some business. So he started giving the Kataki family a good deal.
A deal?
Every fifth operation for free. He stole the idea from my pops. One free bowl of noodles a week, he used to say.
Can a doctor just decide to do that? What about the insurance companies?
Oh, no doubt it's illegal, but I got him good and with the family. Pretty soon he was getting all the business in town. Leaving me here in the dark. Up to my neck in soupy noodles.
I think I figured out Mr. Eldoon's former occupation. Can't hurt to ask, Apollo. Maybe it can hurt to ask. Mr. Eldoon, or should I say, Dr. Eldoon?
Figured it out, did you? That's right, I was a doctor. A surgeon. Until the year before last.
He did surgery on a pasta. He did surgery on a ravioli. So Mr. Maractus was your rival.
You like those onions they put in the soup broth?
Yeah, kinda.
You take a spoon, you drink some broth, those onions will find their way in there. For people who like them, why, that's just fine. For people who hate them, I hate onions, hate them. Always sneaking in from the side, getting in the way of a good tasting spoonful. Well, that's what he was, an onion. Onion boy, that's what I called him.
So you weren't exactly friends.
Ha! Me and Pal Maractus. Ever since preschool, we were getting in each other's faces. No matter what I did, sure enough, he'd come following along. Then he'd do it better than me, just blow right past without so much as a howdy.
I see. He was a cowboy.
That's right. I was a surgeon long before he was, you know. And that no-good onion boy comes along.
Well, Trucy, looks like we found ourselves a new suspect. Don't say that.
Thanks to him, I was forced to trade in my scalpel for a ladle. Sorry, guy. Sorry, pal. Didn't mean to weigh you down with an old man's ramblings.
No, it's fine.
By way of apology, you ever get yourself in a spot of trouble, you drop by.
Eh?
You're investigating Maractus, aren't you?
Yeah?
Well, you want to know about a doctor, you ask a doctor. That's all I'm saying. You just think of me if you need something, Trucy doll.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Eldoon. I guess the time spent listening to him complain wasn't entirely wasted.
Well, we've got to check out this clinic, that's for sure.
What about the guard? No harm in asking. Excuse me.
Hey, it's you two from yesterday.
That's the same officer that was standing out by the park yesterday.
Your business is over in the park, isn't it? The clinic's off limits. It's not involved. But what part of off limits do you not understand? Show me proof that the clinic is connected to the incident in the park, or beat it.
No harm in asking. No gain either. No point in sticking around here, I guess. Oh yeah, no worries, Evie. I appreciate it, but yeah, leave that stuff to the mods. For sure. Maybe we have to go back to the park. Kentucky Mansion. Yipes, she's back. Hey, you two, over here. Us? Yo, Little Plum, what's up? I think all this gangsteries is a negative influence on Trucy. She's saying, what's up? The mob's gotten to her. I heard you retrieved my bloomers. Well, I was just doing it. A man speaks clearly and takes credit where it's due. You caught the thief, didn't you? Yes, sorry, I caught him. You're cute when you're nervous, Polly. I'll deal with you later. But enough about bloomers. What about my son, Walkie? Walkie, well, he's, clearly. Yes, ma'am. This is why I was kind of hoping we could avoid coming back here. Walkie. He's really everything you'd expect in a boss's son. I'm gonna be a gangster, dude. But life does have an appeal for that age, particularly for boys. What? Don't look at me like that. He was shot in a turf war about half a year ago. Yeah, we heard the story from Walkie. But he didn't tell you the whole story. You know, even if he had a pistol then, he couldn't have shot anyone. What? He acts like he's hard, but he couldn't shoot someone to save his life. I should know, I'm his mom. Her words do have a certain weight to them. Hopefully, when this is all taken care of, he and the boss can sort out their differences. The boss? You mean Walkie's father? Big boss? They didn't seem to be on the best terms, did they? It's true. One of our pistols is missing. So the murder weapon was from this mansion. Kind of figured, given the difficulty of obtaining a gun these days. None of the rank and file have access. Only the boss, myself, and Walkie could have taken it. I see. I'm sure the cops will continue tromping all over the mansion because of this case. Maybe this is a sign that it's time for a change. Doesn't seem too concerned, at least. Walkie can't kill a man. He's never done it. Walkie's fiancée. They're getting married next month, correct? I suppose. She's been staying over lately. You don't look too happy about that, Little Plum. How'd you guess? Even I could tell that. Could you tell us more about her? Walkie brought her home one day. Says he wants to tie the knot. I can see why. She's so pretty. Oh, she's pretty enough, but, you know. Nah, it's probably just me being sus. Stay in this business too long, and you start to only see darkness in people. You get a nose for it. A nose for people. A nose for trouble. I wonder what the problem is. It's like a gangster's only version of female intuition. The boss may act tough, but that boy means the world to him. Walkie seems like he's against his father's position. It's to be expected. We're in a bit of a transition now. Trying to cut our ties to the shadier side of the street and do more on the up and up. Walkie isn't too enthusiastic about the change, it's true. But why the change? Is the gangster thing just not paying the bills? Yeah, it pays, but we need a lot of money right now. Clean money, that is. Something must be up. She'll see things the way the boss sees them someday. Should I try to give these back to her? About these. My bloomers! Thanks for that, I owe you one. I thought you might like them back, so... oh no. Why don't you keep them as a souvenir? Oh no, I couldn't, really. Thanks for the offer, but I could use those in my Magic Panties act. I'll pull shivs and pieces and godfathers out of them. Great. Now your props are going from bland to dangerous. So this pistol belongs to the Kitaki family, is that correct? Plum and the boss are a great couple. They seem great. It's one of the pieces we keep around. That is, we used to keep around. They're all gone now. Police came yesterday and took everything. Everything but my broom. Don't you think you should have given them that too? You kidding? Can't clean up very well without a broom. Furious sweeping noises. Can you tell me if this knife belongs to Waki? That's his knife, all right. Bought it for him for his birthday. That's a pretty hardcore present. I remember him falling asleep with it clutched in his arms. Oh, I know the feeling. I'll bet he was just as happy as I was with my plastic spaghetti. And Plum's like, what? You what? You huh? Me? Sorry, kid, got no idea what you're talking about. You don't know about his checkup report? I'm an attorney. You don't know what an attorney is? Soup? Alright. Can I go into the park? Can't wait to see Shiv in the Max Matter show, right? Shiv's gonna go, ta-da! What am I missing? Poor Mr. Eldoon. His stand's been staying here since this whole thing started. Almost looks at home here in the park now. I think it should be made into a playhouse for children. I think its owner would disagree. Trash can sits next to the path here. I guess now we know it was Mr. Stickler who hid little Plum's bloomers here, huh? That's right, Trucy, and what a web of lies grew from that one little act. I can still remember that moment. You brandished those bloomers on high and shouted, "Objection!" Here's what I want you to do, Trucy. Take that memory, gently lock it deep away in your heart, and never speak of it. It's good. A mannequin put in place of the body. I think I've seen him by the police station. The way he's forced to look at the ground now, day in, day out. Kind of sad. The tarp. Blue plastic tarps cover the ground around the stand. They were apparently put here to preserve the crime scene. The weapon. Oh, hi, Shiv. Yeah, we're talking about the weapon nickname, Shiv. Also, hi. A knife is sticking straight out of the ground. Remember what Wesley Stickler said in the trial today? Waki was very likely pointing this at the victim. Like he wanted to kill him. Yeah, that's the problem. Hum. Park crime scene is off limits to the public. The police officer on guard by the gate is yawning. He noticed me staring and snapped his mouth shut. Too late, Mr. Officer, I saw you. I saw you. This trash can, this is where we found the mirror. Come to think of it, wasn't there something else in here? Something near the bottom. Right, the slippers. Look at the paint on these, that means these must have ended up in here after Mr. Wright's accident. Maybe they're connected, let's pick them up. That's what we needed. How's the old lady doing? Looks like the old lady's at it again. Look, I told you yesterday the park's off limits. And I told you yesterday this is how I go home. Okay, you want me to go around? How about giving me $5 like yesterday? The con artist strikes again. She's doing her best. Park crime scene is off limits. Alright. Back to the clinic. I guess I just present it to the clinic. No, I'm trying to get cracking. I am. How do I maybe examine the door? Let me in. Let me in. The walls and posters so highly polished I can see my face in them. Wait, my hairdo's a little flat. There, perfect. Close call, Apollo. Police car is parked in front of the miraculous clinic. It's empty. Police must be inside investigating. Can I just move inside? Didn't I just come here and there was an officer who was like, show me evidence? Where'd he go? Where did he go? How's the cat doing? Oops. Oops. Kitty cat! Kitty. Yeah! It's not coming down. We do look kind of sus. It's okay. His hair won't hurt you. She won't make you disappear in her head. Am I missing something else in order to proceed? Or what? They made it seem very clearly I needed something to connect the two locations, which I now have. Maybe I have to have inspected the bottom again. Bottom is covered with paint. Looks like a leaf was stuck to the bottom when the wearer stepped in some yellow paint. All that was left when the leaf was removed. I saw you try to wipe your hand on my cape. Oh my. Oh my god. Thank you, Kelly. You turned Puppet Barry into the baby from the poster for Married to the Mob. Thank you. This is everything I've ever wanted for the last 20 minutes. In body shaped like an elbow noodle, which is peak proportions. He a macaroni. Thank you. This has blessed my day. Giving macaroni. That's goals, honestly. How do I get in? Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Examine the window, the thing, the sign. Chat, how do I get in? Chat, help me, chat. Chat, help me get in. How do I do? What am I missing something still? Someone else requested timeout. Just break in, smash the glass. What if I already tried showing you these and you didn't care. What do you think about a gun? None. Just leave for now. Where? What do you think of my gun? Try finger. Butthole. If everything that Painting Snatcher said was true, it doesn't put Waki in a very good position, does it? He was at the scene of the crime, that's pretty clear. There's got to be a different angle on this. Well, let's get investigating. No time like the present. So, any leads? One moment. She's processing. Shazam! Alakazam! Well, evidence keeps flying out of nowhere. Ta-da, that's all. Neat, huh? Yeah, real neat. Are those actually leads or is she just fucking around? Well, I could... Don't know if he cares. Never mind. Just hoping to meet with my client. Waki Kataki's just finished questioning. I'll bring him out. Oh, good. Finally. Yo, sup, my little imposter? What did you call me? Shazam! It's you? Sorry, G. Thought you were Alita. My little imposter sure is a strange nickname. Oh, God. Mogus. It's a Clink thing. You wouldn't understand. Did I say imposter? I meant poster. Like poster girl. Aight? If you're gonna drop part of that, why not drop poster and just call her girl? Cause she's so much more than that, G. She's like an angel, a fallen angel. So, what can I do you for? You don't look so chipper today, Waki. Worried about your heart condition, maybe? Oh, she's laying up taking eye exams. Better to die young than fade away, bizoy. We have to hear. Did your father not tell you that bullet you carry so close to your heart is not intended to merely? Damn! Hey, Dan. I heard that you finished the Pantheon of Hollow Nest. Are the rumors true, Dan? Congratulations. I ain't trying to hear that. A man fights to protect what's valuable to him. You know what I'm saying? Woo! You can... Oh my god. Congrats. Shouts to Dan. Also, chat, on Dan's channel tomorrow evening, new Dan Jones and Dragons session. You can watch us play D&D. It's a good day. Tomorrow's gonna be fucking nuts. In a good way, I guess in a good way. We'll find out. I'm very excited. It's gonna be an interesting session. And if you haven't been around, we'll get you caught up. I miss my fallen friend. Hey, you go get a leader for me. You're my lawyer, aren't you? Lawyer, not gopher. Feud. I don't know what he's up to in that world. But the continuing adventures of Trilby Hornsparrow. Your fiance. I'm really good at naming stuff. I hear you're to be married next month. Straight up, we poured the nuptial 40 out on the stoop. Is a nuptial 40 a thing? Alita, oh Snapple Cakes, she's so fine. I think he's smitten with her in his own weird way. I was wondering, how did you two meet? I asked Tiala, but she was very vague. I gotta go pick up a 40. Well, well, man, if she wouldn't tell you, I best hold my tongue, you feel me? What? Man, what's past is past, she knows that. When I'm with Alita, I feel like there's things worth protecting out there, you feel me? And my Alita, she's down with that all the way. So both of them are mum about their past. Not the clinic. Hey, Brooke. So fine. Do you think you could tell us what happened with you and Pal Maractus? There's something you should know. We Katakis are having what you might call a feud with the Ravalis family. So about 6 months back, I go on a Ravalis turf packing a knife, right? And you were shot. Coldest thing I've ever seen. One shot to the heart, but my homies weren't too late. There it is. There it is. It's a miracle that I lived. It's already considered one of the 7 wonders of the Kataki family, you know that? So you were taken to the Maractus clinic then? You should have seen their faces when they wheeled me in. You can't just let the boss's son die, you know. I hate to have been in that doctor's shoes. Mr. Kataki's scary enough when he's not angry. But the bullet that hit you, it was never removed. And it's still threatening his life. That doctor, he did it on purpose. The Ravalis paid him off, I'm sure of it. I need to hear more about the night of the murder. That much is clear. Wait, many Ravalis? I don't believe so. Unless life in the family's a G-thing. It's about being a man. You know what I'm saying? Capiche? Here in the Yakuza, we get the top shelf gabagool. Sorry, I'm not up on my G things. I'm not even sure what a G thing is. But my old man, he's gone soft. He says the old rival gang days are over. He just wants to make money. Isn't that a good thing? Man, there ain't no soul in making money. Better live fast and die young, for shizzle. Wait till I run the yard. Then everyone will know what time it is. That's right, OG time all the time. Represent. Apollo, why does he keep talking about old guys? I don't think that's what OG means, Trucy. It stands for orange juice. You tell me about these slippers? Leave it up bits nominally. We met a month ago at Whole Foods. She was buying celery. I was buying rosé. Yeah, whatever. Seems preoccupied. Not sure he even looked at my evidence. Orange goose. He's thinking about Alita. About these weapons, the pistol and the knife. They belong to the family. I snuck them out that night. So the killer, Mr. Stickler, says he saw that. What it says he saw that night was. I guess it was me. I was there after all. We're finished. Yo, Waki, do you think you could tell us exactly what happened that night? Yeah, you don't beat around the bush, do you? I like your style, shorty. Can we ask about it now? No, okay. Actually, there's a question I've been wanting to ask you for a while now. That is, did you do it? Did you shoot him? I don't know. Huh. The day of that checkup, when I found out about the bullet by my heart, I borrowed a gun from my family stash. Figured I'd give that doctor a taste of his own bad medicine. Yo, I don't like where this is going. But you were carrying a knife, weren't you?
Oh, that? Yeah, well, never can't be too careful, I say. So I'm on my way to the clinic, right? When I run into him in the park, and he's dragging this noodle stand behind him.
Wait, you didn't put him up to that? Like, you know, in the movies?
If you value your life, you'll bring the stand. Shorty, you're more whack than I am, and that's saying something. But I was serious. The thing is, I don't remember what happened next all too well. You don't remember? But the way I see it, if there wasn't anyone else there that night, then I guess it probably was me who did him in. You know what I'm saying?
That's all we're getting out of him? No, we're so boned. Now can I go to the clinic? What else is there to talk about with him? Can I go in now? Let me in! It feels like there's more to that, but I don't know what else. It's so Jover. We're so back. It's so Jover. 4 leafy on little bits. How many subs to drop it like it's hot? Oh, I'm quite comfortable with the current temperature, but thank you.
That's very kind of you.
Look at that crowd over by the park. Probably people trying to get a glimpse of the crime scene. But why are those girls screaming? I think I just heard one say, "Oh my god, it's him." Oh my god. Wait, that motorcycle.
He's the man with the plan. He's Clavier. Or is it Clavier? He's the guy who's got a motorcycle and an invisible guitar on his back. He's so cool and composed, and he isn't afraid of being a lawyer in the shade.
God, what a theme. That's the song with lyrics. I have to watch this later. Love, love, guilty. Parentheses, guilty love. Are you fucking kidding? Alright. I'll look at that later. If it isn't Air Forehead. Prosecutor Gavin. Some fans found me on my way out to just my luck. God, look at him, though. Look at him, though. Look at him. Oh my god, he's so cool! Thus the screams. New album just came out, you know. Try waving to them. They love it. Oh, he's so cute! Ahaha. They're so excited it doesn't matter who waves to them, see? This is surreal. So you were here investigating? And I was on my way home when my hog gave up the ghost. Your hog? My motorcycle won't start. A clogged exhaust pipe. Did you check it for panties? Why would you say that? Too bad. Looks like such a nice bike, too. Hard to believe that it could break just from that. Ugh, it's my fault. I think I was using the wrong oil. Cars, motorbikes, they're all the same. I mean, probably not. Clog the exhaust and they won't run. Well, yeah, that's probably... machines. Tell me you share my angst, hair forehead. I ride a bicycle, actually. Yes. I love Apollo. In any event, I'm off to the shop to get her fixed. The detective in charge of the scene isn't fond of me in any case. The detective? You mean the one in the lab coat? Just like Phoenix. Yeah, she's in the foul mood too. Be gentle. Auf Wiedersehen, baby. Oh my god, there he goes. He said the thing in German. Woo! Granny doesn't give a fuck back there, though. And the forecast for the park today, gloomy skies. Well, nothing to do but head on in. Let's hit the park, Apollo. Like, punch it? Huh? Something about the scene looked different to you? God. Dang it, they took the tarps away and there's more evidence underneath. The blue tarps are gone. Maybe that's it. Yeah, I think you're right. Look over there. The white frock detective from yesterday. She seems to be apologizing reverently to the trash can. She's under a lot of stress. The investigation's probably not going so well. Hey, you there! If you're gonna talk about someone behind their back, do it more quietly, please. Oh, Detective Sky. Hello.
Hello.
You seem as gloomy as ever.
Nice one, Trucy.
You really are a people person. This is miserable. Miserable! I just got a new kit and I can't get the stuff to work. And everyone's all smiles for that glimmerous fop. Glimmerous? Does she mean prosecutor, Gavin? More to the point, doesn't she mean glamorous? When he walks, his shiny chains catch the sun and glimmer in my eyes. It's distracting. She's not thirsty, she's hungry. There's a difference. Speaking of distracting, I guess I just have to accept the fact that I lack talent.
Thanks, Lubin Dubin.
Sounds like she's trying out some sort of new forensics technique. Out of my way, I gotta look at them footprints. I gotta look at them. The tarps that were here yesterday are gone. I wonder why Detective Sky put them out. The only thing they were covering is the ground. Oh, I think I see something there. A print. A print. Footprint. I guess we gotta talk to her about forensic science. Hello. Detective Sky. You know Mr. Wright, correct?
How do you know my daddy? I want details.
Well, he helped me out a long time ago. You might say he saved me. Was she saying something about getting involved in an incident? I can't stand it when things are vague, especially in a case. I went to study to become a forensic scientist in Europe. The whole of Europe. But you're a detective now. Well, I failed the test. But rank and title don't matter. What matters is what's inside your heart. I've always thought that too. And my heart is full of science. That's why I bought this kit through mail order. And I'm gonna test it here before the forensics team arrives. Are you sure that's okay? She's got a science heart. Just like Waki. He's got a bullet heart. But bullets are kind of like science. I won't lie, I'm not too fond of the man. Those glamorous types always rub me the wrong way. Glamorous, right. A prosecutor should be cool of wit and furrowed of brow. Less glimmerous and more simmerous, No, actually, I don't. Well, that and what happened 7 years ago. Prosecutor Gavin was the one who stripped Mr. Wright of his attorney's badge.
I know it.
I mean, who else? Whoa, really? He was the one? You mean you didn't know? I thought you were one of his boys. I'm neither a boy nor one of his, but let's see what she has to say. What exactly happened 7 years ago? I never actually heard the deets. Then investigate. It's better you learned it for yourself anyway. Yeah, I'll learn it for myself if you tell me. And then I know, and then I learned it. That's how it works. How am I supposed to... The new kit. Do you mind me asking exactly what it is you've been doing? Squatting down on the ground like that? Oh, you want to know? Do you? Well, I splurged on a new toy. You splurged. You mean it wasn't police issue? What is it? I see a roller and glue? This is a footprint analysis kit. Footprint? It was raining on the night of the murder, which means that footprints were left. Does that have anything to do with those blue tarps? Right. The ground was muddy, so I had to protect it as it was that night. Ever wanted to know exactly where someone was standing? Like your panty-snatching student witness, for instance. Aha! So with that kit... Right. What? Want to try this stuff out? Are you sure? I mean, we're sort of on opposing teams and all. Oh, pshaw, you're friends. And to tell the truth, I'm not so good at doing this. Guess I'm a little clumsy. I could use your help. Oh, I'm good at stuff like this. I used to make magic bunnies out of paper mache. Footprint analysis, huh? Well, should I give it a go? Alright, I'll give it a go. That's the spirit. Right, allow me to explain. One moment. She's reading the instructions from her kit. Why does this not fill me with confidence? First, we have to pick the footprint, or in this case, shoe print we want to analyze. I've taken the liberty of marking all the shoe prints in the park. Well, which shoe print should we start with? If we're gonna verify the defendant's account, here's the place to start. Shoe prints prepare to be examined. Ooh, this is so exciting. Feet. This reminds me of the WarioWare minigame where you're a worm wriggling around in a shoe print. Right, here goes. First, pour the plaster into the print until it's full. You try it. How am I supposed to do that? Just touch the screen where you want to pour the plaster, like this. Oh my God. That doesn't look too hard. If you run out of plaster in your beaker before you're done, you have to start over. Just scoop it back up. I've kind of made a... Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Not bad. You're handier with that one than you look. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? On to the next step. Dry the plaster until it turns white. Right. Touch to direct the dryer. There. Give it a shot. What's this plugged into? Yep. There you go. This is science. Looks like it's hard and nicely. Let's take a look. Batteries are hard. Yes, that's a good one. Next, the ink. Ready for the next step? Use the roller to ink just the shoe print part. Hold on to that roller tight now and roll it up and down. Keep going till you get enough ink on there for a good print. Right, now the moment you've all been waiting for, let's take our print. Ready, here goes. Let's see if we get a match. Compare. What? Yeah, it's a little bit of a match. He's got good fancy shoe for a fancy his shoe print has the same symbol as his necklace. Dude is extremely extra. Is that meant to be noodles? I don't like this. Alright. Yep. He's on brand at all times. So the shoe prints belong to Waki Kitaki after all. He was in the park on the night of the crime. Wow, I can almost see the science at work. Don't you love it? Nothing feels better. She's definitely way more into this than I am. Just let me know if you want to do some more. I'll be here solving the case with science. Well, that certainly brightened her mood. We gotta do the other ones. Mind if we give it another go? Right on. Leave no print unanalyzed, I say. Now to pick which print you want to analyze. There's that one. Well, let's get this one locked down. Hey. You can put a goop in there. Goop that up. Goop it up. Okay, looking good. Dry the plaster. Take it out of the mold. Flip it around. That's good. Next, the ink. And the moment you've all been waiting for. Ready? Here goes. As I can switch to that screen. Did he step on a nail? Damn, dude. Yeah. Yeah, that's our boy. Shu Takumi. How dare you? So these shoe prints belong to Wesley Stickler. This confirms his testimony, the final version of it at least. Now we know where the panty snatcher was standing. And lastly, the mystery feet. I believe you're beginning to appreciate the wonder that is forensic science. Now to pick which print you want to analyze. Does sound uncomfortably like a drinking sound effect. I don't care for this shape that I've made. Don't drink the plaster. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's take it out of the mold. Don't worry about it. It's just plaster. Look, it's a shoe. That's a good one. Next, the ink.
Yeah.
Wait for it to dry and then eat it. Don't drink the plaster. Crunch in it when it's dry. Here goes. Aha! Huh, that's a funny shoe print. Is that even a shoe? It is strange, so smooth. Except for the part with the leaf. I can say without even looking that this print doesn't match any print on our list. A mystery print. Was that added to my record? It wasn't. Just that whoever was standing there also... They stepped in the paint and then came over here? No, other way around. Because they had the leaf stuck. But they left the leaf here. The screens. Sorry. Hey. Gonna tie it. Mystery print. This print is far too smooth to be from a regular shoe. It's a shoe print of some kind, though, that's certain. Still, you have to wonder what it's doing here. It's right next to the I'll Do noodle stand. It does make one wonder. Hey, you. Yes? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? You wouldn't happen to have something in mind? Something that might have left this mystery shoe print? It does remind me of something. Man, I'm pretty sure I've seen something that would leave a print like that. I think I have our culprit right here. Right here. Take shoe. Shoe Takumi. Slipper, me this. I slips you a slipper. Hands you a slipper. Take the thing I'm holding. Would you... What? I think it's these slippers, actually. Slippers? What would slippers be doing out here? Look at the bottom. See? It's covered with paint, except for... Right here. That spot is shaped like a leaf. What if a leaf was stuck on the bottom and came off when the slipper stepped in paint? Makes sense, doesn't it? Wait, something's written on them. Maractus Clinic? Exactly, the victim's clinic. That means... that someone from the clinic was involved? Stop munching, this is important. Why is she just standing there eating? Detective Sky, I have a favor to ask. What's that? Can you get us access into the Maractus Clinic? The police won't let us in. They say the murder and the clinic are not connected. And it's off limits till we prove they are. I should be able to do something for you, yes. Really? Well, you did my work for me here with the shoe prints. Seems like I should return the favor. Thank you, Detective Sky. Here, show this to the police officer on duty. She said duty. Oh, damn. That was a rad noise. Right, Maractus Clinic, here comes justice. She's no Gumshoe, but Emma's a good bean. I miss Gumshoe, though. I hope he's doing good. Cutting up all the confetti for the courthouse. No, I was hoping that jam was gonna keep jamming. Ah, you two again. When will you learn? Look at me however you want. You're not getting in today. I wouldn't be so sure if I were you. Look what we have. What's this? Detective Sky? Yesterday was Prosecutor Gavin. Today it's Detective Sky. Who are you two, really? Now he's sus again. Well, you got the orders. I gotta let you in. Have fun. Thanks, Mr. Officer. Let's hit it, Apollo. Hit it. Boop, boop, boop. Reception. Kind of an at-home sort of place, isn't it? This place has a connection to the murder in the park. I'm sure of it. The police guy up front wasn't so sure. Beyond it being where the victim lived. Looks like the police team's gone home for the day. There might be some clues lying around. Let's get cracking, Apollo. Yeah. Tell me about this bear. The clinic reception desk. No one's here, of course. There's a small sign on the counter. Please pay your bill. Remember, we're the ones holding the scalpel. Brutal, but effective. Tell me about the bear. Look, this door says doctor's office. Think this is the victim's private office? It's not locked. Too bad. Why too bad? I like opening locks. It's kind of a hobby of mine. Whoever earlier said it, you are right. Mai would be like, wouldn't it be funny if? And Trucy's like, I want to commit a crime. Like those little bike locks, don't even bother putting them on when I'm around. Have you stolen bikes, Trucy? That's probably not a hobby you want to tell too many people about. Apollo, that sound. It came from behind this door. Someone's in there. Let's check it out, Trucy. A break-in! They left through that window. Wait, Apollo, you're too late to catch them now. That must be your experience as a panty snatcher chaser talking. Well, we should tell the police. Let's check the room out first, Apollo. If we call the police now, we'll lose our chance. You're right? She's better at this than I am. One thing's for certain. This clinic and our murder case are looking pretty related now. I want to finish looking in the reception, though. You got a big old bucket for making like a soup. Look at all these bowls. They're from Eldoon's Noodles. There's Mr. Salty. Then I think we've figured something out. I think we have. Mr. Eldoon must do takeout. Not exactly what I was thinking. All the bowls have been washed clean. I think we found our first clue, Trucy. What's this plant's name? Probably like Harley. There's a single pair of sandals here. Wait, well, why would there be sandals here? Unless they belong to one of the patients. Or maybe it's a visitor that's come to see Dr. Maractus. You'd think they'd use his house entrance instead of the clinic entrance in that case. And if this patient or visitor isn't still here, why'd they leave without their shoes? Better take a closer look at these just in case. Sandals out of the court record. These must be the slippers for patients at the clinic. The same as the pair we found, of course. Look, a single pair is missing from the rack here, too. And ours have paint on the bottoms, which means they were taken out of here on the night of the murder. Right. The paint's from the hit and run after all. But what were a pair of clinic slippers doing in that trash can? And what were they doing at the scene of the hit and run? Turnabout toes. Yeah. That could have been. That could have been. Sandals. Cute women's sandals found in the Maractus Clinic foyer. Foyer. Oh, there's a. Oh. We gotta get a toe print analysis going. Hey, Apollo, you think this is? This could be a toe print. Maybe we can get a print off of this. Let's try it out. Oh, we actually aren't. Right. Just a light dusting on the toe print. What a dirty toe. Good job, chat. Thank you for the damn it, chat. Alright, just a light dusting. Should do. And then, whooey. Is that what toe prints look like? Do they, I mean, it makes sense, but do they just look like weird fingerprints? It worked! That looks like a big toe, maybe? But wait, I mean, it's great that we got the print, but is there such a thing as a list of toe prints? Oh, good point. If there is, Detective Sky didn't give it to us. Witness, let me see those little piggies. Hey, man. Which means we can't match this print. So we've had a string of panties-related discussions, and now we're gonna have all the witnesses show us their feet. Is that where this is going? This seems like a good time to ask a detective's advice. Yeah, good idea. Hey, detective, I don't know what I'm doing, clearly. Alright. Back to the office. And yeah. Alright. What we got in here? If you don't show us your feet, you're guilty. Kind of an expensive looking lamp, isn't it? Hey, the bulb's broken. Don't you mean burned out? No, our cat burglar must have dropped it. Why is it standing up on the floor like that then? Hey, look at the cord. There's a red splotch on part of the cord. You think that's blood? It's a little bright for blood, almost pinkish. Something's definitely odd about this lamp, that's for sure. Lamp. GDQ lamp. My beloved. Found the light. This is the bottom right. Stay on the cord. Yeah. Yeah, it's pink Danganronpa blood. What? The bulb is broken. It won't turn on. How is it broken? Don't touch that. You'll cut yourself. Yeah, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. My finger. You're bleeding. Let me see that. Wait. Magic blood. Teehee. Gotcha. Please don't do that again. I have enough to worry about without my coworkers injuring themselves on the evidence. Oh, you. What about the blood? What about the pink blood? This is... Can I not examine? This cord runs to the lamp. It has a red stain on it. Gotta wonder what left that stain. I know, maybe it was left there by a red marker. Like they were trying to write their name and slipped. Why would anyone write their name on a lamp cord? I used to write my name on my magic ropes. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Good. It's a fine way of saying ketchup. Or it could be chocolate syrup if it's a black and white magic show that you're seeing in person. Whoa! What are those? The wall is covered with beakers. Something's moving inside that one. You look, Apollo. Hey, look yourself. You can't... Oh. It's a goldfish. Wow, they're all fish. So many kinds. Whoever designed this had a sick sense of humor. Oh, she can't... I want her to sit in the chair and spin. Maya would sit in the chair and spin. I miss Maya. Books and papers are scattered around the room. What a mess. This is worse than Daddy's room. The burglar must have left in a hurry. Even the cup on the desk here is lying on its side. The juice that spilled out of that cup, it's dry. So the messy one wasn't our burglar just now. Someone knocked this cup over a while ago and left it. Why would they make him drinking juice? Specifically. Could have been like coffee or something. I don't know. Trucy spin and je ne sais quoi. Books and papers. This potted plant has seen better days. That doesn't make sense either. What doesn't? Normally, burglars are looking for valuables, right? That's true. That's what I would do if I were a burglar. So I look under a potted plant. Maybe they were looking for the key to the safe? I've heard of people putting their house keys under plants, but the key to a safe? Maybe the burglar was looking for the house keys. This is getting nowhere fast. What a cute little safe. Looks like a 4-digit lock. Enhance. Someone's already entered in 2 numbers, Apollo. 79. Wait, do you think that burglar just now was trying to open it? I wonder what's inside this safe. Is there any way we can figure out the last 2 numbers? Well, we know the first 2 are 7 and 9. Maybe there's something in the court record? Something that can help us figure out the last 2 numbers. I wonder. What? What? Huh? What has numbers on it? Other than the autopsy report. And maybe these dates. I have an idea. I knew it. What is it? Well, all we have to know is what buttons have been pressed. We can use this to find out what the next 2 numbers are. 7 and 9. I can't check profiles as evidence. That is a good idea. Yeah. 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 Yep. Understand. I don't know. I have to present something. Check out my badge. Not sure how that's gonna help us. Neither am I, come to think of it. If only there was something that could finger which buttons had been pressed. Something that could finger which buttons were pressed? Wait. Phrasing? Wait, Oh. Oh. Oh, I feel stupid. Oh, okay. I get it. I get it now. I was thinking that there was like a clue of like number. Okay. Alright, yeah. Alright. Yeah, I see. Okay. I have just the thing. Yeah. When you press the buttons, you'd have to touch them with your finger, right? It would leave a print. When you open a safe, you don't press any other buttons but the right ones, right? So if we can find the buttons with fingerprints, we'll have the safe code. Search for toe prints quickly. Not bad, Apollo. Alright, I gotta put a light dusting. Remember, time is of the essence. The police are gonna probably barge in here at any moment. If they see a guy running away and hearing broken glass, and just gotta make sure we only dust exactly the part that we need. Dusted. Done and dusted, and that's what they say in forensics. There you go. That's nice. There's a couple pixels left, hold on. There you go. There you go, that's good. Light mode, my beloved. Oh my god. Look, you can see the oily finger residues clearly. Look at 7 and 9. These are glove marks. The burglar must have been wearing gloves. Might not be able to identify the burglar, but we can open this safe. Let's give it a shot. Yum. First try, let's go. Oh, it opened. Meow. Is that a bullet? No, I mean no clues. Show me the cat. This looks like a medical chart. There's an x-ray in here with it. An x-ray? Can't make heads or tails of it. And I can't read the chart either. It's on medical speak. But the names are easy enough to read. Look, by patient, it says walkie-talkie. So this is Walkie, our client's chart, huh? Why would this one chart be here in this safe? The physician's signature says Pal Maractus. What is it, Apollo? Look here where it says who filed the chart. Let's see. Nurse Alita Tiala. Alita Tiala's Walkie's fiancée. That's one Ida too many, Apollo. I don't get it. Never mind that. What's her name doing here? How should I know? Though, I guess it means she's on staff at this clinic. Odd that she neglected to mention this before now. Apollo. What? I'm sure she had her reasons. Alita Tiala worked at the Maractus Clinic. Nancy Drew had a puzzle like this. I like to accept the fact he had a time limit and it took you so long you would get a game over. Yeah. Yeah, that's rough. And she had access to Walkie-Talkie's medical chart. He said Alita Tiala instead of Tiala. Tialita. I missed that. You got the I and Y wrong, Apollo. I'd be very interested to find out what this chart says. Who could help us decipher this? If only we knew a guy who was like, I used to be a doctor. Come to me if you have any doctor questions. This looks like a bullet hole. You can still see the bullet sticking out of it. Why is it in the middle of a safe? Hey, the bullet came out. The tip is all squished. Not surprising, given it was fired into a metal safe. This bullet's got a story behind it, that's for sure. Bullet. Is that it? Bullet hole remains in the back wall of the safe. Now, why would someone shoot a bullet into a safe? Probably depends on who was standing next to the safe. And Alita Tiala is the one who filed it. We have to figure out what this chart says. What if anyone can open Who could possibly? The window is ajar. That must be how our burglar escaped. Wonder who it was. Maybe it was just a burglar who happened to pick here? Put it in its place. Were you talking to me? Yeah, but there's a patrol car sitting out front. If I were a burglar, I'd come back the next day at least. I'd give it a month myself. Whoever broke in obviously needed to break in today. Windows cannot be jars. A window is no place for a mighty warrior. Wait, he's gone? Wait, where's our doctor? Where'd he go? God damn it. I hate when these games go, alright, we just need to talk to this one person, and then they're nowhere to be found. The clinic? Oh. How's your foot? The prodigal attorney returns. Welcome, Apollo. I heard you did well in the trial today. Here to discuss something? I could use a little diversion. What did Detective Sky say? If you want to know something, you have to investigate it yourself. Mr. Wright! Tell me what's happened 7 years ago, please. I want to know. I need to know. You certainly didn't waste any time getting to the point. I'm an attorney. It's refreshing to be so thoroughly ignored for a change. What do you think of this? What do you think of this? Actually, I want to look at this myself. Bullet lodged near your heart. Walkie-talkie. Age 19. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. 7 years ago, I was standing in a courtroom on behalf of a client. The case involved the death of a certain magnificent genius. I'd be surprised if you hadn't heard about it. It was all over the news, I remember that. You were up against Prosecutor Gavin, weren't you? Yes, he was only 17 years old at the time. 17 years old? That's still high school. He took the bar exam abroad in Europe. They're progressive over there, you know. I was defeated by a 17-year-old newcomer. In my shame, I left the practice forever. That's all. That's all? How could that be all? What do you mean? What about what they were saying on the news about forged evidence? They said you forged evidence and had your attorney's badge stripped from you. Tell me, how does it feel? How does it feel to stand here before Phoenix Wright, the forging attorney himself? How does it feel? I don't want to believe it's true. But what about what happened in my first trial? Didn't you notice in today's trial, there was a single piece of forged evidence? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. Franny was 13, weak sauce. I don't see you jumping in my defense on this one. Maybe I did forge evidence, maybe I didn't. It doesn't really matter now, does it? But I'm not an attorney anymore. That's the only truth you need to know. Mr. Wright. Looks like he doesn't want to talk about the accusations of forgery. For now. Okay. Is there anything else to talk to you about then? Yeah. Hey, look, a gun. Okay. What does this smell like? Okay. Goodbye. Maybe Eldune's back now. Nope. God dang it. Maybe over here. Maybe over here. Maybe in the park. I know that face. That's the face of someone who's made a discovery. How'd you know? You can't fool someone trained in the ways of science. Next shot was analyzing face prints. Let's ask Detective Sky to help us, Apollo. No, that does make sense. Yeah. What do you make of this toe print? These sandals. That's quite a clear print there. A toe print. Too bad we don't know whose toe it is. Well, there is a way of finding out, of course. There is what? All you need is a sample of the same toe print off another shoe, for instance. All right, so if the prints matched, you know the same person wore both. Do I have another shoe worn by the same person? Going right here. I think I just might, actually. Really? I'm beginning to suspect something here. Detective Sky, can you compare the sample with this other print? From the slippers! I did say toe print sample, didn't I? Where exactly is the toe print on this evidence? Stormy skies ahead. Try again scientifically this time, if you would. Toe print. Toe print. Got one right over here. I don't believe I have another toe print. I don't know. I don't think. Do I? Do I? The game is afoot. Made the same mistake I did while playing this recently. Do I? Is there a toe print that I can find on here by inspecting it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm like, I wonder if you need to get in there. Get the fuck in there. There it is. There it is.
I wonder, could this be a print?
Why would there be a fake? Oh, you mean a toe print? Good call, Paulo. And we can analyze it just like a regular print. This could be a vital piece of evidence. So did Alita do a murder? It wouldn't be the first time the seemingly innocent girl who shows up on the sidelines is up to no good in a Shutakumi mystery. Hey, it worked. That looks like a big toe, maybe? Wow, I feel like the case is solved already. What was next? We have to match the print, right? Right, let's match it. Wait, the detective didn't give us a list of toe prints, Apollo. Oh, good point. Maybe we should ask her, get some expert advice. I guess so. Not sure she really qualifies as an expert. All right, but now we got it. Now we can show her the same exact thing, I think. Maybe. Look at this. The slippers. That's quite a clear print there. A toe print. Too bad we don't know whose toe it is. Well, there is a way of finding out, of course. What? All you need is a sample of the same toe print off another shoe, for instance. Right. If the prints match, you know the same person wore both. Do I have another shoe worn by the same person? Yeah, one right here. Yeah, just the thing, right? Maybe it's just this one here. If Sky, can you compare this sample with this other print? Take a look at this. Women framing their boyfriends for murder. Happens all the time. This pair of sandals, toe print and all. The print on these is nice and clear too. That makes our job easy. Can you analyze it for us? Of course. Hang on. Bingo. Gosh, I'm good. Hey, we were the ones who found the prints. A perfect match. You see, here in the world of forensics, we have such a thing as absolute certainty. 100%. The same person wore these sandals and slippers. I was afraid of that. All you have to find out now is who those sandals belong to. Or, they already know. I can't say, not yet. Well, that's one big step closer. To the truth. To the truth. Now what does that do for me? Do-do-do-do-do-do. I'm excited to see how accurate my feels represented in the video game. I'm sure it's been 100% accurate so far, right? Now is Eldoon back? Now is he back? Is he back? He's not back. Nah. Yeah. Yeah. Damn it. No. No. Yeah. Cables. Shit. Where should I go to? Well, maybe the detention center has something new. Yay! It's still, I don't know what the solution would be, but I still am not fond of, all right, great, I've finished this investigation section, now where do I go? And you just kind of have to bounce through every room you have, and you don't just get a list of all of them, you have to be like, I have to be in this room to get to this room, so it's fine. It's fine. Feet and panties, what a case, right? Don't cry, Angel, Daddy's back and Daddy's... Oh!
You again.
Could have a spot when there's... Yeah, they could. It's like... It's meant to be an investigation, right? And sometimes they kind of clue you in on where to go, and it's satisfying to go, I know where to go next. But it's when it's like, I know who to talk to, but they're not there. That's when I'm like, I guess we just go down the list then. This sign Eldon's place? No. Do you always have to announce your entrances like that? Man, my old man, man. Now I'm all in a funk and it's his fault. One can only assume that his father tried to teach him a lesson, and failed clearly. You two got your work cut out for you, straight up. Of course I don't care if they lock me up. I'm ready to go. Some days I wonder why I do what I do. Man. Guilty verdict? Hey man, you won't see me bugging about 1 or 2 guilty charges. What if you found guilty of murder? Hey, it's all experience, you feel me, shorty? Like a badge of honor. They don't live by my... Oh, I get, that's fine. They don't give the death penalty, do they? You didn't really do it, did you? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. If I've learned one thing today, it's that silence speaks louder than words. They went too far in the other direction to make up for it, such ran too hard. In 5. That's kind of why I'm like trying to frame my criticism carefully, because the overcorrection, which apparently they might have done, is like, it's just paint by numbers, where you're just like, I hit A, and then I hit the A button, and then I go down the list, and I hit the A button, and then you don't feel like you're really doing any deductive reasoning, it's just linear at that point, which is not as engaging. I just wish there's times where they kind of clue you in on where to go next without saying, go to this location. They're like, find this person indirectly. That I find pretty good. Just, it's annoying when they're like, I don't know where to go. Justice by the numbers, yeah. Man, my old man is whack. Disappointing, that's what he is. I heard he wants to leave the mob. Over my dead body. I spent my life trying to keep it real, being an OG and never stepping down. Now my old man wants to go soft? Fine, let him. Just leave me out of it. The day I get out of the clink, that's the day Alita and I start the next generation of the Kataki family. Please don't talk as though it's assumed you're going to jail for my sake. Can you tell me about this? Huh? What's that? Some kind of x-ray? Wait. That's right, Waki, it's yours. Hey, look, I don't smoke or nothing. I'll live long, right? I don't think he gets it, Apollo. Take a closer look. Here, in particular, where it says nurse, it's signed Alita Tiala. You lawyers do your homework. So, you met Miss Tiala when you... Yeah, I met her at the clinic. So, could you tell us a bit about the circumstances of your meeting? Fine, I'll tell you how we met if you want to know that bad. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I feel like the game is getting quieter on me in real time. Oh, God. It is my cable. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, wait. There we go. That's better. Sorry about that. It was getting slightly dislodged. Yeah, we're good. The cable. Wahoo. It wasn't out. Sorry about that. Should I be throwing something else at him? Like a bullet? Man, that is so far off the hook, it's off the chain, G. He seems preoccupied with something else. Did much better in the original trilogy's thing. I forgot how to pace it better in this game. I mean, you say that there were definitely parts in the original trilogy that I vividly remember where I was like, where do I go? Just going up and down the list. And then sometimes it's like, oh, there was one extra dialogue option with one person that then is required to trigger the next step. Or it's just you have to go to this one location where there's a person where there's no reason why they should be there. Just that's where they are now. Which it just feels like it was deliberately paced to be like, you're just clicking everywhere to be like, where are they? So, wonder how my Alita's doing, man. I miss her. What do you think of these shoes? Walkie? You don't happen to recognize these, do you? Hey, sure I do. I was the one who bought them for her. For Miss Tiala? Yeah, a birthday present. She's got mad little feet. Mad. So cute, man. So these sandals are hers. Yeah, I kind of had a feeling. What's up with the funky vibes? Sandals updated sandal report. You alright? Know anything about these? Nope. Maybe there's no sense in 5 and things I know there. Don't think I've ever seen anyone play Investigation Day 2 and Rise of the Ashes like getting stuck. Updated sandal report. Is that... Yeah, there you go. About half a year ago, I was shot during a little turf war with another family. I was ready to die, sure. But they came in and got me, hauled me off to the docks. The Maractus Clinic? That's where I met her, my fallen angel. You mean Alita Tiala? She was scared of me at first, turns out. But you know what they say, the bad guy always gets the ladies. Right. She was done with that clinic anyhow. So I was like, I'll take you on, woman. Straight gangster style. Guess what she said? What did she say? Come on, give it some thought. She said it real quiet like, on the down low, know what I'm saying? I'll leave if you'll marry me. So that was the proposal? You know it, an oath of love right there in the hospital room. Just like that, the op was done, and we were out of there. See you later, bye. About that op. Yeah, didn't go so well after all, did it? I know about the report, I know it's still in me. This health checkup was the boss's idea, you said? Yeah, can you imagine? What's the point of living healthy when you're a G, you know what I'm saying? Didn't you learn about the bullet at that checkup? Yeah, that's when I knew that doctor had to pay. Figured I could get that cap pulled after I got my revenge. And hey, I'm still living large now, aren't I? Incidentally, had you ever had a health checkup before? That was Apollo who said that. Nah, my old man suddenly gets this idea that we all gotta get checkups. Guess he's getting old. Older, I mean. Okay. I don't know if that... Is that? There's also that. It's like sometimes I finish talking to them, I'm like... I've said 4 lines of dialogue with you. I think we're done? Izzy Mac. Mr. Aldoon, we've been looking all over for you. What's the matter, Trucy doll? Apollo, show him what we found. Nothing like expert advice. I suppose he is a doctor still. Mr. Aldoon, is everything okay? I'm just so happy. I just thought my doctor days were gone for good. Mr. Aldoon. First of all, look at this lamp. Sorry, sonny boy. Mr. Aldoon, could you take a look at this? A medical chart from a patient? That you didn't get permission? You say you stole this from a safe? Well, I don't think there's anything against the rules for me to just tell you everything about it. You shouldn't go around taking these from clinics. Why the sudden silence, Mr. Aldoon? Right? What's going on here? Hey, Baker, appreciate it. I'm doing good. It's not his patient, which is all the more reason to not just divulge information. That's what we want to know. That chart belongs to my client. He's on trial on suspicion of murder. On trial? That's crazy. You can't put him on trial. He's ABD. All about these nuts. ABD? All but dead. He's knocking on the pearly gates, and someone's about to answer. Can you tell us why? Well, permit me to speak as a surgeon. You listen up good now, son. No way. It's like he's a completely different person. He doesn't look like he sells noodles at all. Maybe just a little bit on the side. So that means he's just been chewing on fake hat hair. Is that better than him chewing on real noodle hair? I don't know. Well, according to this chart,
this walkie-talkie feller is not doing so well. He's got a bullet right upside his heart.
That's right.
Yeah, but this chart talks about the post-op. In other words, the operation is already finished. But you can still see that bullet stuck in there.
Why would it still be in there after the operation to remove it?
Well, about the only reason I can think of is it was too tricky to operate on.
What?
That bullet snug as a bug right there next to the aorta, which is connected to the heart. Heck, that scrap of metal's just surrounded by blood vessels. Kind of a miracle. 2 millimeters to either side and there'd be some serious bleeding going on in there. Not something your average doc would be eager to fiddle with.
You mean...
It took a miracle to get that bullet stuck where it is. It'd take more than a miracle to take it out. It'd take a magician.
Don't, please. Oh, God. Oh, no. I don't know what I want more. I kind of want Trucy to perform heart surgery in the middle of court and kill him. I'm only up to making rabbits disappear. I haven't learned bullets yet. 15-year-old surgeon, let's go. What's his fucking name? What was the name of the show? Neil Patrick Harris? Child doctor? Of course!
With the heart pumping and lungs working, that bullet's on the move.
Trucy Center. Doogie Howser. Fucking Doogie Howser up in here. How I Met Your Mother. That's the one. Doug Funny, Young Sheldon. All correct answers.
I'd give him another half a year, tops.
But Walkie's operation was already a half year ago.
That's why I'm saying you're out of time. This kid shouldn't be on trial. He should be on an operating table.
Great. Just great. Trucy Howser. How could Dr. Maractus do such a terrible thing? She does the Mr. Bean bullet removal on him? You need to explain what that means, Matt. Did Mr. Bean remove a bullet? How could he just leave that bullet in there?
I got a pretty good idea of how he felt. An emergency operation. He's got the kid's chest open on the table. Then he finds that bullet. That's despair right there, Trucy doll. Cold despair.
Despair? That's what I've been feeling all day.
About the only thing he could do is sew the boy back up. He wasn't exactly in the situation to go admitting he couldn't take it out. The Kitakis. You bet. This kid's their only son, I hear. So he skips the operation and Walkie's back on the street living his life. Of course, it's only a matter of time before his heart hemorrhages and he drops cold.
How awful.
And which doctor would they take him to? Maractus. He's got enough ties to them, he could probably cover up the truth of what happened.
That's just horrible. He left Walkie to die.
There's a darkness in this world, Trucy doll, waiting, hungry, for noodles. Compared to it, these gangs' turf wars are like kid games. When you're up against real evil, well, it don't matter if you're weak or strong. It'll take you all the same.
You were a surgeon, right, Mr. Eldoon? You could operate on Walkie, couldn't you?
I wish.
What?
I'm afraid there ain't nobody in the country that could. Maybe not even in the wild.
So, Walkie?
He's real lucky to be alive even now.
You've never seen the classic Mr. Bean movie? I have not. There's one problem. Apollo? This chart, look at the nurse section. Alita Tiala. That's right, this operation was how they met. The problem is she knew. She knew about Walkie's condition, guaranteed. Ah. Why didn't she ever tell him? It doesn't make sense. If she knew her patient was in serious danger, you'd think she wanted to get that second operation before getting engaged. What was she thinking, Apollo? What were you thinking, Alita Tiala? Smells like motive. I'm sure it was all a big misunderstanding. Case 3, am I right?
It's still case 2.
9:52 a.m., June 17th, lobby number 2.
This is it.
The big day. Did you get any sleep? Yeah, I went to bed at 1 a.m. or so. Oh, what time did you wake up? 3 a.m.? That's only 2 hours, Apollo. But at least you have me. And the amazing Mr. Hat.
Here's looking at you, kid.
Good luck today, Apollo. that voice. Hey, get any sleep? Mr. Wright! I was going out of my mind with boredom, so I signed myself out earlier today. Somehow that place makes fake piano playing at the Indochine pasta joint seem almost fun. Daddy, do you know who Prosecutor Gavin's witness is today? Take a guess. How about Little Plum? That Sherman tank of a mom? Nope, guess again. That's too bad. You know, speaking of moms, you need to find me a new mommy one of these days, Daddy. It's barely morning and you're at it already, Trucy. Okay, see, this is why I don't buy their father-daughter relationship. So, Mr. Wright, do you know who the prosecution's witness is? You're looking at him. Alita Tiala. Oh. I mean, he got hit by a car across the street, maybe in midair. He was like, oh, in slow-mo. Like, saw what really happened. Your client's fiancée. She's gonna be a witness? I mean, she was there, so. That seems odd. Why would she testify against her own fiancé? Edgeworth, am I not mommy enough for you? You have to wonder what Gavin's up to. Something's going down today, that much is clear. Well, not to worry, I've got my panties back. If we can't find a killer, I'll pull one out of there. I'll pull a killer out of the magic panties. June 17, 10 a.m. Lobby number 4. Courtroom number 4.
Court is now in session for the trial of Walkie Kentucky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Prosecution is warmed up and it's a sold-out house. Very well, to recap, while yesterday's witness seemed more guilty than any other party,
Guilty of panty snatching.
we did find out one thing for certain. There were 3 people in the park at the time of the murder. The witness, the victim, and the defendant.
Correct, Herr Judge, and today I'd like to do something a little new age. I'd like to look at this horrible crime
From the outside.
The outside? The acquisition of the murder weapon, the preparation for the act. Our poor defendant told all, you see, to his betrothed.
His betrove? His trove of bees?
His fiancée, Herr Judge. His partner for life with no chance for parole.
Very well, you may show the lucky lady to the stand. This isn't a pile of bees at all.
Your name and occupation, Fraulein? Alita Tiala. My occupation is future wife.
Yep, that's a real occupation. Ah, traditional values. I respect that. Too many brides these days can't even weave baskets blindfolded. Underwater.
Well, maybe if some of these female college students spent their time, you know, wisely.
Yet you're here today as witness for the prosecution?
To be honest, I didn't want to testify at first. Hypothetically, if there were female college students, they could study underwater basket. It's traditional value. I couldn't hide the truth.
Honesty, another admirable trait.
Yeah, she fucking did it. the judge immediately being like, everything you say is trustworthy. Why? You are such a wonderful, innocent person. Why are you even here? You should be outside playing in a field. Like, she did it. Fraulein, is it true that on the day of the crime, the defendant, Walkie Kentucky, confessed his plans? His plans for murder? Yes. She couldn't do it, she's cute. Cute people can't do crime. The witness will please give her testimony to the court. Is it the case that much longer? Jesus. It's a big case. Let's see how we do. It was the day that the family health checkup results came back. When Walkie found out that Dr. Maractus had lied, he flew into a rage. I'll teach him, he said. He took one of the family's pistols. And you already know what happened that night. I just don't see how anyone but Walkie could have done it.
So the pistol did belong to the Kentucky family then?
Yes. With regards to this, an investigation is underway at the Kentucky mansion on charges of the possession of illegal firearms.
And the bullet that took the victim's life, was it?
Fired from the pistol the defendant procured? Yes. This has been proven. How can you prove something like that? Bullets carry marks from the barrel that fired them, called rifling marks. Rifling marks? Think of them as being a gun's fingerprints left on every bullet it fires. And when did you first hear about Waki's plan? It was the day of the murder. I should have stopped him. I just didn't think he would actually do it.
Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Gun prints. It was the day of the family health checkup. Results came back. That was the day of the murder, correct? Yes, everyone in the family received their checkup results that day. When Waki looked at his face went so pale. But of course, he had just found out he had a bullet in his chest. So you were there at the time? Yes. Poor Waki. And you know prior knowledge of this? When he found out that the doctor lied, he flew into a rage. That must have been quite frightening. He was furious. He ripped his report up into shreds. Incidentally, I had to request another copy to file as evidence. A bothersome chore, but one I performed without complaint. Sounds like you're complaining about it right now. Waki's at an age when he's hard to control when he loses his temper. Of course, that little bit of instability is so cute. How old is he? 19. Okay. Great! Now he sounds like a psychopath. I'll teach him, he said. He took one of the family's pistols. I can fix him, she said. Or I cannot fix him and just wait a few weeks. So is it easy to take a pistol out from the house? Not really, I think. There's a system in place to limit access. But Waki's a special case, being the next in line. Perhaps his treatment was a bit too special, yeah? Well, maybe he is a bit spoiled. I hear he got amazing presents for his birthdays. Like knives. Last year was a switchblade made out of chewing gum and a chocolate gravestone. Sounds like he has a taste for sweets and danger.
The point here being the Waki had access to a pistol.
And you already know what happened that night. What happened? Meaning the murder. I tried to stop him, I really did. But Waki wouldn't listen.
Our defendant was nothing if not determined, it seems. The last thing you should do is blame yourself, miss.
She's innocent of all of this. I just don't see how anyone but Waki could have done it. How can you say that for certain? How? Hair forehead, you will refrain from badgering the Fraulein. It was the defendant, Waki, was it? You don't. He's the one accused of murder who took the pistol from his home.
We know this for a fact now. I suppose we do.
So how could anyone else have used this pistol to shoot the victim? They could not. Simple logic, yeah.
That does seem to be the case. Does the defense have anything to say regarding this point?
Could someone else have used that pistol? There was
another. Two there are.
Based on your testimony, there was clearly another. One other person had access to that pistol. What's this?
Interesting. Let's ask the defense then.
Yes, let us ask. What do you mean I'm saving this early into the case? I'm just thinking, maybe oops.
Tell the court who this other person with access was.
Could be Plum. It could be Alita herself. I don't know if we're ready to point the finger at her, but maybe it'd be funny to. Could be the big boss himself. I don't see exactly who. We could. Oh my God! Can we take down Hickfield / Hottie for this? You think it was Pearl? Yeah. Where is she? Gotta fight her. I would honestly believe that Clavier just can't remember names. She's cleaning a paint spill by the front gate. Where was she the night of the crime? Do we even know? She got against her business. Yeah, maybe Pal had it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we should just try pointing the finger at her and see how it goes. Probably not well. Of course, I mean you, Miss Tiala. Me? But why? You were quite clear when you told the court you heard about the pistol from the defendant on the day of the murder. In other words, you knew what he was planning. Let me get this straight. You intend to tell us that this lady stole the pistol from her fiancé and killed a man in cold blood on his behalf? I have heard of people doing strange things for love, but this does seem a bit unfathomable, to be sure. I'm all for romance and for supporting your partner in life, to be sure. But I think I would hesitate at murder. Hesitate, and then do it. She's guilty. I'd hope you'd do more than hesitate. But what if a different connection could be proven? A connection between the witness and the victim. We might find that she had a personal motive beyond wanting to help her fiancé. That would put things in a slightly different light. What possible connection are you suggesting here? You know what I'm starting to think? I'm starting to think that the police never looked inside that safe. I have evidence showing a connection between the witness, Miss Tiala, and the victim. The chart? Yep. Look at this chart. That looks like a medical chart. Found inside a safe at the Maractus Clinic. I'd like to draw the court's attention to the names written on the chart. What? Miss Tiala, whatever. Why is your name on this chart? She's getting sweaty. Well, care to explain the meaning of this, Miss Tiala? Oh, she's a different look now. I'm not sure what you mean by meaning, Mr. Justice. I do feel a little bit bad that in a few minutes' time, we're gonna have gone from, oh, we're so sorry about all this, what happened, please talk to us, to, why is your name on this document you didn't know was public? Also, we took 2 toe prints from your shoes. Here you go. I'm not sure what you mean. Our warm little fiance just froze over. I was on staff at the clinic until half a year ago. You took these without paying? It was boring, so I quit. She looks different from a twist. I know, what a twist. That's all. Is there a problem with that? Discovery isn't real. There's no such thing. Miss Tiala, you testify that you have no connection to the victim. And I don't. Now, I quit half a year ago, didn't I? So there's no connection. Let me guess, you're the kind of guy who can't rest until he knows every last detail of his girlfriend's past. Am I right? That's not true at all. Why, I embrace the ones I love, past flaws and all. There's no connection now, doesn't fly in a court of law. He just interrupted the judge, yelled objection, and kept talking. Doesn't fly? She's one tough nut. She probably feels right at home with the Katakis. You left your job at the Maractus Clinic, true. But you remained connected somehow. Very well, Mr. Justice. Show us evidence that proves the witness is still connected to the Maractus Clinic. Is that the shoes or something else? Oh, her shoes were found at the clinic. Can we prove that these were... We got testimony from what's-his-face. That was a present from Waki. It's probably the shoes. Good old shoes Takumi. These sandals were found in the Maractus Clinic lobby. They're yours, aren't they? Yeah. Well, who knows? I'm sure there are lots of people with those sandals. So sorry, Fraulein, but your act isn't working. Your moment of hesitation just now cost you. He's siding with us on this? What's with you? I thought you were on my side. Perhaps you are unaware that toes leave toe prints? A simple analysis of these sandals would reveal all. Well, now we see your true colors. I was wrong to cooperate with you from the beginning. I just wanted you to help get Waki back on the straight and narrow. This court thinks you need to worry less about Waki and more about yourself. Clavier knows about toes. He might. It sounds as though we need to hear a bit more about your story. Your sandals were found in the entrance to the clinic, which means you went there on the day of the murder. Well, there's little point in denying it. Very well. The witness will tell us about this visit. Why did you go to the Maractus Clinic that day? Clavier skipped the character development Edgeworth needed and just straight to being awesome. Just Poop. I did go to the clinic that day, my first time in half a year since I quit in January. I went to warn him. After all, I knew Waki had the pistol. The doctor always was a timid man, too timid to admit his own mistake. Why else would I have gone? I'm not hiding any dark secrets. I wanted to tell him to be careful as an old friend. No connection, but you call him an old friend.
By mistake, you mean? The mistake we heard about from the defendant? The botched operation?
He was a timid, small man, but I never wished him harm. There was a bullet inside the safe, and we know the gun was shot twice, but...
Guess we'll see.
I just thought I should let him know, you know?
That does make sense.
Yes, but there is still one thing which does not.
What's that, Prosecutor Gavin?
The sandals left in the lobby, of course. We can assume she wore these sandals to the clinic, yeah? Then why did she not wear them home? If it were me, I would have worn them home.
I would have worn those sandals home, too.
So why were the sandals left behind?
He pointed out the contradiction before me.
There's probably a good explanation for this, right, Miss Tiala?
Say, for instance, there happened to be a
Similar pair of sandals there, which you wore home by mistake? Actually, that's right. I'm impressed, Mr. Gavin. Oh, it is nothing. There is, after all, no other possible explanation, yeah, Forehead? Oh, what the? No fair. He's filling the holes in her testimony.
The defense may begin the cross-examination.
We know what shoes she wore out of there. I did go to the clinic that day, my first time in half a year since I quit in January. Leading the witness, Your Honor. Around what time did you go to the clinic?
Leading the witness? Leading where?
I don't know what that means. I don't remember exactly the time, but it was after 9:30, I think. Of course, we have a very narrow window of time for everything. And that was the first time you had contacted Dr. Maractus in half a year? Of course it was. He wasn't the kind of boss you made friends with.
So why did you go to the clinic that day?
I wonder if it's, possible. Possible, yes. Plausible, no. But these games don't really deal in plausibility. If she murdered him at the clinic, and then stuck him to the noodle cart to push him away from the scene of the crime for some bizarre reason, and then that's where Waki happened to stumble upon. I'm like, I don't even... Still trying to figure out what on earth happened. I don't really have a concrete theory that connects everything. I wanted to warn him. After all, I knew he had the pistol. Doesn't feel like we do more prosecuting than defending in this attorney series. Yeah. But mostly because we don't know what the hell's going on, and we have to pull the truth out of people, so it feels like we're kind of needling into people. I mean, defense attorneys probably... I don't know too much about actual court procedure. Pretty much only just from what I've consumed from media, which is not gonna be accurate. Did you want Dr. Maractus to run away? Well, after I failed to stop Waki, I thought that was the only other way to avoid the problem. Defending's just prosecuting a different person this. You're not only prosecuting a different person, you're just like, I need to prove who did it. Because you can't just say, my client didn't do it, and here's their alibi. You need to be like, here's a different person to slot in their place. Like, I don't know. It's the exact... Whatever is in these games, the opposite is how it works in real life. Couldn't you have called? Why go in person? I called several times that evening, but no one was in. The victim was busy driving home until after 9 p.m. that night, remember? This was proven by this mirror yesterday, yeah? I thought if I warned him, he would run away for sure. Knowing the doctor always was a timid man, too timid to admit his own mistake. Someone's gotta go to jail. You mean that act of malpractice on Waki, correct? If he had just told Waki the truth in the beginning, none of this would have happened.
True, that operation was the start of this whole affair.
Ambushing someone with evidence is very incorrect. Yeah. Well, yeah, you have the I know the concept of discovery, which, as far as I understand, is the prosecuting and defense team going like, here is all the information we have. You can't just be like, surprise! This is your signature! And everyone gasps. You can't do that in a normal court. Of course, if he'd told him, he might have been erased by the Katakis much earlier. Medical meow practice. That makes it sound adorable.
A disturbing thought.
We know the Maractus Clinic had ties to the Kataki family. He probably couldn't have gone to the police, even if he wanted to. That's why I knew I had to warn him. Hide the pencils. Medical meow practice. Why else would I have gone? I'm not hiding any dark secrets. My bracelet isn't glowing. No dark secrets, eh? What? Look at me however you want, Mr. Justice. You won't find a thing. She's hiding something, I know it. I must have some evidence that proves it too. The front of her dress looks like wings, which reminds me of the baby from the poster for Married into the Mob, which to me implies a connection, meaning she's deliberately trying to marry into the mob. Therefore, Your Honor, I think this is relevant evidence to submit to the court. I went to that clinic with only one thought in mind. I wanted to tell him to be careful as an old friend. But then you'd be betraying Waki, wouldn't you? No, I did it for him, for us. She went to warn him so that her fiancé would not have to commit such a crime, yeah? I didn't want them to take my Waki away. There's no way she went to that clinic just to warn him. Do you know why she went, Apollo? Time to figure out what really happened at that clinic. And fast. I did go to the clinic that day, my first time in half a year. I'm gonna save again. First time since she quit in January, I went to warn him. I knew Waki had the pistol. He was always timid. To admit his own mistake. Why else would I have gone? I'm not hiding any dark secrets. I'm gonna tell him to be careful as an old friend. I mean, I don't know if it's that, but it's like you can, and be like, yeah, you already lied once, but that's not really strong. What else do I have? Checkup report. June. I definitely need to tie her to leaving with the slippers, but that's not relevant yet, it seems. Wing and clover iconography on her top. I submit to the court that she's both flying and grass type, Your Honor. What is that relevant to the case? No, I just thought it was interesting. First time in half a year since I quit in January. What was the date on the report here? On the chart? There is no date. But it was around 6 months ago, so presumably she quit slightly after that. I went to warn him. After all, I knew Waki had the pistol. He was always a timid man. Yeah, also her body language, she just kind of oscillates between these two poses. So I don't think that's relevant yet. I knew Waki had the pistol. The doctor was always a timid man, too timid to admit his own mistake. I don't think I have any evidence that points to a contradiction there. But I also have not hiding any dark secrets. I mean, I could just throw this at her again and be like, you already lied. Okay. This chart was found inside a safe in the doctor's office. Yes. Why would this one chart be in that safe? That is a good question, actually. That thought didn't fully percolate to the surface of all the things to keep. I just thought they had a bunch of medical documents in that safe, but definitely that one's important. Miss Fiala, you know why it was, don't you? Mind filling me in? Poster on the doc's office. I mean, presumably wherever. Did you say orifice? Oh. Dr. Maractus didn't have the leisure of making mistakes. That's why he wrote up a false report and kept the truth locked away as evidence when he could have just destroyed that. As why did he keep that? Bad hair doctor. And this is where you come in, Miss Tiala. The nurse who filed this chart was you, which means you knew about Waki's failed operation. Interesting. You were in the same position as Dr. Maractus. Kinda makes it hard to claim no connection, doesn't it? You're bold for a novice, I'll give you that. Mr. Justice, you must know I was only a nurse. The doctor is responsible for the chart's contents. This chart business seems to be quite important. Please amend your testimony accordingly. Too bad, little attorney. Too bad. Whoa. Whoa. My bracelet's reacting again. What is it, Apollo? I felt my bracelet vibrate just now. I bet Shutakumi wishes there was a vibrate feature on the DS. Your bracelet, just like yesterday, like you said, when a witness is unsure of something, their nervous habit gives them away. Does the HD trilogy do a vibrate when that pulses? Because that would be good. But I can't see anything, Apollo. Eh? Then what's my bracelet reacting to? Maybe that has to be it. What has to be it? Your senses, Apollo. I hope so. Yeah. They must be sharper than mine. Huh? I can't see it, but you can sense it. I don't know about that, Trucy. I don't have some kind of special power or anything. Listen to me, Apollo. There's a weak point somewhere in Miss Tiala's testimony. We don't know what her nervous habit is. Well, then what do? You have to perceive it yourself, Apollo, with your eyes and your senses. And it's up to me and my bracelet. I don't know why, but the bracelet helps. Somehow touching it helps me focus. Let's give it a shot and bring down that testimony. Go Surreal. He doesn't know that. So I can use it on any line. Oh. Okay. The first time after I knew walk at the pistol. He's timid. Well, why would I go to a clinic now for a half-year-old chart? So that's the new line. Well, I'm telling him be careful as an old friend. The bracelet has big eyes on it, does it? But your signature was on that chart. So what does that have to do with this case? If there was something in that chart to make me look bad, I would have dealt with it. The only one responsible for that chart is the presiding doctor, Dr. Maractus. She's hiding something, I can smell it. And I bet she's got a habit that gives it away. Just have to focus to find her habit. Maybe it's time to give my bracelet a rub. See? In court? Wow. I do say, Mr. Justice, are you alright? You seem to be sweating an awful lot. Is it her fingers? Oh, does she spin her ring when she's nervous? I caught it. I just barely caught it. Go back, go back, go back. Say it again. Do it again. Hear it again. Now that's subtle. That's cool. I perceive! Gotcha! Perfect, chat. Thank you. Why go to the clinic for a half-year-old chart now, you ask? But you know why you would go now, don't you? I don't know what you're talking about. It was quite clear, Miss Tiala, you have a nervous habit. The moment you said the word now, you used your right thumb to fiddled. You used your right thumb to fiddle with your ring. What? She was unsure. I saw it. Now, that's the key word. The chart wasn't a part of your past. It was a clear and present threat. That's ridiculous. Why, if that were the case, I would have had 6 months to do something about it. Indeed. Eh? Which means something happened quite recently. Something to make that chart a problem for you now. I've got her on the ropes now. I can feel it. It's Apollo from the top rope. Time to strike the killing blow. With evidence. This mechanic makes a ton more sense with a double screen with only a single screen focused and tied, sort of miserable trying to scroll on to catch the tick. Is that how it works? I imagine that's how it works in the HD release. It just it seems like they could have done like a picture-in-picture thing to give you context. Because yeah, with two screens, it kind of feels like it makes sense. There's no use trying to hide it. The chart became a threat to you now because of this. Oh, because he learned the truth. Because he learned the truth recently. That's why. And then he was like, I'm gonna kill that guy. And get himself in danger. This Geiger's fight is real weird. Yeah. It's the only way to port a DS game to PC without dumping the entire screen. If only. Yeah, it's gotta be this. Take this and look at it, please, Your Honor. I would like to submit as evidence the checkup report that he received a few days ago. The panties? I don't think I should submit the panties right now. I'm gonna use a checkup report. It does feel like an Earthbound enemy. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. A health checkup report belonging to the defendant. The Gatakis are trying to get out of the business. The health checkup this month was their first ever. What did you think when you heard about this? Nothing. Why should I think anything? I would think you were positively beside yourself because you were afraid. You knew what Waki's chest x-ray would reveal. Yeah. A full half year had passed since the operation. You thought you were home free when the chart came back to haunt you. Eek! Feathers. She's a bird! Your Honor, dare I say this is not a human being? But a bird. A feathered biped, Your Honor, nothing more, that's all.
What just happened? Did the witness just admit to lying?
I sensed it. There was a great aura emanating from her forehead. I'm just picturing him with giant googly eyes. Like that Easter egg in Slay the Spire, or like he's just like, I noticed a slight aura. And he's just, what do you mean, Clavier? Like, just, gigantic. Huh? He's got Nart eyes. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, it was one of the mods. I mean, yeah. I forgot which one it was. I haven't played it that much. When I played on stream, I think we fucked around with it a bit. So the lady was lying, it seems. That's correct. Thank you for the clarification. She said she had no connection to the Maractus Clinic, but her connection was deep indeed. A bit too deep. Cause I'm into. But if the Kitakis got a hold of this chart with her name, she'd be finished. Isn't that right, Miss Tiala? You guessed it.
Just. Order.
I did it. I broke her testimony. Amazing, Apollo. How come the music's not playing the victory music? I didn't see it at all. Daddy was right about you. Wait.
Miss Tiala?
It's true, that chart was bad news for me. That's why I went to meet the doctor that day. But that's all. I told him about Waki and went home.
It appears this cross-examination is far from over.
What? She hid the truth from us, this is clear, yet
It does not clear that this truth has anything to do with the case at hand. Very well, the witness will add this to her testimony, and we'll have a bit more cross-examination. I was so close.
You're still close. Keep on her, Apollo. Nothing happened at all. I warned him and left. That's it. That's all we got. How did Dr. Maractus respond to the warning? Oh, he was quite surprised. Panicky, even. Who wouldn't be scared to learn a Kataki was after them?
Incidentally, this court is not afraid of any mobsters.
Especially wooden, becloaked mobsters that suddenly appear and disappear.
Why we had a life-threatening situation just yesterday, right here in this courtroom, and we did nothing to stop it, because we were not afraid.
Real impressive the way you stood up to the attack of the amazing Mr. Hat, sir. After which I carried you back to your chambers. Sounds like the judge had quite a fright. Nothing happened in Dr. Maractus' office that day, huh? What about the mess we found? Something definitely happened in that office, Apollo. I know. We can't prove when it happened, nor that Alita Tiala was in any way involved. Let's try putting some evidence up anyway. There's no way she went to that clinic just to warn him. You know why she went, Apollo? Time to figure out what really happened to that clinic, and fast. Bar hat. Just another one. Maybe perhaps I might just drop a little save. See? Yeah, no one gets hurt, everything's fine. I could throw the bullet. I could throw the broken lamp. I don't think the slippers are relevant yet. Because they're saying nothing happened. So I can be like, why was this lamp broken? And then it was placed upright on the floor, so we know it didn't happen because of the burglary. Yeah, it's that. It's the lamp. It's the lamp. It's not the lamp. Actually, it's not the lamp. I misspoke and misclicked. This evidence reveals the contradiction.
How exactly?
They aren't, are they?
Not at all.
Mr. Justice, please think the facts over. I don't think they won me any points to the judge. It's like the exact same dialogue as the Phoenix games. I warned him and left. What about the bullet? It's the bullet? Why is it the bullet? You say nothing happened in the doctor's office. I disagree. Take a look at this. What's that? It looks like a squished up ball of clay. Kind of like you, actually. I'm not. This bullet was found in the Maractus Clinic office. Something did happen in that office, Miss Tiala. Objection! Enough of this joking around. The police investigated that clinic. But this was stuck inside the doctor's safe. Inside the safe? We got him sweating. I guess the police didn't check that far. But there is a problem. How can you say that bullet was fired on that day? Oh, they're yelling now. Weren't you the one who explained rifling marks to us? The pistol was taken from the Kitaki mansion that day. If the marks on this bullet match the murder weapon, then that proves a firearm was discharged in that office on the day of the murder. Not bad, Hair Forehead. Bailiff, have this bullet analyzed immediately. I'll just sit here playing games on my phone. 30 minutes later, a report arrives. The rifling marks on both bullets are identical. Well, it seems as though the bullet in the safe was fired from the murder weapon. Perhaps the defense would like to state their position? The bullet in that safe proves one fact. A pistol was fired in that office on that day. And at the time of the firing, the safe was open. The safe which contained the top secret chart. Do you think someone was threatening Dr. Maractus in order to open the safe? Only one person was in a position to do such a thing. Our witness, Alita Tiawa. We fucking got her. Order, order. Mr. Justice, where are you going with this? Are you accusing the witness? Alita Tiala knew about Waki Kataki's botched operation. She got engaged to him without telling him about it. As long as that bullet remained in his chest, his days were numbered. What if she married him and then the bullet finally reached its destination? That reminds me. Apparently, the Katakis have been asserting themselves in lawful business practices. They're making quite a great deal of money. A fortune, if you will. Nefarious! So she planned to marry him just to get her hands on this fortune? You keep talking trash about my Alita, and I'll sue you, lawyer man. Me? Yeah, you said you'd abuse my Alita. I think you mean accuse. Same difference. Well, you can't have her. She's mine. It was me. I shot that doctor. Me. He left me to die, so I left him to die too, there in that park. Waki, just cool down 1 second. You keep your hands off my Alita, or I'll... He, ha, 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 ha. Miss Giala? I'm sorry, it's been so long since I've laughed so hard. Something funny. Waki, wake up and smell reality. Alita, baby! The signature on the chart, the engagement. I mean, come on, it's so obvious. Even for a brainless, spoiled brat such as yourself. Alita? Your honesty is like a breath of foul air, Fraulein. Hey, I wasn't getting out of this clean anyway. So, the family fortune is what you're really after. That's right, I wanted the money. No way, that's whack. I ain't trying to hear that. Should have done the wedding earlier. Oh well. By the way, can I ask you a question? Me? 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 I believe you said you were going to abuse me? Accuse. Of what crime, might I ask? Huh? Is it illegal to shoot at a doctor in his office? No. Show me the law. Oh, I'm a bad girl. Sure, I got close to that brat because I wanted his money. But he was the one with the pistol. He could have fired it into the safe after I'd already left the clinic.
What?
I would never do a thing like that. It was definitely that silly brat. Wait, but... What are you talking about? Trucy? You had the most to lose if that chart was found. But I didn't have a pistol now, did I? Well, you could have taken walkies. You'd think he'd have mentioned that, no. All I've heard him say is it was me, I shot him.
That's only because he's trying to protect you. Sorry to intrude in this lovely conversation,
but the two of you are forgetting one critical point. What point?
Certainly, the Fraulein wanted that chart. You assume she threatened the doctor into opening that safe, but then...
Wouldn't she have taken the chart?
You see? That chart wouldn't have been left in that safe.
Also, if she was threatening him to open the safe, then why would the bullet hole be on the inside? That means the safe door was open when the gun was shot. You would expect the bullet hole to be on the door if it was shot with the closed being like open it, you know, like doesn't seem like we have the full story. Miss Tiala. Yes.
It is clear to this court that you are not a very good fiancé.
Well, that's a leap in logic there, Your Honor. Oh, I'm flattered.
Perhaps it's time you told us the truth. Tell us about yourself, including your actions and whereabouts on that day.
Don't forgore. We've proven that you were at the Maractus Clinic on the day of the crime.
I declare this engagement nullified.
Yes, I went to the clinic that day to speak to the doctor. I wanted that chart, but I failed to get it, so I went back to the clinic later. And in a case I didn't shoot him, you don't even have proof I stole that pistol, do you? And that brat was spotted in the park at the moment of the crime. Frankly, I don't think it matters if Dr. Maractus was shot in the temple or not. Wait, we're not arguing if he was shot in the temple or not.
You went back later?
That chart was dangerous, you understand? I needed to get rid of it. That's why I went that day. But you couldn't get the chart then, could you? And later that night, Dr. Maractus was shot. I heard about the shooting, waited a day, but then I had to go back. No easy feat with the cops all over the place.
That was you?
Dump. Apollo, that sound, it came from behind this door. Someone's in there.
A break-in.
They left through that window.
So you were the burglar.
That was you too? If only I had one more minute. Then I could have opened that safe and gotten the chart.
But that's trespassing, and brazen at that. Brazen trespassing. A cute girl doing a trespass?
Is this a trial for trespassing now? Besides, you can't blame a girl for wanting to protect herself. They are gangsters, you know.
In any case, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination.
Admitting the little crime to avoid the big one, eh? Mm-hmm. I went to the clinic that day to speak to the doctor. Yeah. Low Plum was right. Low Plum was right about everything. Why that day? That brat was uncontrollable. He was ready to kill. And that would bring in the police. And that chart would become evidence. And I'd be hung out to dry. Sniff. But the police didn't check the safe, did they? Well, they thought the crime scene was the park. I'll make sure the responsible parties feel the heat. I don't like that he's smiling while he's saying that. Such sloppiness won't be tolerated. Yeah.
I'm kind of thankful for that sloppiness myself, actually.
And that Emma let us in there in the first place. I wanted that chart, but I failed to get it, so I went back to the clinic later. The Katakis are definitely killing her after this later? When I heard what happened, well, I was too scared to do anything that day. So I waited until the day after. The 16th, was it? Of course, you and that meddling kid had to get in my way. But why did Dr. Maractus keep that chart around? It was clearly dangerous for him. He could have burned it. Because he's a coward. The chart was his insurance.
Insurance?
Now, my signature on that chart, to be more specific, that made sure I couldn't betray him. And in case I didn't shoot him, you don't even have any proof I stole that pistol, do you? But you could have stolen it. Could have? Is this some new definition of proof? We'll ask Waki. He'll tell us. Might I remind you this is a cross-examination? You might want to keep your baseless theories to yourself. He's right, isn't he? Damn, he's so handsome when he's right. And that brat was spotted in the park at the moment of the crime. Yeah, but, bravo, Apollo. Well done. Just point and figure out the rest later. But what? You have nothing to say. This case is over. It was over the moment that brat was seen in the park. What's the point in dragging it out any further? Frankly, I don't think it matters if Dr. Maractus was shot in the temple or not. The doctor was shot in the right temple, yeah? So it seems. Let's review the facts again, shall we? If the killer shot from this location, the bullet would have struck our victim square in the forehead. However, the entry wound was in the right temple. Yes, we heard testimony on this yesterday. At the time of the shooting, the witness was standing, meow. Just before the gun was fired, he shouted. The victim turned his head to look and was shot. But that testimony was proven to be a lie. Our egregious panty snatcher, Mr. Stickler, did witness the crime, but he was standing to the north, next to the trash can where he tossed those panties. If Mr. Stickler shouted from this location, the bullet couldn't hit his right temple. Silly, silly attorney. What? Do you remember what you had for breakfast that morning? He's thinking about it. Do you remember, Trucy? I always have a glass of milk for breakfast. That's not breakfast. What matters is one thing. The doctor was shot in his right temple. If that's the case, there can only be one explanation. The panties guy was mistaken. But his location was proven. You can't write that off as him being mistaken. Then why don't you show us, Hair Forehead? Show you what? I'm gonna show you everything. I know exactly what you want. I'm gonna show you right now. Happy to get recommended a channel with a bunch of views playing it. Hey, what's up? Yeah, this is a first time playthrough for me. And it is something. Show you what? Must I explain everything? Very well, let's recap. If the witness, Panties Guy, was standing to the... No one uses his name anymore, which is really good. If Panties Guy was standing to the north, then where was the shooter standing? From what location did the killer shoot the victim? But wait, if the witness was standing there, how could anyone shoot the victim in the right That's what we established yesterday, Your Honor. I merely laid out the facts for us. It is up to the one possessing the shiny forehead to show us. If you can, that is. Walkie Kataki was standing at the killer mark, Wesley Stickler at the witness mark, and of course, Pal Maractus was at the victim mark. Let's see what the defense has to say. Where was the killer standing when they shot the victim? Someplace else. As the facts stand now, we can't explain this crime without contradicting ourselves at some point. But I know why. The real killer shot from an entirely different location. What are you talking about? I don't see any other place. Do you have an email for Apollo having a thought yet? I mean, that could be Barver ruled. I have a thought. Oh. Or you could, That's me when I'm trying to think. Apparently, Mr. Justice does. Let's hear it. Where in the park did the killer shoot the victim from? It's time to raise the roof and the stakes. Penalties are such frightening things, don't you think? But what if they were a bit more terrifying? Why are you objecting to the judge? This isn't an objection. Like so. Double penalty? Your forehead wishes to take us in a new direction? Then he must be ready for the challenges ahead. Challenge accepted. It's justice time. I hate how often he thinks to himself it's justice time, but at least he's not saying it out loud. Are you sure, Apollo? The key is the witness, Mr. Stickler's testimony. If we believe that and we know where he stood, and the victim turned when he shouted, there's only one place the killer could have been. They shot from here. I mean, it's gotta be where we found the footprints. For one, we found footprints, and for two, he was facing that way. So that would have been from the right. This is where the killer shot from! Hadn't thought of that. None of us did, Your Honor. Thank you for the soup. It's just... And this explains the wound in the right temple. How? Am I wrong? I hadn't thought of that. Oh. Then why... Oh, it exploded. Yes, amusing, like your career, Mr. Justice. Fine, rub it in. Perhaps you would be so kind as to try again? Where? The entire time this conversation was happening, I was like, oh, clearly from where we found footprints before. You're thinking to rationally think crazy? Inside the noodle cart? I believe we all owe a debt of gratitude to Miss Alita Tiala. Inside the cart is pretty stupid. What do you mean? Thanks to you, we had a chance to review the crime. And this time, we were prepared. We know that Wesley Stickler was telling the truth. We should have listened to him from the beginning. Wesley Stickler was standing next to the trash can when he saw the two men. Always think crazy. I wasn't thinking crazy enough. He shouted just as he told us in his testimony. And the victim turned to look in his direction. A shot was fired. The victim was hit in the right temple. Oh no. Oh yes! Which direction was his right temple facing at that moment? Toward the noodle stand. Order, order. So you're saying the killer was inside the noodle stand? Let's think about this a bit more, shall we? You say the killer was inside the noodle stand, which would mean the victim, Dr. Maractus, came to the park wheeling his own murderer in the cart behind him. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I think you'd notice if you were pulling someone along. We haven't even talked about why he's pulling a noodle stand in the first place. There's something we should worry about before that. Why was he pulling the noodle stand in the first place? Thank you. Let's deal with our problems one at a time, shall we? Someone was hiding in the stand. We have not come this far to talk about possibilities. Let's talk about proof, baby. Show us evidence that proves someone was in that stand. Can I prove that? You want evidence that someone was in that stand? Too bad. Dies. I mean, I'm kind of tempted to dies to get some HP back. Can't see inside of it, can we? That'd be too easy. Noodles. Does that barrel say soup? Didn't. Salt? Oh, guess what? Good news, chat. Soup. Calamari, that noodle stand up. Soup? We've blown this case wide open. Do I have evidence that someone was in that stand? I don't think I do. But we do have some soup. Thank you for the soup. Do we? Do we? We must. Because if we don't have proof, then we don't have a case. But my brain is shutting down. Thank you for the soup. Thing outside the soup. I was thinking about the slippers and like the footprints outside, but is it enough to just be like, well, there were footprints next to it, but they were facing towards the cart, weren't they? But if not that, then no one. Give my brain energy. Yeah, I'm getting hungry. It's getting late. So thank you for the soup. Thank you for the soup. It keeps my brain fed. It's all I have, because I don't think the stand has anything to offer. I'm doing it. Fuck it. If I'm wrong and we explode, then I can try again with more HP. I've got it. Go eat. I've got it right here.
Intriguing. Let's see what you've got. Show us proof that someone was hiding in the noodle stand.
Yeah, right here. The Maractus Clinic, and they're covered with paint. These slippers were found in a trash can near the crime scene. And a single slipper print was found at the scene, right next to the noodle stand. Ack. She said ack, Your Honor. Can we, stenographer, can we get that read back? Yes, at 11:23 a.m. Aaliyah said ack. Thank you. And at Miss Tiala, your toe print was found in the left slipper. We took the liberty of already checking your toes. In other words, this is proof you were inside that noodle stand. It's proof she was near it at best, but eek! Yet there was only one slipper mark found at the scene. Can this be called a footprint in good faith? Observe the diagram. A park pathway runs right next to the slipper mark. A slipper wouldn't leave a trace on a cobblestone path. Yet you still cannot say this is a footprint, yeah? Why not? You have an impression left by a single slipper. What if it was on the stand and simply fell to the ground? That's just dumb. Nuh-uh. One more thing. A slipper by itself wouldn't leave an impression that deep in mud. Come on now. A noodle stand is typically cluttered with the tools of the noodle-making trade. There's no room for a person to ride in there.
You have a point. Could someone have hidden in that stand?
Paul, I think I might be onto something. I think I figured out one of our pieces of evidence. In order to make room in the stand, some things would have to be...
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have proof that someone could have hidden in the stand?
I can prove one thing. Someone did scheme to clear space in that stand. I'm assuming the bowl, because we found the other bowls. This is a noodle bowl from the stolen Eldoon's Noodles noodle stand. Say that 3 times fast. Yes, and what about it? We discovered a large quantity of these bowls yesterday in the lobby of the Maractus Clinic.
A large quantity of noodle bowls in the victim's clinic?
Soup is evidence. Always has been. Mr. Eldoon was very clear about those bowls.
Well, I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished. All my noodle bowls are in there too.
Yet the bowls were removed. That night, there was space inside that noodle stand. Space created at the Maractus Clinic, no less.
Right around the time that you were there, Miss Alita Tiala.
Stop! Why is Clavier also smiling? I won't listen to any more of these wild fantasies. No, not fantasies. They're worse lies than that spoiled brat's pickup lines.
I would like to remind the witness of her current status. This court does not consider you entirely innocent.
Show me an innocent, I'll show you a fairy tale.
In any case, the defense has somehow made its point. The witness has both a motive and an opportunity, had both motive and opportunity to kill Dr. Maractus.
More fairy tales. This whole trial is a fairy tale.
Then please, pull us back down to reality, Miss Tiala. I'm giving you one last chance to explain yourself. This is it.
Why was Dr. Maractus pulling that stand that night? And what was Alita Tiala doing inside it?
Time to get to the bottom of this case. Get into the bottom of it.
That night, I went to ask Dr. Maractus for the chart. I had no intention of ever letting that chart fall into the Kitaki family's hands. But Dr. Maractus didn't understand. For some reason, he thought the Kitakis had sent me. So I gave up and went home. All I did was talk to him. We're back to that again. You knew about the botched operation. So you tried to get rid of the chart to save yourself. I won't make excuses. And I did warn the good doctor. I gave him a chance. I told him that brat got his health checkup report. And that he was coming to settle the score.
I see. Very well, Mr. Justice, begin your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. This is the last testimony. Either I perceive the truth, or it's over. It's so Jover. Trucy, it's so Jover. What are you saying, Apollo? Oh, we can use the thing. That night, I went to ask Dr. Maractus for the chart. So you did go to steal that chart. Were you listening? I said I asked him for it. The victim was a man in good health. I don't see how she could have coerced him. True, it would have been impossible without a pistol. But what if she did have a pistol? I'll admit I wanted the chart. That much is true. My reason was simple. I had no intention of ever letting that chart fall into the Kitaki family's hands. It certainly would have put a damper on your wedding plans, I'd say. Not only that, if the Kitakis had gotten that chart, I'd probably be with Dr. Maractus now, pulling that great Noodle stand in the sky. It seems our witness was in a fix as well. Hello, Smash Tunes. What it... Oh... 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 Apollo be perceiving... That's very good. Thank you. Actually reminded me of another thing on Twitter. Another twitter.com. Yeah, I didn't show this on stream either. King Peggy made this. Over here. It's Pitt doing a think in the Apollo pose, which seems really well matched. So, that's also very good. It's very, you know. He's having a thought. He never learned how to think. He never learned how to think. There's King Peggy's tweet. And Smash Tunes is already in the chat, but I'll post it again anyway. It's very good. Much higher kill count, maybe. Anyway, it seems our witness was gonna fix it as well. I gotta plug in my DS. The light turned angry and red. Who would want to die pulling a noodle stand? When I die, it'll be by disappearing mysteriously in the middle of a magic act. What? Trucy? What? No, that's how you retire. You want to die doing that? Why? No, that's how, it's like poof, and then she's gone. And then she, like, lives out in the country. But she's like, no, I want to die. Mysterious. Okay, she's great. She's pretty good. Can we be a little less morbid, please? So you see, I needed that chart. Bilbo moment, except real death. Want to go out like Bilbo. Yeah, but he escaped to then go on more adventures. No, I want to die doing that. Dr. Maractus didn't understand. She's covering her hand. Could she be trying to hide her nervous tick? He didn't understand. He wouldn't listen to a word I was saying. The moment he saw me, he started to tremble. Ha, I thought, what a sad excuse for a man. Please don't smile like that anymore. It's creepy. He was practically delusional. For some reason, he thought the Kitakis had sent me. They sent you? No, the poll was between evil nurse battle. Who wins between Mimi Miney and Alita Tiala? I mean, as far as we know, Alita wasn't bad at her job. Mimi had a little bit more... he thought the Kitakis had sent me to get the chart. It makes some sense. You are their son's fiancé. Don't make me laugh. The Katakis send me, they don't play that way. If they'd known about that chart, they would have gone in there with guns blazing. But I couldn't convince the trembling doctor otherwise. Give it to Mimi. Give it to her. So I gave him, went home. All I did was talk to him. If that was really all that happened, what were all those noodle bowls doing there? How should I know? There weren't any bowls when I went, I know that much. Why don't you let me be and go look for your killers someplace else, alright? Do I detect uncertainty there? This is my last chance. Apollo, any word from your bracelet? Yeah, actually. I felt it respond. I couldn't see a thing. It's up to you, Apollo. Time to perceive the truth. Here comes justice. All I did was knock them. So this is the only time where she's in the same pose. I don't know if she's doing it, if she's doing the same pose here. Or rather, if she's gonna be doing the same nervous tick. Seems like it's, yeah, she's gonna be like trying to hide it. She's smart. She's a clever one. Yeah. Stop. Big eye mode, go! Want help? Not yet. You understand? For some reason, all I did was talk to him. I feel like it's probably this one, but... What is... Just hiding that hand. Oh, let me perceive! Gotcha. I perceive! You moved, that's sus. All I did was talk and lie. Eat chip and lie, is that a crime? What? Show me proof. I'm pretty sure about this one. I think I'm getting the hang of this. A little slip in confidence and they give it all away. The proof is you, Miss Tiala. All I did was talk to him. You claim, yet you can't hide your own nervous twitch when you say those words. There's no way this holds up in court. In real life. You shifted in your seat, therefore, Your Honor. That's probable cause for me to badger the witness. My twitch? What are you talking about? You have a habit of scratching the area of your neck around the edge of your scarf. I've seen it happen once, therefore, it is a habit. But what? This is working better than I'd hoped. Her unconscious actions tell the truth she won't say. Magic emotion bracelet doesn't hold up in court? Yeah. Habits and lies, 2 dots. Obviously, don't tell me one way or the other, chat. With the Magatamas in the original trilogy, you had an explanation of like the Fae clan and magic energy and stuff, so there was some justification for there being a magic object that lets you see people's lies manifest in front of them and stuff. This game, he just kind of has a magic bracelet and he's surprised about it too. I kind of hope they never acknowledge it and that's just a thing. I feel like it'll probably come up at some point where someone's gonna be like, here's the backstory or whatever. There's a bunch of games with them, so I wouldn't be surprised if one of them touched on the origin of the bracelet. I may not give my life for honor. Thank you. I just think it's funny. I would gladly give for you. I would gladly give for you. And when I hunger for a tree frog, I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Thank you for the Ammy 4, Leafy. Can I drop 10 subs for you to drop it like it's hot? Thank you. You can do whatever you want. There are several buttons you can click if you want to. As a rule, I never ask for anything. So, I appreciate you being here and I appreciate the bits and everything. But you can do whatever you want to do. But I thank it. I thank you for it. Connect the dots and find the truth. Don't look at me like that. I told you the truth. It seems that when you recall what really happened in that office, you can't keep your hands off your neck, can you? Can you? It seems that nervous habits are unconscious reactions that manifest when someone is trying to hide something. You can't hide behind your scarf, Miss Tiala. Something happened between you and the victim in the Maractus Clinic office. And I've got proof that shows exactly what happened? The bullet? Is it the bullet? Is it the... Is it the lamp? Uh-oh. I mean, I can survive this. The bowls? No, I don't think it's the bowls. I'm an attorney. Something went down and I can prove it. Well, there's a bullet that we can already kind of prove happened that night. The lamp we don't really know anything about. Theoretically, it could have been broken at any time. We don't have anything to really tie that to time or person. Happened during the theft attempt, not the meeting. No, I thought they said it specifically it didn't. Because if it happened during the burglary attempt, it would have been knocked over. But it was placed upright on the floor. It's broken, and there's some kind of pink stain on the cord. But they're like, this couldn't have been during the burglary attempt because it would have been knocked over. It's very implausible the bulb would have been shattered and it's unplugged and it's sitting upright on the ground. So, but I don't, again, I'm like, I'm leaning more towards the bullet. So, yeah. Bullet? I knew you were bluffing. Shit. I could tell by the way you fondled your spiky hair. Yay, listen. She found my habit. I better rethink this. Okay, when we found the miraculous clinic off, why is it the lamp? There were signs of struggle, a bullet in the safe. Miss Tiala was willing to do anything to get that chart, so something happened. But what? I know we're at low HP, but I'm just gonna save. So we don't have to go really far back if I fuck it up again. If you hit her like that, you'd fondle it too. She's gonna notice how you poke your index finger real hard in the middle of your forehead every time you think. No, I don't. Whoa. I do. You can't hide behind your scarf, Miss Tiala. Something happened, and I've got proof. The lamp? What's that? You're touching your scarf again. There's something unusual about this lamp. The bulb is broken, and there's a red splotch on the cord. I mean, I guess when it comes to magical bracelet time, we don't. The whole point is we're pulling truth out of them. So this is fine. Whatever. I just don't understand why the lamp is the answer here, other than the lamp is the last thing we don't know about, and she's not gonna be like, I don't know what that is. That there's nothing to do with me. Like, we got her in a vulnerable state. She's like, I'll tell you what happened. I don't know. It's kind of, yeah. Seeing how you hide your neck, I think I can come up with a plausible explanation for the lamp's state. Well, spit it out. This talking in circles nonsense is killing me. Very well. The answer is very simple. Miss Alita Tiala, please remove your scarf. Oh. Oh. I'm expecting the, like, psych locks, like, whenever it does that kind of freeze frame. It's a muffler. This is a trial to determine what happened in that park. Yet we seem to have drifted off target. We'll find out soon enough if we're drifting as soon as the witness removes her scarf. I won't do it. This is insane. I'm an unrelated third party. You can't order me to remove my clothing. Miss Tiala, we've already seen your feet prints. I'm afraid you've forgotten what's already been proven. What? You're hardly unrelated. Please remove your scarf. No! She's hiding a hickey. I knew it. So I was right, wasn't I, Miss Alita Tiala? Your neck. That isn't what I think it is. Something did happen that night at the Maractus Clinic. You needed to get that chart back no matter what it took, even if you had to steal your fiance's pistol to do it. But wait! Looking at this lamp and the witness's neck, it looks like the very opposite happened. Exactly. The victim in the clinic that night was this witness. Specifically, you tried to threaten Dr. Maractus, and he attacked you. That's what happened that night at the Maractus Clinic. Yeah. The bird fluttering noises are a fun touch. She put her scarf back on. The birds are free! Gumshoe, gather them. Order! Will someone please tell me what really happened? I told you the truth already. I went to the clinic that night to warn Dr. Maractus. That gangster knows everything. He's coming for you. Looks like my clinic's seen its last patient. We have to get rid of that chart. Quick, open your safe. Give it to me. So you can save your own skin? What? I know what you're up to. You want in with the family. And if they see that chart, you're finished. Leaving me holding the short straw. But if I'm going down, I'll want some company. You! And what happened next? He jumped at me and knocked me to the floor. Then he took that cord. God damn, dude. Holy shit. Pal Maractus was serious, deadly serious. He really tried to strangle me. It's not every Phoenix Wright case where the murder victim is really despicable. like normally it's like, oh no, they got wrapped up in something, and oh it's so unfortunate that it happened like this or whatever. This is just like, God dang, Jesus. I must have blacked out. Why are you snapping? So, you were the victim. And the red splotch on the cord was your lipstick. I didn't want to remember that night. That's why I didn't bring it up. There. Are you happy now? I was out cold, almost killed. And you claim I then snuck into that noodle stand? But how could I? What was that face?
Well, one thing is clear. We now know what really happened at the Maractus Clinic. And it would seem that our victim was not entirely without blame himself.
I'm sorry. I get so nervous just thinking of it. It's hard to breathe. I've told you everything. Can I go home now?
You bear some responsibility for events that day, true. Yet, if you were also a victim, this court would owe you some sympathy.
She threatened a man with a gun.
Well, Mr. Justice, I believe this clears up the remaining questions for Miss Tiala.
When did this happen? Suddenly everyone's sympathizing with her. I don't know what to think anymore, Apollo. I mean, is that it? Do we know everything we need to know about Miss Tiala? Some sympathy and, sympathize while she's behind bars.
Very well. This finishes the cross-examination of this.
Gets me every time. Heh. Not so fast. This party's just getting started.
Now we rock.
He's the one.
What?
Those spikes in your head are softer than they look. Or do you not have the stomach to go all the way?
Prosecutor Gavin?
Pal Maractus choked the lead at Tiala. She fell unconscious. But what happened next? He's right. There is more we don't know. But she was choked hard enough to leave that mark. She would have been out for a while. Even still, what if it was her in that noodle stand? Oh, now I get what happened. Lita Tiala, half dead, Dr. Maractus pulling that stand with her in it. Why'd he leave the gun with her? And a bullet fired from inside the noodle stand. What if it's all true? We might have already figured out what truly happened that night. I don't know. I'm thinking he was trying to dispose of her body. Or something of that nature. And that's why he was pulling the noodle stand. Famously, doctors aren't smart. Famously. So, she was unconscious in there, woke up, for some reason, still had her gun, and shot him somehow. So, I don't know. Miss Tiala, as you can see, we're not through with you just yet. You really want to blame me for this murder, don't you? You too, Prosecutor Gavin.
Me? Fraulein, I only wish to know the truth.
Well, let's go back over what we learned up till now. On the day of the murder, Waki saw his checkup report, from which he learned about the bullet still inside him. So he took a pistol from the family stash, with the intent to give Dr. Maractus some of his own medicine. And Miss Tiala heard about this from Waki, so she went to the Maractus clinic ahead of him, in order to get rid of the chart with her signature. But then something happened. Sounds like you figured it all out. But remember, I was the victim. I was out cold. But what about Dr. Maractus? That does seem to be the problem. He had just strangled Alita Tiala, perhaps he thought to death. What did he do after his crime? I was just knocked out, not dead. From the state of his clinic and the scene in the park, I think it's clear what the good doctor did next. Well, Herr Forehead, care to guess? Well, Mr. Justice, what did Dr. Maractus do? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I understand what happened now, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna choose the right thing at the right time. Maybe he did think he killed Alita. Do I have evidence to show what he did next? Would it be the cart? Would it be the bowls? Put the bowls in his thing. More toe prints. Show feet. Your Honor, show feet. Let me try this. A large quantity of bowls were found in the clinic. Bowls that belonged in a certain noodle stand, which means the stand was at that clinic. Why? Because Dr. Maractus stole it and brought it there. Killing me disturbed him that much? So much he randomly stole a noodle stand? It wasn't so random. Remember, he removed all the bowls. Maybe because the stand was heavy. Or he wanted to put something in the stand in their place. Oh? Wait, you don't mean? I do. Dr. Maractus did replace those bowls with something. Your corpse, Miss Tiala. My corpse? Dr. Maractus panicked. He thought he'd killed you. His next move would be to dispose of the body. That's crazy talk. You're all crazy. Then let's think about it logically. The doctor had a place to dispose of you in mind. But on his way there, pay for the bits. Who should he run into but the defendant, Waki Kataki? This is a very Coen Bros-esque case. In terms of like, aha, I've got you. Oh no, all right, I've got this. Oh no, like that is a very Coen Brothers sequence of events. I question your logic. What's this, Prosecutor Gavin? The park is a dead end. Why would he head in that direction to begin with? That's right, he had no reason to go there. Oh, now I get it. It was a trick. That spoiled brat made him do it. He made the doctor steal the stand. Brad Pitt and Burn After Reading, oh my god. I loved Burn After Reading, and I saw it in theaters with a bunch of friends, and everyone I saw it with said that was awful. And I was like, that was excellent. Tell me, why would someone go to a dead end? Unless the park was his destination. What? Especially the ending of that movie is just like peak Coen Brothers to me. Apparently, the defense has an idea. Tell us where Dr. Maractus was heading with the stand. Please show us on this diagram. To where exactly was the victim dragging that stand? Here? Nah. There? That's a river! Yes, Your Honor, I scarcely need to explain why. A perfect place to dispose of a body. He was gonna throw me into that river? He didn't have many other options, Fraulein. I believe this clears up all the remaining questions. The victim pulling the stand and the defendant before him. And inside the stand, you, Miss Alita Tiala. Yeah. And then, the denouement. Wesley Stickler of panty snatching fame walks up. Seeing the two men, he shouts in that instant. No! In the name of panties. Oh! So, I shot him. You were the only one who could have stolen Waki's pistol. It had to be you. Well, Miss Tiala. Nice work. You mean I'm right? I mean you've done a fine job dreaming up a story to get that spoiled brat off the hook. You're the one who's dreaming. Apollo's backed up everything he said with facts. If you're so sure he's making it up, give us another reason. Why was Dr. Maractus pulling that stand through the park? Who knows? But there's one gaping hole in your logic. I think Mr. Gavin knows whereof I speak.
Whereof what?
I can't believe she's still trying to deny this.
Is this true, Prosecutor Gavin?
Must I always be the one to point out Herr Forehead's errors? Maybe this really is something. I believe the Fraulein speaks of Herr Doctor's car.
His car?
That's right. The Maractus Clinic has that big garage.
In which sat a green sports car, was it?
Why would he steal the stand in the first place? If he wanted to carry a body, he would have used this car. And so we find our victim without probable cause to steal that stand. And our defense without a case. I have an idea. You know that green car? I bet it wouldn't run. It was broken. Ah, what an excellent counter-argument, Fraulein. Too bad you're quite wrong. Don't tell me you've forgotten what happened to your daddy. Daddy? That's right. That night, the car that hit Mr. Wright was that green sports car.
Oh yes, I nearly forgot.
Afterward, he drove it back to that garage. It ran fine. That's right. So why didn't he use his beloved sports car, Maybe he didn't want a body to get discovered inside his car, and he'd rather stick it to his known rival, El Nude. El Dune? Not El Nude. El Nude is a different character we haven't met yet.
A glaring contradiction, to be sure. More glaring than your forehead.
No.
No!
You think too logical? Probably. He was hungry for noodles?
Order? Well, Mr. Justice, why didn't Dr. Maractus use his car to carry the body?
Because he'd roll over a cell phone if he did, and we can't have that. Is that a groan of surrender I hear? Some advice. Now is a good time to review all you know. Everything you've learned over the last 2 days. Everything I've learned. I have to remember?
Mr. Justice, this contradiction cast doubt on your entire case. This is truly your last chance. The defense will explain to us what happened that night.
Someone else stole the stand. The car didn't run. He carried the body in the car. What? Huh? What? Remember the panties. Remember the panties. I was like, oh, the car could run for sure. So I ruled that out. But yeah. Now it comes back to the panties. It did seem extremely specific. Yeah, that's it. That puts it all together. God damn it. This fucking case is gonna fucking destroy my brain. Because I was like, none of these make sense. But yeah, no. That's very clever. Setting it up to be like, well, of course the car could run. He drove it back to the garage. When it's like, but what happened after it was back in the garage? That's really good. It's wheels and wheels. I have an idea. It's all coming together. Anything that was real? No. It absolutely was the panties. It all comes back to the panties. Jesus Christ. That night, Dr. Maractus couldn't use this car. Ha! Now you're making even less sense than usual. Not according to my information, Miss Tiala. Put 1 and 1 together and the explanation is simple. What's 1 plus 1? 2. What's 2? A pair of panties. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Yeah, if it's so shrimpable, perhaps you can show us some evidence. Show us proof why the car wouldn't run that night.
I don't want to be a lawyer anymore, Your Honor. Can I please be disbarred? I don't want to. Please take it away. Take me away.
Panties again?
I'm glad that made the entire peanut gallery be like, what the hell is wrong with this attorney? All sorts. Why would... I'm so ready to move on from this case, chat. You have no idea. All sorts of things come out of him. Yeah, thanks. Even the truth. Why? Fuck this game. Fuck this. Another crime was committed the night of the murder. The theft of these panties, the latest in a string of similar thefts, actually. But that night, the snatcher was caught in the act. A brave young girl chased the thief until he hid in the Maractus Clinic garage. What? The snatcher hid the panties there before running. Perhaps someone in this court remembers where he hid them?
Weren't they found in the car's exhaust pipe?
Exactly. By the way, I learned something yesterday. A very important piece of information. And I learned from you, Prosecutor Gavin. So you were here investigating?
And I was on my way home
When my hog gave up the ghost. Your hog?
My motorcycle won't start. It's clogged exhaust pipe.
Too bad. Looks like such a nice bike, too. Hard to believe that it could break just from that.
Nice. Cars, motorbikes, they're all the same. Clogged exhaust, they won't run. My damn hog. Aye, how interesting.
While Miss Tiala and the doctor were struggling,
The panty snatchers snuck into the Maractus garage.
from that time until the time we found these,
That car wouldn't start. But what?
that's why Dr. Maractus had to use the noodle stand. It was the next closest thing he could think of. Well, Miss Tiala, this wraps your doubts up quite nicely, I think. So it does. Finally! Where am I? So dark. Smell of noodles. Can't see. Cramped. The pain. My throat's burning.
What's your problem? You, Doc, I know what you did.
Ah! Waki?
You lied to me so you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give you a taste of your own medicine, man.
Wait, let me explain. Fine, I'll give you your last request. Listen, you're being tricked, but not how you think. It's not just me.
No! He'll ruin everything! I have to stop him.
Cease this at once, you two. Why did he put her in the noodle cart with the gun? He had to have put that in the noodle cart. If she was threatening him with a gun and then there was a tussle, it would have landed in his office somewhere. You know what? I take it back. He was trying to dispose of the gun too. He was trying to dispose of them both. He thought she was dead. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, but okay. I'm fine with that again. Funny, this isn't the way it was supposed to turn out. Why didn't he unload the gun? You know, probably doesn't know how. Oh well, too bad. I like Clavier's pose in the wide shot there.
Well, there's still one mystery. How did you manage to disappear from that stand?
In the silence after the shot, I heard the witness running. I believe we heard as much from Wesley Stickler. We went to use a public phone to inform the police, which is when I made my escape. Which is when you left that slipper print. Dr. Maractus didn't bother taking my slippers off. I threw them out after I stepped in that paint, though. So when she went to the clinic, knowing she was gonna threaten him with a gun, she said, well, I can't do that in these shoes. Let me take them off and put on clinic slippers. I don't want to bring my shoes inside. Well, yeah, I understand the Japanese etiquette. It's a lot of cultures have the, like, you know, taking your shoes off and switching to slippers or socks or whatever. But she went in there to threaten him with a gun, and she was like, hold on, let me step out of these. What, Japanifornia, right. It's... Fine, it's fine. I threw them out after I stepped in that paint, though. That was your mistake. No, my biggest mistake was coming to you for help, Mr. Justice. Milady? I believed in you. You and your anything agency. If anyone would get Waki declared guilty, it was you. Yeah, that's good. That's pretty good.
I believe we've reached a conclusion of sorts. At the very least, she's guilty of a murder against Apollo just now. Prosecutor Gavin, how is Miss Elise Tiala doing? She's confessed to everything. We're processing her arrest now.
Prosecutor Gavin sure seems calm for someone who just lost. I think he already knew. He'd figured out she was the killer a while ago. Some advice. Now is a good time to review all you know. Everything you've learned over the last 2 days.
Think of the panties.
Wink! He lost, but I didn't exactly win either. Something the matter, Hair Forehead?
Looks like it's time to announce a verdict.
The peanut gallery does not seem happy about it. Court is adjourned! Whee! Still gonna die, though. 4:12 p.m. Lobby number 2. Great job, Apollo. You did it. Yeah, we did, somehow. Walkie's off the hook. Free to become the gangster he's always wanted to be. He still threatened a man with a knife. I'm pretty sure that's a crime. Hey, attorney man.
You gonna pay for what you did to my Alita Holmes?
Or to blame, I guess.
You give my Alita back? Stupid pointy-head attorney with a death wish?
Our second case, we made an enemy of the mob. Enough, Walkie. Ah, Mr. Kentucky.
It's high time you opened your eyes, Walkie.
What do you know, old man? I think it's about time you open yours. Giving up the life, trying to become some kind of businessman?
Don't talk about what you don't understand, Walkie.
I'm afraid the guard is going to throw them both out. If not in jail. Wouldn't that be a happy ending? Hey, maybe we can help them out. We know why Mr. Kataki needs to make so much money. Maybe we should tell Waki. Do I know? Oh, Waki, Apollo has something to tell you. I do? Way to put me on the spot. Hey, what was that? Show him the reason why, Apollo. I'm gonna ask if I'm right before I guess. Why is Mr. Kataki trying to become a businessman?
The panties.
They're trying to get into the noodle business. The checkup report? Oh, it's because of his son. Is it the checkup report? Panties it is. My badge. Get him surgery. I think it's probably 1-2 punch. It's probably because he needs to pay for the best doctor on the planet, and also because this life is what led to his son getting fucking shot. So, yeah, I'm asking for confirmation before I send it in. The chart also works. Oh, either do. He feels guilty. Dental plan needs new. That's sweet. Think about it, Waki. Think about your condition. I talked with your mother, Little Plum, yesterday. It pays, but we need a lot of money right now. Clean money, that is. She did say that, too. She doesn't mean... You aren't really, are you?
I searched the globe, and I found one. A doctor who can take that bullet out of you, Waki. Well, it's an expensive procedure.
Man, but you got plenty of money already, don't you?
I won't use it. It was the gangster life that did this to you, Waki. I want to help you, and I want to do it clean.
Those were his eyebrows?
Please understand, Waki.
Dad. Man, I see how it is, old man. Always you looking out for Waki?
Listen good, old man. One day, I'm gonna take you out, then we'll see who's the OG. You try to hide in your business suit, I'll find you. Stupid old geezer.
My, Waki?
No, it's as it should be.
My God, look at him. Mr. Kataki, I liked him more without the puppy dog eyes. No, this is good.
I'm glad to have met you. I'm not so good with words, but I know a professional job when I see one. Thank you.
Who, me? I don't think. I just ran around with a bunch of pennies in my pockets. I somehow fell ass backwards into a success.
Someday, I'll bake you one of our latest, the Kataki lime pie.
He's opening a pie shop?
So long.
with all of his connections, he's opening a pie shop. I mean, yeah. And pie's good. And he was gone. Well, let's head back, Apollo, to the Right Anything Agency. Since when do I work at your agency? Oh, we make a good team. Don't just stand there. Let's get going. Yeah, why not? She did help me out. And there's a few questions that still need answers. Like this power of mine that she showed me. And my bracelet. Yeah, they're gonna explain it. That's fine. That's probably for the best. I just think it's funny if they don't. If anyone can help me figure it out, it's her. We did it. Though I can't say I care much for what her father has become. Oh, that's right. We have to go someplace first. Huh? Where? Burgers? Why? To claim our reward from Mr. Eldoon. Ah, salty noodles, right. He got his stand back already? And after that, you can come see my show. With a special appearance by the amazing Mr. Hat. Oh, it's special, all right. Please, anything but him. No, he's good. He's good. The end. Case 3, Turnabout Serenade. Good. Guess we'll do that next time. Start a new case. Oh, we don't have... In the other games, they had art for each case once you completed it. Case 3 good? We'll find out later. Well, hey, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed Case 2. That was a beefy case. Case 3, am I right? It can't be worse than panties. I mean, don't say that out loud. The game might hear you. GBA DS Globe. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Dan. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Let me find something to jam to. I'll get caught up on alerts and wrap up here and go get me some noodles or something. Thank you. What am I, you know, I have like 3 things in my brain at the end of stream when I'm like, I want to listen to a song, and this is one of them. When you're an attorney boy in the attorney world and your world is panties. Your attorney world and attorney world and your case is mostly panties. Anyway, Shadowfly, thanks for the prime. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Welcome to the house. Banjo Kablooey, thank you for the sub. Welcome. Hope you both enjoy the emotes and your crayon scribbling of a key. Reploid0x, thanks for 2 months. Enjoy your Bronski. Thanks for the prime. Did you know that if you have Prime, you could go right now to twitch.tv/CousinDanJones and drop your Prime sub and get something like Cause I Yahaha or Cause I Chad. Cause I Dampy Dumper. It's pretty good too. Cause I Dumpin'. Sorry, Dampy Dumper's in tier 2. Go, because Dan finished the Pantheon and Hollow Knight, which if you're not familiar with, is a crazy achievement. So thank you. I see someone cosplay Trucy with an actual unfolding Mr. Hat. I've seen someone with a static Mr. Hat. I feel like that would work once, and then it'd be like, all right, now I can't put him back into the thing. You know, just like, boom. That'd be cool. Argento Natsu, thanks for 64 bits. Oh no, he's hot. Like soup. Dark Sass, thanks for soup. This would have been funnier if I remembered how to do this. Thanks for the soup. Smash, thanks for the soup. You give love a bad name. Soup. Kiwi Queen, thanks for 23 months. I missed the end of last stream and started this one, but surely I'll be able to follow this very normal trial, which will certainly make sense. I know that it did. Bio Wizard, thanks for soup. Fun fact, the Gatakis represent different types of crime families, gangsters, Yakuza, and the Mafia. Wacky Plum and Big Ones, respectively. Yeah, I see that. It definitely feels more Yakuza than the rest, but like, yeah, obviously referencing The Godfather is very clearly Mafia. But yeah, it is neat. Rivaling, thanks for soup. I left stream for a while, has Barry lost his mind yet? It's a fair assumption that about 10 minutes into gameplay of any of these games, then yes. Anonymous gifted a sub to Matt for his 27th month. Welcome back. Thank you, Anon. Garbage Nirvana, thanks for 96 bits. Someone didn't give this guy enough Schwirlies. And 10 play, thanks for 61 months. Eat your Eldoon Happy Meal. Salty, Apollo. Eat your noodles. Aragale, thanks for 14 months. Happy. Hi, Barry and hi, chat. Hope everyone is having a good day. Love all your faces. Thank you. Alpha Rabbit, thanks for 17 months. Trucy, I know you have good intentions, but causing a mistrial will only make things worse. It worked once, why not twice? Quibbly, thanks for 22 months. New mechanic, I'm Noivus. Echan, thanks for 45 months. Sorry I've been missing streams, busy getting buffed. Well, see you in Vodland, hope everyone's doing well. Hope you're doing well, getting buffed. And no need to ever apologize for missing streams. Hope you've been good. Oh, these are... So they did make, like, art for each case. They're just not in the game, or at least not like this. It's good, though. Turnabout Trump and Turnabout Corner. That's good. That's good. Thank you. Stop. Thank you for the 100 bits. Got to meet Phoenix. I don't give a fuck. I'm a cheat. Smoke weed every day. Right. You're gonna love it. Yeah, he's great. I'm having a good time. Argento Natsu, thanks for soup. Clavier's air guitar solo theme song does have lyrics. You have to look that up. Or watch the link you sent me. Quincy Motto, thanks for soup. It was this soup. Meister Jazz, thanks for a year and a half. Enjoy your very mod, the Cursed Skeleton Key. Dang, it's been a minute. Thank you. Exactly, thanks for 61 months. This series, man, oof. Right? Okras, thanks for 65 months. I'm just resubbing to have an excuse to post Coke Shaky in chat. Thank you. Considering you don't need to be subbed to post Coke Shaky, I appreciate it. to resubscribe and be like, I'm not here to use your emotes. I just want to post Coke Shaky. I appreciate it. Snomily, thanks for 100 bits. Alita and I met a month ago at Whole Foods. She was buying celery, I was buying rosé. For Leafeon, thanks again for the 500 bits. It's very kind of you. Lumen Dooman, thanks for 30 months. Enjoy your outhouse key. Pop, pop. Opakama, thanks for 20 months. Just got home to see the VOD of the first stream of this game. A very good present for my birthday in a couple hours. Have a good crime. Happy birthday, Opakama. I hope you have a good birth. Thank you so much. Enkikomana, thanks for soup. Did you change your name from Enkimana? Or is this a different person? It's just this time. Quincy Mara, thanks for soup. Enkikomana, thanks for soup. Erigel, thanks for soup. Soup Barrel for the win. Dark Sass, thanks for soup. But consider soup. Argento Natsu, thank you for soup. With a side of justice. Tiny Allison, thanks for 37 months. Rat Jam. For Leafeon, thanks again for the hammy as well. Skyward Lee, thanks for 100 bits. Has anyone else really craved noodles during this case? I am starving for noodles right now. I need to get some noodles. I did a rebrand. Nice. I like it. It's good. Immersion Diversion, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Just Palace, thanks for 69 bits. Every time Clavier says hog, I'm reminded of the David Hayter ride and squeeze my hog cameo, and I cannot. I don't know if I've seen that cameo, but that seems like, I feel like that's a very risky Google search. David Hayter cameo hog. See what pops up. Scarlet, thanks for 100 bits. One of the best sprites in the entire series, and it's not even close. Was the mob boss dad with his eyes. I saw his eyes wiggling and I was like, is he gonna cry? Like, what's going on? The last thing I was expecting was bloop. That was very good. And Smash, thanks for the nice 6 bits. Burgers were the Japanifornia equivalent of ramen, which is apparently what Nick and Mai always had, and Mr. Aldoon's father's ramen shop. Yeah, it's all connected. It's the closure we all needed. I wish they turned it into a burger stand and just slapped the word burger on everything. Just made it really jank for the Western release to make that connection work. Anyway, thanks so much for hanging. I'm gonna send you out, kick you out real quick. Everything's Noodles. Right, his hair is Noodles. They don't change his design. They just call him the Noodle Man. But yeah, thanks again for hanging. Let me see who is going that I can kick y'all over to. Bam, 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 bam. Well, you're having a time, and then when you're also having a situation, and you're gonna who we gonna raid? There's a couple people. Here. I'm feeling like let us go raid. Bah. Shit. Wah. Sorry. I checked someone's stream and they seemed to be wrapping up. We're just gonna raid Will again. Who I think we raided either last time or the time before. Will's good peeps. Sorry, I got a little distracted there. But yeah. Taupe. Yeah, that works. Ugh. You want? God, what a case. Though I think my only real regret with this case is that Phoenix getting hit by the car wasn't directly connected to the murder. As far as we know, maybe there's more to it, but that's like the one of the like 5 intersecting mini stories with that case. It's the one part that was like, yeah, he got hit by a car, and then the car was the doctor's car, and that's what broke off the mirrors. We were able to connect it or whatever. And then that's like kind of what got us into that garage. But it wasn't like, oh, the doctor did a thing, and as he was driving away, he was distracted and hit Phoenix. They would have been maybe too convenient. So I'm fine with it, but it's just like every other part of it was, it's what you wanted. You wanted it to be like all these random disparate things, but they ended up being connected, kind of. The panty thief was just a panty thief, but his actions had consequences. Anyway, thanks for watching. Goodbye. Get out of here. Have a good one. See you next time for, I guess, this is case 3. Serenade. See you then. True. Yeah. Go on, thanks for watching, VOD watchers. I hope you've enjoyed. Apologize this so far. Go get yourself some noodles and have a good. Thanks for watching. Go ahead. Wahoo.